From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. With expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome along to the finals day, first of the finals day here at the Aon Maadi Cup Rowing Championships for 2022. Seen some brilliant racing after 5 days of elimination heats, repecharges and semi-finals. Here we go at the first day of finals, due to start at 8:53 this morning out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the back end, the eastern end of the mighty Two Monsters Lakes, Lake Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country. Saw some brilliant semi-final racing yesterday, which was the last chance for anybody to get into the final, so there was some very, very hot finishes. It's absolutely brilliant to be able to have any crews get into the final, the A or the B final of Maadi Cup Regatta. Not quite as big competitors this year as other years due to the what's happening out there, of course. We've got just on 1,600 competitors this year. I think there's about 43 schools competing. The North Island that haven't had a great season as far as training goes, but they have got an awful lot of crews down here, an awful lot of North Island crews, and very, very competitive again. We saw it at the New Zealand Rowing Championships where the North Island crews were competitive, considering the work that's gone on. We are going to set the morning away with, it's going to be race 344, the boys under 17 single sculls. It's the B final, and we should see some very close racing in the B finals as well. We will give you as much information as we can going out to the world with live streaming, Sky, and through the live cameras that you have got. We hope that you are sitting in your lounge where it is not wet. An awful lot of rain went through Lake Ruataniwha this morning, but it is wet underfoot, but it is overcast and ideal rowing conditions, and the water, like it's been for every regatta this season, is just like a mill pond, so we should expect to see everything. Racing is underway, so they are on the way with the boys under 17 single scull B final. In lane number 1 we have Huanui College, lane 2 St Peter's College, lane 3 ACG Strathallan, Hillcrest is in 4, New Plymouth boys are in 5, Cromwell College in 6, Dunstan High School in 7, and Mount Aspiring College in lane number 8. They go through out of the blocks, the 2,000 metre pegs, and they go through to the first 500 with the Islanders, and then they go through 1,000 metres. Halfway through the course they'll get to the 1,000 metre peg. We've got it very difficult for the commentators this morning trying to pick it up. We can't see the lanes, we can't see the colours, so we'll do what we normally do. So we always see some really good racing going on as they're just about ready to hit to that 1,000 metre peg, and we'll see the middle lanes. So if you're listening out there on the live streaming, you will get a flared effect all day today and all day again tomorrow. We should have had it all week with a fast cruiser in the centre. And we've got lanes number 4, I think, the Hillcrest. This is Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. Blair Curry is the coach, and he looks as if he's got a slight advantage over the rest of the field as they head towards that 1,000 metre peg. On his right-hand shoulder, he has the crew from New Plymouth, which is Luke Brock from New Plymouth. On his left-hand shoulder, ACG Strathallan, which is Jack Clark. They go through the 1,000 metre peg. He's just The 8 Scullers and the boys B final is still sitting out in front, going through that 1,000 metre peg is the Hillcrest Sculler, Justin Smythe from Hillcrest. He's got himself about a length and a half, maybe 2 length lead over on his right hand shoulder. Looks to be New Plymouth. Welcome along, you guys. A long way from home, putting in a great effort, like I say, to even make a B final at a Maadi Cup regatta. It is, you are heroes when you go back to school. He's swinging along. I've got him on about 31 strokes per minute, but he's got a commanding lead of almost 2 lengths now over the rest of the field. Now, just be aware as we do go through the program today, our top priority will be to take the A final, so we'll bring the B finals always through as far as we can, and then we'll pick up the A final for you. There should be plenty of time between the two of them. So Hillcrest, New Plymouth on his right-hand shoulder now. New Plymouth's getting a little pressure put on him from College. Young Matt King from College, one of the up-and-coming young scullers out of the Cromwell College crew up there on Lake Dunstan. These are the first 2 or 3. From Matt, we go out to the crew from Mount Aspiring. Dunstan Arm is right in behind the Cromwell Sculler. Then we go to right out the very far side is the crew from Mount Aspiring. It is. We can see the nice square colours of Mount Aspiring now. Nice and easy to pick them up. Down the inside, just back off the pace a little bit. Doesn't look like we'll be up in the top 3 of the 3 inside crews. Haranui, St. Peter's and ACG Strathallan. So Hillcrest, Justin out in front, still with this commanding lead of about 2 lengths, maybe 2 1/4 lengths. On his right shoulder, New Plymouth, Luke, and then Matt King. Matthew King's only about a length away from them as well. Then Matt's bringing along with him. He's bringing Dunstan Arm, and just ahead of Dunstan Arm is Mount Aspiring. Back down to the inside, the crew's down on the inside. ACG Strathallan, he's got a commanding lead over the other 2 from lanes 2 and lanes 1, which are classed generally as the slower lanes. Beautiful rowing conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha. We've got the monsters locked right down on the bottom of the lake, and they have been there all week. They've been there all season. So it's still 2.5 length advantage to Hillcrest. Hillcrest going through the B final, the first of finals day, race 344 here at the Aon Maadi Cup, or whatever you would like to call it, the New Zealand Secondary School Rowing Championships here in the Mackenzie country. Spectators across the big terrace will start to build up as the weekend goes. The 2 final days through with 100 metres to go goes the Hillcrest Sculler. He's nice and strong. He's moved his rating now up to about 34. He's extremely strong through the water. We'll give you his time as he comes down and hits the buzzer. But he's well clear now of New Plymouth. That's Luke Block of New Plymouth. Then we go Matthew King of Cromwell. And then we go out the far side to Jem Curtis of Mount Aspiring. Jed McIntosh, a good row for Jed McIntosh, trying to pick up the Mount Aspiring Sculler. Looks like Jed McIntosh slipped into 4th over Mount Aspiring. And then we come down the inside to ACG Strathallan, Haranui, St. Peter's, and that's the way you'll see the B final goes across. We can tell you he's gone through in 7:40 neat. So there's the first of final day here on Lake Ruataniwha for the Aon Maadi Cup Rowing Championships for 2022, and we come back on air again as soon as they go out of the blocks for the A final, which has Timaru Boys in 1, King's College in 2, Sacred Hearts, that's Auckland, in 3, St. Peter's in 4, Wakatip High School in 5, Aniwhenua in 6, King's College 2. They've got 2 crews through King's College, congratulations, and St. John's Hamilton coming from the Sacred Heart Sculler and Wakatip, and of course one of the fast lanes, St. Peter's. They are in the hands of the starter. Of course, you'll know that we're going live streaming today, and we appreciate the work that's gone into the other way. They've let them go. We appreciate the work that's gone into it. Here's the very first of the A finals. This is the boys under 17 single sculls A final, and who's first out of the box? Single and move very quick. Like this, they can go from a behind a length about 20 folks. Looks like it's coming out of lane number 3. That's Sacred Hearts. That's the guy. That's Oliver Leach. It is. Brent Leach is the coach, and he's gone out pretty quick. He's got himself a half-length lead already over the crew from Wakatip. Right behind that, Wakatip. These two crews have opened up themselves a little bit of gap in this first 300 to 400 metres. It's quite a surprise. I thought this race would be very, very close. Then we maybe come down the outside here to St. John's Hamilton. He's trying to hang in there from the inside, half a length back to Kings 2. Only Whanawa is in front of him. In the middle of the course, we have St. Peter's Sculler and the two on the far side, Kings College and Timaru Boys. It looks like it is Sacred Hearts. Sacred Hearts going through the first 500 metres. They're now on the second 500, and this one will be the end, which is the 1,000-metre peg, and it's Sacred Hearts. He's opened up a gap. There we go. We'll just see the island now. That's the first 500. There's the 500-metre peg as they go through. Sacred Hearts. Wakatip Sculler. Marley King Smith is sticking with him. He's had an awful lot of racing at this gap. And these two scullers have opened up themselves quite a gap now to King's College. That's the King's College number 1 crew right on his left-hand shoulder, Timaru. Getting brilliant shots for your live streaming as they're getting nice and close to them. Wakatip Sculler just starting to get a little closer to Sacred Hearts. We hope that he hasn't gone out too quickly. The Sacred Hearts, Wakatip, he's a fine young sculler. Wakatip they're training on Lake Hayes. Sacred Hearts of Auckland will do it on the harbour up there somewhere. There's over the rest of the field. There's only a half a length between the two crews. Then we go down to the inside. Go King's College. King's College in a big place. Another lane on the inside. On the top side of Wakatip, St. Peter's sticking their nose in between those two fast crews that went out quickly, and on the right hand side of Wakatip is Unfiwa, and he's got a couple of lengths advantage over the crew on the King's College number 2 crew, and he's a couple of lengths over St. John right on the far side. That's out there in number 1 back leaders, and it was coming out of lane 3. It's coming out of lane 3. St. Peter's, he's got one of the fast lanes, but he's about 2 lengths down off the leader, that's for sure. So he's doing a great job. It's not the fastest lane, but he is one of the better scullers we've seen. I think he was second at the North Island Championships there not very long ago. Sacred Hearts, Oliver Leach from Sacred Hearts. He's still just hanging on to this lead as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Great racing in the boys under 17 single sculls here at the Aon Maadi Cup Regatta. Wakatip, only that, or maybe 3/4 of a length behind him at this stage. The challenge is coming from on down in lane number 2, King's College. That's Baxter McGilvray from King's College down on the inside, and he's bringing along with him lane 1, Timaru. William Talbot from Timaru. You never ever leave out the Timaru scullers as they now head in the third 500. It's still out there in lanes 3 or Wakatip. I think Wakatip has made a move on him. I think Wakatip has made a move on Sacred Hearts. I think you'll find that Wakatip has gone to the front over Sacred Hearts. We knew that he was looked pretty strong in that first 500. He was just sitting in there. And then we go out to Whanaunua, King's College and St. John's Hamilton just ahead of those. In the middle of is out of lane 6. You can see on your screen there that it's Whenua is just starting to move on the rest of the field as well. So we go back to the leaders, and it is Wakatip. Wakatip have taken over the lead, and he's bringing with him, I'll tell you what, there's a great row going on from young Jack Henry from Whenua, because he's moved up through the field and he's almost up into the second place. He's bringing with him, he's bringing the Wakatip sculler, he's bringing the one on his right-hand shoulder, which is King's College 2. And then we come down the inside, we go back to Sacred Hearts Means. He went out very, very quickly indeed, but I tell you what, he's hanging on to second place, but the Wakatip boys got him covered at this stage. So as they come down towards the last 500 metres, we'll find Wakatip in front over the Sacred Hearts Auckland sculler. And then I'm looking for St. Peter's. I can't see the St. Peter's sculler. Oh, something's happened to St. Peter's sculler. He's way back. He was there going through the 1,000. So we're now looking down on the inside. The mover's been King's College number 1. He's having a crack for the bronze medal, but he's got his work cut out from him because Whenua was trying to hold it off, and there's a challenge going on Whenua from King's College 2. And then St. John's Hamilton's having a crack across the far side at King's College 2. All these crews about 4 lengths away from this Wakatip boy. He's been very strong throughout the regatta. He has had an awful lot of racing. I think he's had 5 events at this regatta, and he is heading down towards the gold buoys, if you can see where the gold buoys are, because we've got a little bit of a lump on the water now. But he really just sat in behind him through that first 500, and then he really powered on the second 500, went up to the Sacred Heart sculler and moved away from him as they head down through the yellow buoy. Sacred Heart's still hanging on to it. She's all on for bronze, and it's looking like down here on the inside it could be the crew from King's College down on the inside. Timaru back a little bit too far, and it could be down here, the Bronze Kings going against Whenua, and Kings 2 and St. John's across the far side. Look how strong this young fella is. All the work he does on Lake Hayes, under the guidance of John Morrison, I'm pretty sure of it. Yep, Johnny Morrison is doing the coaching of this young fella. He's been strong throughout the week, and he's going to go down and take the title and the gold medal for 2022. Sacred Heart sculler went out very fast in that first 500. He hangs on to second, and she's all on for bronze. It's going to be the King's College sculler number 1. King's College, that's Baxter McGilvray down on the inside. He takes it over the very fast side. St. John's of Hamilton just together. Whenua and Kings 2, and down the inside Timaru, and obviously something, we'll see what would have happened to St. Peter's sculler. He appears to be sculling okay, bringing it home, and he'll go down to the line, but obviously something happened there to put him out. So you're live streaming, getting beautiful shots of them as they go across the line, and we've seen some really class sculling amongst the young lads that are out in front. So your program now moves on to 18 minutes past 9, coming out of the 2,000 metre block. We come online as soon as we can for you to pick up that, which will be the B final of the girls under 17 Cox 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first medal presentation for Aon 2022. We're pleased to welcome the medal winners for the boys under 17 single sculls. 7:20. Murphy and Ted Main, coached by Thomas Stolen and Scott Tackles, High School. You can present Cam McGilvray in a time of 7:18.24, coached by Alice Denyer. The medalist in the boys under 18 coxless pair. Just before we head to the A final of the girls under 17 double sculls, I've just had a message from the chief umpire, and this is pertinent to the spectators that are joining us today in the spectator zone. The reason we're able to have a spectator zone is because we've got very strong restrictions in place around where you can and can't go, and unfortunately we're starting to see some people moving outside of that zone. We don't want to have to do this, but if we can't maintain the spectators in the spectator zone, it will need to be shut down. So please, spectators, we've been able to open this up for you. If you are in that zone, stay where you are supposed to be. We don't want to have to do what this chief umpire will have to do to maintain our COVID protocols, but if you can help us out by staying where we've allocated you to be, that would be most appreciated. Thanks for your cooperation.
So they're in the starting bay for the A final, the girls under 18 double sculls, race 151, 2,000 metre blocks, under the guidance of Chief Starter Justin Wall and his panel that are up there. Had one or two extra starting to learn how to do the job up there after losing. We haven't had Warren Blasey here for a while now. We haven't got Lex Clark here, two stalwarts of the starting panel that's down there at the 2,000 metre peg. We've had Barry Clydesdale not here as well. So they've got a good line-up down there. We've got St Paul's Collegiate in 1, Cambridge in 2, Dunstan High in 3. Mount Maunganui College in lane 4. First call for you, Mount Maunganui College. Takapuna Grammar in 5, Hauraki Plains in 6, Wellington Girls in 7, and Hamilton Girls out in lane number 8. They will leave these blocks around the 38 strokes per minute. Again, the bodies generally are upright and a little shorter on the seats as they go out of the 2,000 metre blocks. Now, please abide to those rules that Ian has just called out. The chief umpire is not happy with people moving out of their bubble in the spectators' bubble. They've let them go. And we should see the action come from Mount Maunganui and Takapuna Grammar and Dunstan High. That's where the action should come from. As they go out of the blocks on that 38 strokes per minute. Nobody's broken the line at all at this stage. Wellington Girls got away nice and quickly. Also two inside them, Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar with their gold blades in the middle, and Takapuna Grammar two inside them as the crew from Dunstan got away quickly. They are the first three inside that first racing start zone. So it looks still down here in lane number 7. No, it's down. It's Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar's the crew that looks like they've gone to front and gone and put a half a length now over the crew from Wellington Girls. Then we go back to Dunstan High, just only about a canvas away from Takapuna Grammar and getting closer with every stroke. They've opened up a little bit of a gap already inside this first 500, and it is still that crew. Takapuna Grammar. So it's Takapuna Grammar. This is Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles and Katie Holiday and Jessica Hamlin are the coaches of these two off the harbour there in Wellington, of course. Dunstan, of course, that Sophie Smith, coached by Simon Smith, off Lake Dunstan there in Clyde. And these two crews have opened up a little bit of a gap now over the crew from Mount Maunganui in the middle. Madison Shah and Myla Finlayson and Stephen Finlayson doing the coaching for them. As they head now, it's down in the second 500. They go past the 500 metre peg, and it is still that crew from Wellington Girls that have got themselves only go through the 500 now. Now they go through, both two crews. It's still Wellington Girls with that slight advantage over Takapuna Grammar, sorry, not Wellington Girls. Wellington Girls back into third place. It's Takapuna Grammar that have gone through over Dunstan High, which is only about a half a length difference, and then we go a half a length back down to Wellington. Wellington starting to put a little bit of pressure on the crew from the far side, Cambridge. So we go back to the leaders. Still lane 5. Or might only be about a canvas over Dunstan High. No move come the little powerhouse in Dunstan High in the stroke seat, Sophie Smith. Once she starts to put the pressure on, look out, there'll be a big move come from them, you can guarantee it. And then we have to go to Wellington Girls. Go back into third place. And from there we go Hauraki Plains in the middle and Mount Maunganui. But we still go out to that Takapuna Grammar. Dunstan very close to Takapuna Grammar. Takapuna Grammar on their right-hand shoulder has got Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains is in between now, just starting to move on. Wellington Girls clearly in third place at this stage. Hauraki Plains wants to move about a couple of lengths back to Hamilton Girls on the lane number 8. And then in the middle, of course, one of the fast lanes, that's Mount... Oh, that's quite a surprise. They just back off of that fast lane in lane 4, Mount Maunganui. They just back off the pace by a couple of lengths, which is a surprise because that's a quicker lane. Oh, you never know what's happening in the semi-finals, and of course you can get to the finals and you've had too much racing and you just can't muster the power for the finals. So we look out there, we see Takapuna Grammar and Dunstan. Takapuna Grammar and Dunstan locked together as they head down. There's still only about to canvas between the two crews. Wellington up into third place as they head through the 1,000 metre peg. Now they're down to about 852.2 metres to go, and it's still Takapuna Grammar. We're waiting for the moves to come. Can it be Wellington that puts pressure on for the gold medal, or can it be Dunstan Arm? Wellington up into third. Wellington are bringing with them the crew on the far side. That's Hamilton Girls on the far side. Wanganui Collegiate right beside them. There's nothing separating those two crews. And then we come down, there's not a great deal. The only crew that's really drifted off by about 3 odd lengths is the crew from Mount Maunganui College. Inside the last and the third 500 they go, and there's still nothing between those two leading crews. The chasing crews is Wellington. Right alongside Wellington is Hauraki Plains. They're only a canvas away. And then we go right across the far side to Cambridge. Just inside Cambridge is St Paul's, but they are back a couple of lengths as well. Great racing in the girls under 18. Takapuna Grammar, the gold of Takapuna Grammar, wants to put a little bit of a distance between them and Dunstan. Dunstan then is Wellington. Oh, there's a bit of a move coming on the outside lanes as well. It looks like Hauraki Plains wants to move on Wellington Girls. Wellington Girls went out from the start very quickly, and Hauraki Plains has gone up alongside them. And then we come right down the inside to Cambridge. Cambridge want to get into it as well. The only ones that are going to be struggling to get into the medal contention now is St Paul's, and also Hamilton Girls across the far side, and of course Mount Maunganui in the middle of the course. It still looks like it is Takapuna Grammar. They have moved away from Dunstan. They have moved out from Dunstan by a good length and a half, maybe 2 lengths now. Oh, the pressure really went on in that third 500. It really went on, and they've opened up a big gap over the crew from Dunstan High. Dunstan High stayed with them for a long way, but they're about 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths off them now. As we were going through the field again, we're seeing some really big moves go as we go through with the commentary through to the tail end crews. And next minute you look up and you'll see them as Takapuna Grammar. Out of Auckland, Takapuna Grammar is going to go through and take the under 18 double sculls for ladies. Taka, Sky and Annabelle. The coaches will be exceptionally happy with this row. They've come out of the fast lane, and that's where they are, out in front by a good 3 lengths now. I think Dunstan have had even the second place taken off them. On the right-hand side of Taka is Hauraki Plains. That's been a brilliant last 1,000 from Hauraki Plains. They have really piled it on since they went through the 1,000-metre peg. They've obviously been told to go through. And Cambridge starting to put some pressure on Dunstan Arm down on the inside. That's the first 4 crews. Go back to the leaders. It's Takapuna with a 3-length lead over Dunstan. Dunstan getting pressure put on them from Hauraki Plains. Wellington starting to drift off. Cambridge starting to come at Wellington. Wellington trying to feed off Hamilton Girls on the far side. Mount Maunganui is not that far back after all, and then St Paul's collided on the inside. We're trying to give you from winners back to the last, and that's where we're missing 1 or 2 of these moves. But it is Taka that done the move, and they just opened up that gap. Dunstan High still hanging on to the silver medal. Down towards the line they go, 2022. The title, the gold medal, will go up to the Auckland Harbour. Takapuna Grammar. They'll go down and get the buzzer. Dunstan Arm will take the silver medal over Hauraki Plains. What a great row from them, a brilliant row from Hauraki Plains, and even Cambridge come through over the top of Wellington, who went away so quickly. There they go. Take a look at the body language. That'll tell you that what they've won, the gold medal and the title. Dunstan are out on their feet. Hauraki Plains should be out on there. They'll keep rowing. They want to head up into the channeling system and row home. Cambridge came over the top of Wellington, the top side of Wellington, Hamilton Girls, Mount Maunganui and St Paul's. Great racing, Ian. Ian's coming on now for the commentary guys for a wee while.
That's a great win for Takapuna Grammar. That double, they've looked strong all week, the North Island champions. Brave fight for second there from Dunstan, the South Island champs, and well done to Hauraki Plains on the outside. And it was a nice finish down 2 in lane 2 from Cambridge, Briley and Jenna. They're rowing up a grade. I think I'm right in saying they're in the under-17s as well. But geez, there was some fight in there from Dunstan. But what a great race from Takapuna. They got through the 1K and then just they moved and away they went, and they never lost that lead. So they'll be delighted down here in front of us, Takapuna Grammar. So we look forward to them coming around in front of us to the dais for their opportunity to pick up some medals. And as we do that, we just want to acknowledge some of the local supporters of the Maadi Cup here this year, local companies which we can't do without here in Twizel. Twizel Painting and Waterproofing, Tricorp Enterprises, they've kept the dunnies smelling nice for us, the Mackenzie Building Supplies, Tonner Plumbing, the Four Square Supermarkets, and of course Jake's Hardware. And if you don't need it, Jake's haven't got it.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Girls College, 6th Hamilton Girls High School, 7th Mount Maunganui College and 8th St Paul's Collegiate. So just looking forward to bringing you the medal ceremony for that race, and then we will be seeing the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Their B final due to get underway in around about 5 minutes time, and of course the A final after that. Just while we wait for the assistance for a couple of the crews to get there for the medal ceremony, I'll give you the crews for the boys under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls, the B final. In lane 1, St Patrick's College 1, George Mills, Cameron Mackay, Max Young, Eamon Ward, Luke Bochenstein as the Cox. In lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Keegan Piper, Ollie Eden, Albert Eden, Flynn Hutchison Ray with Daniel Carr the Cox. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Austin Plymmer, Samuel Jeffries, Gain Harbert, Ashton Coombs, George Adamson will be coxing. In lane 4, Wellington College 1, Jackson Murdoch, Jack Riley, Joe McGuinness, Ty Renner, Eddie Lethbridge, the Cox. In lane 5 will be Takapuna Grammar, William Thompson, Matthew Maloney, Seb Ness, Sam Mones, Karen Kazuka as the Cox. Cambridge Boys High School in lane 6 with Oliver Hogg, Alex Schuler, Jack Hogg, Quinn Stevenson and Jack Charlton the Cox. And out there in lane 7 will be Howick College 1, Henry Calvert, Zachary Dawes, Cameron Winiata Brown and Conrad Haynes with Ava Kinnan the Cox. And shouldn't be too far away for a start in the medal ceremony for the girls under 18 double. Please welcome the medalists for the girls under 18 double sculls. Onto the dais. Oh, here they go. Our bronze medalists in a time of 8:07.71, Hauraki Plains College. Rebecca Adams and Maggie Morrison, coached by Franklin Hamilton. Our silver medalists in a time of 8:05.39, Dunstan High School. Pippi Horan and Sophie Smith, coached by Simon Smith. And our gold medalists and winners of the Pitt Island Trophy in a time of 7:58.71, Takapuna Grammar. Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, coached by Katie Halliday and Jessica Hamlin. The medalists in the girls under 18 double sculls. Boys under 18, Coxless Sculls B final is on the course and making its way down. We'll pop out there and have a look and see what's happening. It looks like it's all coming out of the middle though. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3, Wellington College in lane 4. Just outside of them in lane 5, Takapuna Grammar. Then we come back to Shirley Boys High School in lane 2, St Paul's College in 1, out to Cambridge Boys High School in 6, and then Howick College out there in lane 7. So we'll let this B final run down the course as long as it can before we start looking at what's happening in the A final. So they'll be looking to finish here and get themselves a top 10 position, these crews, to get first or second. Fantastic for them to still be racing here on Friday at Maadi Cup. Lake Ruataniwha, we're just seeing that cloud start to lift and the day open up into a fine one. So just repeating that field for you as you look across there, left to right, St Patrick's College, Shirley Boys High School, St Paul's Collegiate, Wellington College, Takapuna Grammar, Cambridge High School and Howick. But it is out there in lane 4. Wellington College number 1, leading from St Paul's Collegiate just inside in lane 3. Right next to them, Shirley Boys High School in a line with those two other boats. Then we go outside to Takapuna in lane 5. So as you pick up on the live stream there on the left-hand side, you can see St Patrick's come across to Shirley Boys. Then we see St Paul's. Outside of them on the right-hand side and leading still is Wellington College. Then we've got the gold of Takapuna Grammar out to Cambridge High School, and in the red out in lane 7 there is Howick College. But it's still with Wellington College, St Paul's and Shirley Boys starting to move through. Shirley Boys just done a move in the last 200 metres from where I started picking them up, and they've gone through possibly into first now, sitting down there in lane 2. Not much in it though. Then we go out to Takapuna, just starting to drift back a bit. Coming up alongside them, Cambridge High School, and then it's Howick College. Back down in lane 1, St Patrick's. Just within the mix, and we just wait for that A final, due to go in around about 7 minutes time. So the B final will get a fair way down, and then we'll pick them up. The A final for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. So there's the B final makes its way into the second 1,000 and coming up towards those spectators who by now are being very well behaved and staying where they're supposed to be. In lane 4 we still see Wellington College, doing a good job there right outside St Paul's, and Shirley Boys. So those three in a line, that's where it's going to come from, you would think. But just down there in lane 1, St Patrick's starting to push up on Shirley Boys. Then we go out to Cambridge in lane 6 moving. They're coming up alongside Takapuna Grammar. Out there into lane 7 still is Howick College. So as the weather forecast predicted, the clouds are lifting. We got flatter water than we started with, and hopefully at some stage soon we will get the sunshine peeking through. But the sun is shining at the moment on that crew from Wellington College. They're now clearly in front, you would think. It'd be interesting to see when we get a line on where that Shirley Boys crew is. They're very close to them. So, but within cooey of each other is Shirley Boys, Wellington College, St Paul's, and then Takapuna still hanging tough. They're seeing off that Cambridge challenge. St Patrick's starting to fall away there in lane 1. So it's still Shirley Boys, St Paul's, Wellington College and Takapuna Grammar. It's Wellington College though. Wellington College just moving ahead of Shirley Boys, bringing St Paul's with them outside to Takapuna Grammar. And then we look at Cambridge still trying to have a crack at it. And just falling away in the outer flanks is Howick College and St Patrick's back in lane 1. So coming past the crowd, give them a shout as they go past you. You've been waiting all week for the opportunity to do it. Wellington College coming still down there with a lead. They've moved out to a boat length in front of St Paul's Collegiate. Shirley Boys high, gamely fighting, trying to get themselves into that top 10 position. And Takapuna Grammar out there in lane 5, still doing a good job. It's Wellington College though. Wellington College still going. A boat length in front they are of St Paul's. Then I'd go back to Takapuna, starting to put some pressure on Shirley Boys. You'll have to go again, Shirley, because Takapuna pushing up into third. It's still Wellington College from St Paul's, out to Takapuna, back to Shirley Boys High School. Then we go to Cambridge in lane 6, and then out of it now is St Patrick's College and Howick College as they come down now with 120 metres to go. It's Wellington College by half a boat length over a fast finishing St Paul's, out to Takapuna are moving quickly as well. They've left Shirley behind. Shirley have gone into 4th, and it's still Cambridge Boys High School. But in the B final of the boys under 16 quadruple sculls with 50 metres to go, Takapuna are hunting down Wellington. They're down to a canvas. It's half a canvas now. Takapuna flying in the outside lane, but they're not going to catch Wellington College, who come down to the line. Takapuna second in a good run. St Paul's Collegiate finished third. We come down. The outside Cambridge have gone past Shirley. Cambridge have gone past Shirley, and then it is going to be down here in lane 1, St Patrick's College, and out to Howick College in lane 7. Nice win there for Wellington College. What a great finish from Takapuna Grammar coming down the last 200 or 300 metres, and St Paul's Collegiate holding on to third. 7:13.81 they've gone through in that B final of the boys under 16 quadruple sculls. Just waiting for the A final to get itself ready to go. It looks like they're still holding them in the blocks.
And Ian, they're really sizzling through the course by the look of it. Great racing. Now, the 16s, of course, some of them could be in their 4th year rowing, so they're very experienced, and we're getting some pretty quick times all week, but that was a pretty swift time as they went through, even if just for a B final.
Probably one of the closer races we've had this morning, I think, too. So, bit of excitement, and got the crowd down there cheering. It's starting to expand a little bit, so we are going to bang on about it for a wee while yet, but please make sure in the spectator zone, please stay within those ropes. No one elopes from the ropes. Stay there, please.
And if you haven't been here all season, also we have got this saying here is if you pack it in, you pack it out. So if you've brought lunch along with you and you've got the chili bins or anything along at the back of the car, wherever you are, please make sure that you take all your rubbish with you. There is no bins around the course, so you have to take it with you.
So underway in the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, the A final in lane 1, Otago Boys High School 1, Tamati Dennison, Harrison Thode, Levi Heffernan, Archie Chittick and George Anderson is the Cox. In lane 2, Marlborough Boys College 1, Blake Fitzgerald, Shane Henry, Hunter Nelson, George Lindstrom, Walter Wickham is the Cox. In lane 3, St Peter's School 1, Valentine Barrow, Frojan, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman, Harrison McClintock, with Alyssa Sherry Middlemiss the Cox. In lane 4 we've got Wakatipu High School 1, Xavier Small, Ashton White, Marley Kingsmith backing up from that under 17 win early on, Toby Rorison, Emily Howick is the Cox. In lane 5 Timaru Boys High School 1, Peo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett, Blake Parker, Finn Golan is the Cox. In lane 6, St Peter's College 1, Franklin Barron, Jack Whitcomb, Daniel Hyde, Toby Shanahan, Theo Wag coxing. In lane 7, John McGlashan College 1, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe, Charlie Carra, Matthew O'Meara, Aidan Zeb is the Cox. Out there in lane 8, completing the field, Glendowie College 1, Luke Holbert, Leo Oldley, Fraser Smith-Rice, Frank Ison, Jackson Brown is the Cox. It's coming through from Wakatipu in lane 4. They'll be the ones to watch. Outside of them, Timaru Boys in lane 5. Then we'll go back to St Peter's in lane 3. Then it's St Peter's College out in lane 6, lane 7, St John McGlashan. They're doing a pretty good job out there. Back across to Marlborough Boys College in lane 2. Otago Boys down in lane 1. Out to Glendowie in lane 8. As they start to make their way through. And if you're on the live stream, I'm not sure if we've got the internet back, but hopefully we have. You can see left to right there's Otago Boys coming across to Marlborough Boys. Then St Peter's in lane 3. Wakatipu in lane 4. That's them right alongside Timaru Boys High in lane 5 that are making the early running with St Peter's in lane 3. Then out to in lane 6 as you look at it there, St Peter's College, John McGlashan, and then on the right hand side Glendowie. But St Peter's, Wakatipu and Timaru Boys High, that's where we're seeing it. And that's where the running's been all week from these crews. There's some great racing, so this should be a good tight finish between those 3 or 4 crews, but you never know what else is coming from the outside. But it is Wakatipu and St Peter's having a crack at each other with Timaru Boys High School out there in lane 5. St Peter's College would be 4th after them out in lane 6. Then we're back to Marlborough Boys in lane 2. Then we go to John McGlashan in lane 7 and Otago Boys in lane 1 there or thereabouts. But it's still Wakatipu. Wakatipu with a half a boat length over St Peter's outside to Timaru Boys. Maybe a boat length back to Timaru Boys in lane 5. Then we would come out there very even with them would be St Peter's College moving alongside Timaru Boys. But Wakatipu, Xavier, Ashton, Marley and Toby still holding all the cards at the moment. They've started to move too. They've put some work in the last couple of 100 metres, looking like they're starting to put some extra pressure on their crew outside them, St Peter's, and try and create a bit of an overlap. But it is Wakatipu to St Peter's, Timaru Boys. Just starting to open up that gap. The outside of Timaru Boys, St Peter's just starting to fall away too. St Peter's College 1 as opposed to St Peter's School in lane 3. Handy from Marlborough Boys in lane 2 as well as they come through the 1,000 metre mark pretty shortly. Still Wakatipu, but Wakatipu in lane 4. St Peter's are moving up alongside of them. Some of these boys have had a lot of racing this week, and as Millsy said before, can start to tell that today. St Peter's moving right up alongside Wakatipu. Wakatipu gone too early. Marlborough Boys College starting to go with St Peter's. And then we still have Timaru Boys in the mix in lane 5. Outside of them, St Peter's College starting to move alongside Timaru Boys. Oh, it's starting to straighten up here now as they come into the second half of the course. You'll see it as they get to you at another 300 metres for the crowd. But it's St Peter's School 1 in lane 3 look to be taking advantage. Have Wakatipu gone again on them. It's those 2 crews. Then Marlborough Boys. Then we go out to Timaru Boys in lane 5 still. But I think St Peter's College might have gone past them. It's getting very close between those 4 or 5 crews, but it's certainly St Peter's and Wakatipu out in front. Wakatipu need to go against St Peter's. Valentine, Jack, Joshua, Harrison and Alyssa driving them down the course. So we head down through towards 750 metres to go. St Peter's and Wakatipu. Wakatipu have gone again. I think they've got to go through 250 metres to go. They're heading out towards a 3 boat length lead from St Peter's School. St Peter's School trying to lift again and see off Timaru Boys and St Peter's College. No one will beat Wakatipu. So it's St Peter's School second at the moment from Timaru Boys and St Peter's College. Not too far away from a medal presentation for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. While we just wait for that, I can tell you that the girls under 18 single scull, under 16, the girls under 16 single sculls B final is underway. In lane 1, Roncalli College, Sahana Ainsley Udemans. In lane 2, Huanui College 1, Olivia Tattersfield. In lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 4, Wellington Girls College 2, Lily Bellevue. In lane 5, Cambridge Girls High School 1, Isabel Murray. In lane 6, Bethlehem College 1, Jemima Glayholm. In lane 7, Iona College 2, Hannah Ritchie. And outside her in lane 8, her compatriot from Iona College number 1, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle. So they're just through their starting sequences, heading through to the 500. And we'll just await the ceremony here for the boys under 16 quadruple sculls. The medalists, please welcome them for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 6:58.56, Timaru Boys High School. Peo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett, Blake Parker in the stroke seat, Cox Finn Golan, and coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 6:56.28 from St Peter's School. It is St Peter's School. The silver medalists: Valentine Barrio Frojan, Jack Kidd, Joshua Yeoman, and Harrison McClintock, coached by Alyssa Sherry Middlemiss and coached by Chris Thorson. You can put your medals on now. And in a time of 6:51.43, the winners and gold medalists in the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls and the winners of the Wellington College 150th Cup, Wakatipu High School. Xavier Small, Ashton White, Marley King-Smith, stroked by Toby Rorison, coxed by Emily Howick, and coached by John Morrison. Congratulations to the medalists in the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. From Cox quadruple sculls to single sculls we transfer, and that's the girls under 16 single sculls B final on its way down the course. Ashburton College in lane 3 are handily out there, maybe even in front from Wellington Girls College, Lily Bellevue in lane 4. Lane 5 is Cambridge High School, that's where it's coming from, and also Iona College number 2 out there in lane 7, not out of the mix. Of course, fantastic effort for these girls to be rowing through into a B final here at Maadi Cup. Everybody wants to be rowing at the end of the week, and getting to do it into a B final is no mean feat. It takes a lot of work and effort to get here. So out there in lane 3 still, Ashburton College, then Wellington College, and then Cambridge High School, Bethlehem College 1. Back into Huanui College in lane 2. Then we would go out to Iona College in 7 and 8. Lane 8 is Iona College 1. Back inside to Roncalli College. Just in behind Huanui there. They're very close, those two. But it looks like Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College is making a lot of the running here now. She's come through the 1,000 and done a bit of extra work just to try and pull away from Wellington Girls outside of her in lane 4. Then we go to Cambridge in 5, Bethlehem in 6. But they are still just behind Iona College in 2. So just a gentle breeze coming across now. It's got rid of all that fog and mist that we had before, so it can only get better, we hope. Still Sophie Gibson in lane 3 with a handy lead there, I would think. But just watching out there in lane 7, Hannah Ritchie from Iona College. She's put some good work in the last 250 metres in this B final. Third would still be with Wellington Girls College. Those three starting to move out. And in fact, this run from Hannah Ritchie out there in lane 7 is putting pressure on Sophie Gibson in lane 3. Then we go back to Isabel from Cambridge High School, just outside of her, Jemima from Bethlehem. Then back to Olivia from Huanui. And then right close to her, but just on her left-hand side, is Sahana from Roncalli. So just watching that B final come through. The A final is due to go to 11:05. They'll be in the blocks and not far off going. Looking forward to that A final. Some good tight racing this morning. This shouldn't be any different. She's moved into lead out there in lane 7, Hannah Ritchie. Right alongside Ashburton College in lane 3. Not much between them at all, but still Wellington College in 3rd. Then we go to Cambridge still in 4th. Pressure for her will come from Olivia in lane 2 from Huanui. Iona College number 1 out there in lane 8. Ava just starting to move. And they'll be looking to finish high up as they can. 1 and 2 would get them into a top 10. They're under starters orders down there for the A final. That's nearly set to go. So we'll pick that up as they start to come out of the blocks. I think the barge is back down there. So coming past the crowd there, 250 metres to go. And it is out there in lane 7, Iona College. Back to Sophie down there in lane 3 from Ashburton College. She got a bit of work to do the next 200 metres to try and take this out, but it does look like Iona's gone past her. Ashburton College is second now. Third still is Wellington Girls College, moving up alongside her, Isabel Murray from Cambridge High School. That's your 4 at the moment. Outside of her is Bethlehem College. Then it's Iona number 1 out there in lane 8. Then we come back down to Huanui in 2, and it's Roncalli in lane 1. They're away in the A final. We'll just give you the field for the A final. And then we'll look and see how the B finishes. The A final takes precedent. There they go. In lane, closest and going away. Lane 8 is Kashmir High School 1, Nina Oliver. Lane 7, Waitaki Girls School, Emma Spittle. In lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Olivia Leonard. In lane 4, Craighead Dawson 1, Nadia Vandenbosch. In lane 3, Glendowie College 1, Charlotte Lawton. In lane 2, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Madeline Cox. And in lane 1, Hillcrest High School is Ratara David. So just going back to front because that's what it was on the screen. But as we'll pick them up there, so there's Nina Oliver from Kashmir High School just outside of her, and just pushing for the lead already is Emma Spittle from Waitaki. Then we go across to Craighead Diocesan. That's Nadia Vandenbosch just outside of her. Oh, she's a bit further back actually. It's Onslow College. And then we have Glendowie other side of her. Then it's Hamilton and Hillcrest. Just watching the B final finish now, and it is going to be a win there for Sophie Gibson from Ashburton College over Hannah Ritchie out there in lane 7. Then we come back inside to Wellington Girls College, outside to Cambridge. Then it'll be Bethlehem College, back inside to Huanui, over on the outside to Iona College number 1, then come back down to Roncalli. That's the B final done and dusted. Let's pick up this A final. Nice close-up shot there of Nina from Kashmir High School. Then that's Emma Spittle from Waitaki. Other side of her is Allegra Leonard from Onslow. Craighead Dawson just back in the picture there. That's Nadia Vandenbosch. You'd think she'll have a bit of a sprint to go when they get further down the track, but it's been a lot of racing for some of these crews. Almost an inverted arrow as they come down. Nice start there from Ratara David from Hillcrest. Just outside of her is Madeline Cox from Hamilton Girls High School. But leading there out in lane 5 is Allegra Leonard from Onslow College. She spent a bit of time down this lake. She came down for South Island Secondary Schools and cleaned up there. So the reigning South Island champion is leading the Maadi Cup final down in the second 500 of their course. Then we go to Emma Spittle out in lane 7 would be second. Back inside to St Hilda's Collegiate in 6. Starting to move now is Charlotte Lawton from Glendowie College in lane 3. The inside of her in lane 1 would be Ratara David from Hillcrest High School. Then we come back to Madeline Cox from Hamilton Girls High School. And then it's still Nadia van der Bosch from Craighead just starting to slip off a little bit as they head down through 750 gone towards the 1K mark. Out in front there, that's Olivia Leonard from Onslow College. Then we come back to Glendowie would be second now. In third position, Waitaki Girls. Then maybe out to Kashmir in lane 8. Back inside to St Hilda's in lane 6. Very marginally ahead of Ratara David down there in lane 1. Back to lane 2, which is Hamilton Girls High School. Then we're back to Craighead Dosserson in 4. Still Onslow College in lane 5. Over St Hilda's and Glendowie in lane 3. Lane 6 starting to move there. It's Olivia Ollerenshaw from St Hilda's. So she's just alongside Emma Spittle, who's currently second. So it's still with Allegra Leonard from Onslow College by a boat length over Waitaki Girls, Emma Spittle. Then we'd still go across to Glendowie. Ratara David starting to move alongside there in lane 1. She's got a big powerful finish as Ratara, so she might be starting to wind that up now, but still second is Emma Spittle. Lane 6 and not letting go is Olivia Ollerenshaw from St Hilda's Collegiate. She's moving up alongside where the Glendowie sculler is now, so there's a bit of a line up there. We've still got Allegra Leonard as they come towards the end of the bay. Over the first 1,000 metre mark they go. So she's got a boat length at the moment, has Allegra from Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls High School. She's got a canvas over lane 6, which is St Hilda's Collegiate, and drawing right alongside each other out there in lanes 3 and 1 is Glendowie and Hillcrest. Then we come back to probably Craighead Dawson just a wee bit further back, but Allegra, she's got this lead. She's in clear water. She goes past that 1,000 metre hut. She'll be looking to maximise on this as she comes back down to the second 1,000, and she still has that lead over Waitaki Girls High School. We can see just inside of there is St Hilda's. Then it still is a real lineup. In fact, Glendowie just going back ahead of Ratara in lane 1. Then we come back into Hamilton Girls High School. Outside to Kashmir High School just starting to drop off a little bit, as is Hamilton Girls maybe now, but here comes Craighead Doss and Nadia van der Bosch starting to pick up the pace a bit. She was back a bit in the first 1,000. Now she's starting to put some work in. She's had a strong season, but she's had a lot of rowing this week. We'll see what she's got left. She's starting to push up on lane 3 and 1, which is Glendowie and Hillcrest, but it's still Allegra Leonard. Emma Spittle sitting there would be a boat length and a half back. She's got 3/4 of a boat length over St Hilda's Collegiate. Back we go to Glendowie and then Hillcrest, and just watching what is coming from Craighead Diocesan out there in lane 4, but it still sits out there with Allegra Leonard from Onslow College in lane 5 as she goes past the St Peters of Cambridge compound, starting to make their way up towards where the crowd is. They'll be looking forward for a big cheer from them. Emma Spittle hanging tough. It'll be interesting to see what Allegra's got left. Emma's just hanging off her right shoulder out there in lane number 7. And down there in lane 3, Glendowie's starting to move a little bit too. They've started to decide it's time to go. And just outside of her, Nadia van der Bosch is slowly moving her way through the field. So starting to pick back Allegra now is Emma. Emma's back over. She's lost Clearwater Allegra. She's only got 3/4 of a boat length over Emma Spittle from the Waitaki. And then it is a lineup. We've got a lineup between St Hilda's and creeping back into it, Craighead Diocesan. Then we go to Glendowie. Then we go to Hillcrest. Then we come back to Hamilton Girls High School. Then we go out to Cambridge High School. We could have a tight finish here. They're starting to reel back this lead from Allegra. She's led for most of the race so far, but with 750 metres to go, it's down to 3/4 of a boat length. What has she got left? Here comes Emma Spittle right at her, and then starting to move still there in lane 1 is Ratara David. In lane 3 is Glendowie moving along with her. Nadia van der Bosch is hanging tough there in lane 4. She's starting to creep up. She's only half a boat length behind those two scullers, and she's moves past St Hilda's Collegiate in lane 6.
So Emma Spittle still within a boat length of Allegra Lennard. Allegra looks like she's still working really hard as they come past 500 metres to go. They'll get a big roar shortly. Give them a big shout, you guys down in the crowd. These girls are working really hard at the end of a long week, and it's still Allegra Lennard in lane 5, but she's being wheeled back now by Emma Spittle in lane 7. We come across to Hillcrest, Glendowie, and just watching Craighead Dawson still in lane 4. What she got left. Then in between them, St Hilda's just starting to fall back a wee bit now, but you can see the two out there. It's Onslow College, it's Waitaki Girls, and down here in lane 1 maybe it's Ratara David, but I still think Craighead Dawson in lane 4 will have something to say. She's keep moving through the field since that 1,000 metre mark. It's still Allegra Lennard, but Waitaki Girls are starting to go up on the outside of her. We can see the fight coming from Glendowie in lane 3, from Hillcrest in lane 1. It's still Allegra Lennard out there from Onslow in lane 5. Outside we go to Emma Spittle in lane 7, and we're still looking at Nadia van den Bosch. Jesus, a tough row from her. She was well back in the first 500, but she's chewing into that bronze position. It's going to be between her and Hillcrest High School down here in lane 1. But Allegra's out there. Emma Spittle's coming at her. She's held the lead for most of the race, but Emma Spittle out there in lane 7. Is she timing her run? She's drawing up alongside Allegra Lennard. It's down, or might be a bow ball now between them, if that. She's up to rating Emma Spittle. Look at her. She's starting to move that boat. Allegra looks across to the rider and she's got to go. Down there, Olivia Otterenshaw is starting to come. From St Hilda's in lane 6 starting to fight back. But it is Nadia van den Bosch in lane 4. She's holding bronze. Ratara David down here in lane 1 fighting as well. Oh, she's all on down here. It's Allegra Lennard in lane 5. It's Emma Spittle in lane 7. Down to Craighead Dawson in lane 4. Ratara David in lane 1. Back to Glendowie in lane 3. Still fighting in there in lane 6 is St Hilda's. But look at this run that's coming through from Emma Spittle. Allegra Lennard's lifted it again. Emma's had a big crack at it, but Allegra's gone again. She'll be half a canvas in front of Waitaki. So it's Onslow, Waitaki, and here comes St Hilda's trying to run over the top of Craighead for third, but down to the line they come, and it is Allegra Lennard. What a brave row that is. She's going to win by 3/4 of a boat length over Emma Spittle from Waitaki, and in third Nadia van den Bosch. She was nowhere with 500 gone, and now the fourth is St Hilda's down to Ratara David from Hillcrest, back inside to Glendowie, over the top to Cashmere, and down we finish here in lane 2 with Hamilton Girls High School. Well done to Allegra Lennard. You led for most of the race. You held off a brave challenge from a fast finishing Emma Spittle, and what a brave run there from Nadia van den Bosch and Craighead Dawson. Just keep chewing through. You're never out of it. They've gone through in 8:55 and 40. Well done, Allegra Lennard. You've won the South Island Secondary School Champs down here. You've now won yourself a Maadi gold medal. Fantastic race up against Emma Spittle from Waitaki Girls High School, and what a tough row that is, Nadia van den Bosch to finish third. Game rowing from the rest of those girls, plenty to be proud of. They'll be able to take a break, get themselves back down to the dais and pick up those medals. And I'll just have a breath and a drink. Just confirming the placings in the girls under 16 single scull A final. First in a time of 8:55.43 Onslow College. Waitaki Girls, Craighead Diocesan, Hillcrest High School fourth. And then we've got St Hilda's Collegiate, Glendowie College, Hamilton Girls High School and Cashmere High School. Just another chance for us to acknowledge the support of the local companies that we really do value here at South Island Rowing. Twizel Painting and Waterproofing, Tricorp Enterprises, Mackenzie Building Supplies, Tonner Plumbing, Foursquare Supermarkets, and Jake's Hardware, and of course all the other local businesses that have opened their doors and done the best they can to support all the visitors that we've had, and of course Twizel Rowing, South Island Rowing rather, and the officials that we have here. Good to see the supporters that we have down there between the ropes, and we thank you very much for that cooperation. And hope you enjoy your day down there and that you get a bit of sunshine later on and you keep the water on board. Just wait for these crews to take their breath and come back to the dais, and we'll run through with the presentations for them. And then we come back to the next race at 11:28 will be the boys under 18 novice double sculls B final, followed of course by the A final. So just underway in the boys under 18 novice double sculls B final. So I'll just give you, there's just the two in there, but it's an important race for them to get through to a B final and look to finish and pick up that top 10 pins that's possibly available. In lane 4, John McGlashan College 1, Will Andrews and Henry Bowring. And in lane 5, St John's Hamilton 2, Zachary Armin Bryant and Noah Turner. So we'll watch their progress as they come down the field. We're just waiting for a few coaches to arrive so we can do the under 16 single sculls presentations. And then I will hand over to Kirsty Dunhill for her session as take you through the A final of the boys under 18 novice double sculls through until Russell Mills joins us back. So we're being short and sharp and snappy with the commentary team today and making sure we can handle these presentations in a way that would make Kay Gregory proud. Or cringe, one or the other. Please welcome the medalists for the girls under 16 single sculls. That's it, give them a big clap. It's a long way from the start down to here. That's more like it. The winner of the bronze medal in 8:58.71 in a brave row from Craighead Diocesan, Nadia van den Bosch. Coached by Dean Milne. That doesn't look like Dean, but a worthy presenter of the medal anyway. Congratulations, Nadia. In a time of 8:56.90, the winner of the silver medal from Waitaki Girls High School, Emma Spittle. Coached by Ivan Doherty, who can now award her medal. In a time of 8:55.43, the winner of the under 16 single sculls gold medal and the Mary Thomas Cup from Onslow College, Allegra Leonard. Coached by Angus Todd. Well done, Allegra. And then well done, Angus. Once again, please give a big hand for the medalists in the girls under 16 single sculls.
Okay, thanks Ian, and congratulations to all those medalists in the girls under 16 single sculls. Fabulous effort there, in particular to the young sculler from Onslow College, Allegra Leonard, and her coach Angus Todd. Well done, team. And you pick up the Mary Thomas Cup to take back to your school. Well done. Moving to the boys under 18 novice double sculls now, the B final on the track that you can see on your live stream. That's John McGlashan College out in the lead there, Will Andrews and Henry Bowering. And just over their right-hand shoulder is St John's Hamilton, Zachary Armand Bryant and Noah Turner. So the A final, I'm sure, due to kick off 11:35. So just a few minutes away yet, and I'm sure they will be getting themselves sorted into the blocks. And we will bring that down to you. A little bit of rain earlier, but it looks like it's just clearing up now as you watch that B final of the boys under 18 novice double scull coming down. They are in the third 500. And once the A final has been completed, they will be the winner will be receiving the Russell Baxter Memorial Cup. So let's see whether Wakatip can go for their third gold. They've had a great morning so far with their boys 16 quad and 17 single. And you can see in the foreground is the boys under 17 eights, I think, rowing up to the start. And that's going to be another great race that will come down at 12 p.m. So B final still being commanded by John McGlashan College out of Dunedin. Over their right hand shoulder is St John's number 2 out of Hamilton. Crew's still backing into the blocks for the A final, so we'll bring that to you soon. Boys under 18 novice double scull B final now heading down towards the last 250. That's John McGlashan on the right of your live stream there, and then over on the left in the blue and yellow, that's St John from Hamilton. So these two boats making their way down towards the finish in the B final, and the A finalists lining up in the blocks as we speak. They should be underway fairly soon. And we'll switch to that A final as soon as they are on the track. So an easy win here for John McGlashan. We'll just have a look at their time as the boys come down. They're inside that last 100, probably about 4 boat lengths clear now of St John from Hamilton. And Will and Henry coming down to the line now. All crews are currently in the blocks for the A final, the boys under 18 novice double scull. We'll go through the roll call for you, and then we will be ready to go once they come out. We have lane number 1, Burnside High School, lane number 2, Hamilton Boys High School, lane 3, St Kevin's College, lane 4, Wakatip High School, lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate, lane 6, Wakatani High School, lane 7, Marlborough Boys College, and lane 8, St John's College out of Hamilton, their number 1 crew. So let's see if Wakatip can back up these 2 golds from this morning. How is this crew going to go? Keegan Green and Xavier Small. And you would have to look either side of them to St Kevin's College, Zeke Goodsir and Cody Marshall. and St Paul's Collegiate, Sam Peoples and Charles Samph. We will see anyone in the A final, as you know, and you can just see one of the under 17 boys 8s rowing up to the start there, just down in front of the medal dice. And that would be Christ College number 2 heading up for the under 17-8 final. So we'll be underway shortly in the boys under 18 novice double scull. And then a wee break and into the boys under 17 Cox State A final, no B for that. Great to see some spectators here. We welcome you on the finals day here at the Aon Maadi Cup. We've had an amazing week here at Lake Ruataniwha, and the officials have done an incredible job to get this regatta underway. And there goes Christ College number 1 in the yellow Windpacker heading up for the boys 17-8. So there you go on your screen, sitting nice and calm and relaxed, is the boys under 18 novice double sculls A final. All 8 crews sitting nice and calm, and you can see a yellow light flashing over at the starters hut there. That signifies there's 2 minutes left to go, and they are ready to go when the starter deems it appropriate. He will go through his roll call, and all crews you'll see just starting to sit up a little bit. They'll place the blades in the water, square it up, and they'll be ready to go. So that's usually when you know that the roll call is taking place. Still looking a little bit relaxed at the moment. Just watching that Marlborough Boys College crew, that would tell me that they're not quite ready to start yet, but any moment now they'll be underway. So once you see those blades, the boys come forward and the blades go in the water, that's probably when that roll call is happening, and then we'll be underway in the A final. Yep. So St Kevin's sitting there quite calm at right now. So now you can see all the crews sitting up there. Blades are squared and buried. So I'd say we're ready to go any moment now in the A final of the boys under 18 novice double. And there we go. We've got a clean start. St Paul's Collegiate in the green boat, just over the left-hand shoulder. That's Wakatip High School with the yellow N4 as their bow number. Looks like St Kevin's have come out well, and so have lane number 6, which is Whakatane High School number 1. Going with them, Marlborough Boys College, Luke Martella and Thomas Pitts. Early strong start there from Marlborough Boys and Whakatane High School. So the boys will travel a good 200 metres. They'll be settling into that race pace, looking to lengthen out, get onto the race beat, get a really good rhythm going. And we should see that very shortly. Still quite a high stroke rate for Marlborough Boys. You can see just half a canvas behind them. The back of the picture there, that's Whakatane High School. And the stroke just had a look across at Marlborough. And there's Wakatip, who have had a great morning so far in lane 4. That yellow bow number, N4, probably pushing up into second now. Marlborough still holding that lead, but only just over Wakatip, and then back to Whakatane High School. That's your 1, 2, 3. We can still see St Paul's Collegiate in the green boat. They would be in contention as well in these very early stages of the boys under 18 novice double. So right in the foreground there, that's Marlborough Boys. Over the far side, that is Wakatip High School out of Queenstown. So Marlborough Boys, Thomas Pitts, Luke Martella. Over the back there, that is Wakatip High School's Keegan Green and Xavier Small. Now you get a close look at Whakatane High School, St Paul's Collegiate in the green boat, and over the back there, an N number 3 in the white and blue, that's St Kevin's College. Just to their left-hand shoulder is Hamilton Boys High School's Alex Cooper and Sam Gordon. And then behind them, Burnside High School in lane 1, Joel Hood and Max Wallace. So we're just heading up now. We've gone past that 500, and Wakatip High School have hit the lead here in the boys under 18 novice double scull. Sitting now in second would be lane number 7, Marlborough Boys College, and sitting in the bronze medal position now, St Paul's Collegiate have done a big push out there in lane number 5. So let's see how they come down to the 1K. We're in the second 500 now. All crews lengthened out onto their race beat. And it's Wakatip hanging on here. Marlborough Boys still sitting in second, only about a canvas behind St Paul's Collegiate. And you got a close-up look there of Wakatip High School. Picked up the 17 single and the boys 16 quad earlier. Can they make it 3 from 3 here? Boys under 18 novice double. These boys might be aware of how their team went this morning, so that will spur them on, I'm sure. And this, you're getting a close look. 37 rating on these young boys from Wakatip. Keegan Green and Xavier Small, coached by John Morrison. Done a great job with his team. That's St. Paul's Collegiate, the Bumblebees over there in lane 5 in the green boat. Sam Peoples and Charles Samph trying to push themselves into that silver medal. Then we come over to lane number 7. You've got Marlborough Boys College, Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella. Both these crews now a couple of lengths back on Wakatip. Wakatip have taken off and they are through the 1K. Silver still sitting marginally only by a bell ball with Marlborough Boys College. St. Paul's Collegiate piling all sorts of pressure on Marlborough Boys. That's your silver and bronze at the moment with St. Kevin's in lane number 3 sitting in 4th place. They would have just on a length down on St. Paul's Collegiate, so it's not out of the picture for St. Kevin's. And Hamilton Boys High School trying to hold on to St. Kevin's down there in lane number 2. That's a close-up picture there in the background on the green boat, St. Paul's Collegiate. Just in the front here is Marlborough Boys College, who have been holding on to that silver most of the way, but St. Paul's now trying to put them under pressure, and here comes St. Kevin's. So lots of moves happening in the third 500 of the boys under 18 novice double. Wakatip High School have taken off. They want their third gold for the morning, and this is a great race developing for silver and bronze at the moment. Marlborough Boys trying to hang on over St. Paul's Collegiate, and over in the background there, N3, that is St. Kevin's from the South Island, trying to push themselves into medal contention. So Marlborough Boys currently in silver, St. Paul's Collegiate in bronze, and here comes St. Kevin's pushing up on St. Paul's Collegiate, and all the while 2.5 boat lengths, and pushing out further is Wakatip High School out of Queenstown. They are chasing their third gold medal. The school here in number 4. That's a close-up look at the champions at the moment who are heading for gold, and that is Wakatip High School. I think they're 10th space down at the start, so I hope they've got live stream or some sort of commentary going so they know how these boys are doing. These guys currently racing for the Russell Baxter Memorial Cup and a gold medal around their neck. That is Wakatip High School. What a fantastic event they're having here at the 2022 Aon Maadi Cup. Wakatip High School out of Queenstown. Here we go, still silver place sitting with Marlborough. Here comes St. Kevin's. St. Kevin's fighting for a bronze over St. Paul's Collegiate. St. Paul's Collegiate still sitting in that bronze medal position, half a length down on Marlborough Boys. And St. Kevin's pushing, trying to get up over the top of St. Paul's Collegiate. Here come the crew inside of Marlborough Boys, that's Whakatane High School. They're all trying to close up on the bronze medal. Here goes St. Kevin's now. St. Kevin's trying to push for bronze. St. Paul's Collegiate not reacting yet, and it's St. Kevin's trying to push into bronze. They've done it. St. Kevin's have gone to the bronze medal ahead of St. Paul's Collegiate. Let's see how they do come down into that last 250. Gold medal still sitting with Wakatip High School out of Queenstown. Then we've got the silver with Marlborough Boys and the bronze with St. Kevin's and St. Paul's locked together. St. Kevin's now with a bell ball over St. Paul's Collegiate, and St. Paul's now watching lane number 6 come at them, and that's Whakatane High School. So let's watch as they come down towards the finish. Wakatip looking for their third gold medal here at the Aon Maadi Cup, and we haven't even hit midday yet. And down they come to 250 to go. Great sculling race here from Keegan Green and Xavier Small. I think John Morrison should just park a seat down here by the finish line and just stay here for the afternoon. And Wakatip now coming down to the 100. They go through nearly 2.5 lengths clear of the boys out there in lane 7, which is Marlborough Boys College, Thomas and Luke. But it is going to be Wakatip High School. Wakatip's going to take a great gold medal here again for the 3rd time this morning. Silver medal now looking pretty clear for Marlborough Boys out there in lane 7. And now we're looking for this bronze medal. Looks like Whakatane have taken off ahead of St. Kevin's and St. Paul's. Who's going to get this bronze medal on the line? That's where the race is going to be. Congratulations, Wakatip. 3rd gold medal for you. Well done, boys. Marlborough Boys pick up silver. And let's watch that finish. I think it's going to be Whakatane on the line ahead of St. Kevin's. So just awaiting the medal presentation for the boys under 18 novice double scull, and then we're straight up for the A final, the boys under 17 Cox Date. No B final in the 8, so the 8s will be backing into the blocks shortly. But we will try to bring you the medal presentation before the 8 gets underway. Please welcome onto the dais the medalists of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Just waiting for the last minute coach to come running up. Come on, Graham. In third place, receiving their bronze medal, congratulations, in a time of 7:27.92, Whakatane High School, number 1. Indy English and Christian Nell, coached by Graham Watt. So Graham, if you do the honours for your boys. And boys, if you present Graham with his medal, or one of you can take it. Congratulations to Whakatane High School, bronze medalists in the boys under 18 novice double scull. The silver medal in a time of 7:24.73. Congratulations to Marlborough Boys College, number 1. Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella, coached by Matt Straker and John Robinson. Congratulations, silver medalist Marlborough Boys College, number 1. And our New Zealand champions for 2022 in the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Congratulations to Wakatip High School, number 1. A time of 7:16.95. Congratulations to Keegan Green, Xavier Small and John Morrison. Not only do these gentlemen pick up their gold medal, they are also the recipients of the Russell Baxter Memorial Cup. Congratulations, Wakatip High School, New Zealand champions in the boys under 18 novice double scull. So before we go to the boys under 17-8, final congratulations to Wakatip High School, Marlborough Boys College and Whakatane High School, our medalists in the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Congratulations also to your coaches. So we've got a couple of minutes to go, about 2 or 3 minutes before the boys under 17 Cox State starts. So we'll go through the roll call for you. We have lane number 1, Christ College number 2. Lane 2 is St Andrews College number 1 out of Christchurch. Lane 3, Christ College out of Christchurch. Lane 4, St Bede's College out of Christchurch. Lane 5, we have a North Island team, Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 6, Auckland Grammar. Lane 7, Westlake Boys, and Lane 8, Shirley Boys out of Christchurch. That's the lineup of the 8 crews there on your screen for the boys under 17 Cox State A final. Remember, we have had heats and we've had a repechage for this event, so you would be probably looking at 3, 4, 5 and 6. And let's see how this pans out for the boys 17-8. Is it going to go north or is it going to go south? We'll find out very shortly. Quite a few of these boys also featuring in the 4s and the actual Maadi Cup event tomorrow afternoon, the Maadi Cup under 18-8. All crews are in the starting blocks and we should be underway very shortly in what will be a very fast race on flat conditions here. No rain anymore on Lake Ruataniwha, and I'm sure we'll have some nervous coaches out there waiting for the start of this boys 17-8, which will be underway very shortly. So we have the 2-minute light flashing up there at the start for the boys under 17 Cox State. All crews sitting up at the catch ready to go. So we'll be underway any moment now on this boys under 17-8. Roll call taking place. The winner of this event will be receiving not only a gold medal but the Arthur Andrew Memorial Shield. Says on our program here, current title holders Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys are in the A final and they are in lane number 5. So let's see how this goes. You can see on your live stream, you can see the starters tower up there and the light flashing, which signifies they are due to go very shortly. And if you've got really good eyesight, you might be able to see behind the 8's a red light and then a green light, and out they'll come. Away, we have a start in the boys under 17 Cox State here at the 2022 Aon Maadi Cup. Everyone away cleanly. Just having a quick look at Hamilton Boys High School now, right in the centre of your screen. They've come away 43 on the rating. 2 inside of them is Christ College number 1. Oh, we've had a false start. It's a false start in the boys 8. They've all stopped. Oh, it's just starting to climb into that, and the boys under 17-8 have all come to a screeching halt. So there's going to be a delay here. They have had a false start in the under 17-8. All crews have come to a stop. Nervous wait for coaches out there. These crews are all starting to back down and turn around. I can definitely tell you the two that popped out early was Hamilton Boys and Christ College, but it's not going to count now because they're going to have to row back into the blocks. I think I know who the false start went to, but can't quite tell you at the moment till we have that confirmed. All crews heading back, so we'll see what they do here. So we'll just await these 17-8s to go into the blocks. It was a false start. I can't comment on which lane it was. And we will be underway fairly shortly. I can confirm it was from the middle there, but you can work out who the middle was. Right, that was pretty quick. They've got those 17-8s lined up, the lights flashing, and we should be away very, very shortly in the under 17-8. And you might see a fraction of a slower start from one of those lanes if if they're being a bit more cautious on this one. But we'll be underway shortly. Lights flashing. They're not going to muck around. They'll do a roll call and get these boys out of there. And I might wait another 20-30 seconds just to make sure that no one's going to false start this one. So let's see how it goes. Okay, we're away again. Round number 2 in the boys under 17 Cock State. And I'm just going to wait a second to make sure they keep going. Far out, Hamilton Boys out pretty clean. They've gone out at 46 this time. Right in beside them, Christ College. I'd say St Bede's in the middle, just 1 or 2 seats back on both of them at the moment. Christ College flown out with Boys High from up north. And I'm watching Christ College here. Their rating was slightly lower than Hamilton Boys, but they've all gone out nice and clean. And this is the boys under 17 Cox State A final. All crews on the track. There's no false start now. We are underway in the big boys 8 here. And it is Christ College at the moment that I'd be watching with, they don't actually look like they've settled too quickly. They are still flying. Hamilton Boys have settled down. St. Bede's have settled. Who's inside of Christ College? That's St. Andrews. They look like they've lengthened out. And I think Christ College just starting to lengthen now. So down we come. These guys will be pretty quick on the course here today. Boys under 17-8, St. Bede's just starting to move now, pulling up alongside Christ College. I'd have Hamilton Boys in third place at the moment. And the big move coming from from St. Bede's College. St. Bede's out there in lane number 4. And just to our left on the video screen is Christ College with the black oars there and the white tops. They're in lane number 3. Lead, I would say, still sitting with Christ College. Hamilton Boys right up alongside St. Bede's. Down they come. They're already in that second 500. Just inside of them, St. Andrews College tracking well. And then we go out to Auckland Grammar, Westlake Boys and Shirley Boys. And Christ College number 2 doing quite well down here in lane number 1 for a number 2 crew. Back down we come, heading down towards the 1K. These guys will be moving pretty quick in the mid to high 30s on their rating. St. Bede's now doing a move on Christ College. The Christ College coxswain's going to have to earn his stripes here as he comes down to the 1K because St. Bede's are moving. I'd still have Hamilton Boys and St. Andrews fighting it out for the bronze at the moment as we move down towards the end of that second 500. The best start of round number 2 out of the blocks was definitely Christ College. They had the best start. Hamilton Boys in the first start was pretty fast, but Christ College shot out of the blocks pretty quickly here in the boys under 17-8. Just starting to see St. Bede's finding their legs now. They're trying to, I think they got a bit stunned by that Christ College start, and St. Bede's may have quite a big move that they're going to put through that 1K. So it's a 1 length lead there. You can see to Christ College out of Christchurch. Then you've got St. Bede's, you've got St. Andrews and Hamilton Boys High School. Down we come into the third 500. Boys under 17 Cox State flying down towards the all-important sprint for the finish. And here goes St. Bede's now. St. Bede's trying to pile on the pressure, trying to put the impacker from Christ College under pressure here. And St. Bede's have taken off. They've put in a massive move through that 1K. And it's St. Bede's moving fast out there in lane number 4, trying to go with them, Hamilton Boys High School, and it looks like Christ College might be under some pressure here for that gold. I think St. Bede's have gone, trying to go with them, Hamilton Boys. Westlake doing a move over Auckland Grammar on the outside there. They've put in a few big strokes as well, and I think performing really well is Christ College number 2 down on the inside. We are looking for silver and bronze at the moment because St. Bede's are going really well out in lane number 4. Great move from Max Walsh, the coxswain. He has taken off out there in lane number 4. That was a really emphatic move he put through, probably about the 1100. He took off and he's left Christ College behind. Christ College had a fantastic first 1,000, but St. Bede's have covered them. And we're now looking for silver and bronze because St. Bede's starting to roll away here with the under 17-8. What have Christ College got left as Hamilton Boys start the charge? Down we come into the last 500, and it's St. Bede's out of Christchurch holding on to the gold for the boys under 17-8. Are they going to take the trophy back to Christchurch? Arthur Andrew Memorial Shield, is it going back to Christchurch? Now we see Hamilton Boys climbing over Christ College for silver. Down we come to the last 500. It's St. Bede's. St. Bede's starting to wind up for the finish. St. Bede's College, Hamilton Boys, Christ College. Christ College number 2 charging after their number 1 crew. Out to Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar, St. Andrews College, and over the outside to Shirley Boys. St. Bede's, the red tops are on their way to a gold medal. Here come Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton have taken the rating up. They've got overlap here. They're chasing St. Bede's down to the line. It is St. Bede's. It's then Hamilton Boys High School and Christ College in bronze. Down we come to the 100. St. Bede's on their way to a gold medal, and the boys under 17 Cox State. Hamilton Boys fighting hard. I don't think they're going to close the gap in time. I think there's 100 coming up. Now, Hamilton Boys through now. It's half a length to St. Bede's. They're going to take out the boys under 17 Cox State, and an amazing 500 from St. Bede's out of Christchurch. Hamilton Boys will pick up the silver medal and a length and a half back to Christ College for bronze. Congratulations, St. Bede's. Gold medalists in the boys under 17-8, 2022.
Just while we wait for the medalists of that 8 to come to us, I've just been handed a piece of information which will be very helpful for those of you that drove here as visitors and are in the visitors zone. When you are leaving the complex, please, please, please put your seatbelt on, because if you do, the boys in blue that are waiting outside the complex will have to put their ticket book away. They've had it out this morning and have caught a number of people leaving the complex without their seatbelts on. So if you are leaving the complex, please put your seatbelts on.
The spectators down there, we certainly welcome you along, but we have had the problem earlier on this morning where one or two were going out of their bubble. Please make sure you stay in your bubble of spectators. Apparently anyone caught outside the bubble will be asked to leave the course. We appreciate you being here, and it's taken a big effort to try and get you here. Don't ruin it, just keep yourself happy.
So please welcome to the dais the medalists in the boys under 17 Cock State. Come on. Congratulations to all medalists here in the boys under 17 Cock State, starting with third and bronze medal position in a time of 6:13.33. Christ College number 1. So if the coach or any coach can start presenting these medals. Charlie Delling, Alex Spate, Charles Beale, Max Harris, Charlie Poulter, Fergus Johnston, Oscar Todd Hunter, George Cochrane, Coxon Henry Keane, and congratulations to the coaches Malcolm McIntyre, Will Satch and Tony O'Connor. Keep moving along here. We've got an A final lining up. We're going to go to our silver medalists in a time of 6:07.13. Hamilton Boys High School number 1. Dylan McConnell. Off you go, Bruce. Medals out. Jono O'Brien, Jameel Khan, Matthew Legale, sorry if I'm not saying that right, Matthew. Dylan Worthington, Tyrone Urbancic, William Milne and Josh Syme, Coxon Cameron Natter, coaches Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden. And the New Zealand champions for 2022 in the boys under 17 Cox State in a time of 6:05.70, St. Bede's College number 1. Luke McBridie, Sam Earle, Matthew Glenn, Thomas Woodgate, Luke Hickling, Jack Dennehy Coles, Sam Woodgate, Josh Hammer, Cox and Max Walsh, and congratulations Dale Marr. This crew not only picking up a gold medal, they will also receive the Arthur Andrew Memorial Shield. So coach, when you finish, pick up the shield. Congratulations to our medalists in the boys under 17 Cox State for 2022, Christ College, Hamilton Boys High School, and our New Zealand champions, St. Bede's College.
No, I understand, Peter. It's just
Deal it to me. Deal it to me. I'll deal it. Take the pressure off. Pass the buck.
yeah. You good?
Another fine regatta again, I see.
Yeah, see
You too. No, very cool. Very cool.
Well, thanks, Kirsty. And we, sorry, just having a change over here. We just see as they go through the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Skull B final. And it looks to be like the crew on the far side showing the gold caps. We're just getting ourselves organised. Goes through from lane number 7, which is Queen Margaret. So Queen Margaret take out the B final from, it looks like Dyerson, Pukikawi, Cromwell, and the rest of the crew. Okay, sorry for that coming off here. We're just having a change over there. Welcome along, everybody, especially the spectators of the 1800. Don't forget, play by the rules down there, guys, and we should all be able to get through the regatta okay. Brilliant racing out there for anyone that needs to know the information. There are 1,400 competitors here at Aon Maadi Cup 2022 this year, and there is also 97 schools competing. So congratulations to all those schools that have been on the dais so far. Congratulations to all the ones that haven't been on the dais. Congratulations to the ones that never made it through to the finals. Blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. Okay, the A final race 360 of the program. It's due to go out of the Eastern Blocks, the 2,000 metres at 12:25. They are right on time. Craighead Dyerson in 1, Tiger Girls in 2, Columba College in 3, St Andrews in 4, Wakatup in 5, Glendowie in 6, Cambridge in 7, and St Peter's out there in lane number 8. We've seen some absolute brilliant racing here at the Aon Maadi Cup 2022 Rowing Nationals, and we're seeing a very close race as they head. They're in that second 500. The next peg they get will be the 1,000 metre peg, and they will be ripping through this course like the times have been all day today, and absolutely nothing separating the whole 8 crews that have gone to the start in this, the final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We're going to see some real fireworks in this second 1,000, that's for sure. There's absolutely nothing separating them. There's a great row coming from one of the sleeper lanes down on the inside, which is lane number 2, which is Otago Girls. They look to be well in the hunt for the first 3 as well. They're bringing with them the crew from Craighead on their left-hand shoulder. Now we go into the fast lanes. Nothing. Moved off a little bit. A half a length back is St Peter's. Cambridge from 7. Glendowie in 6 and Wakatip in 5. There's absolutely nothing separating those crews. Brilliant rowing conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country, guys. This is the lake of the two monsters, and we haven't seen them all season. They've been locked to the bottom of the dam. They're not there. We see the gold in the middle of the course. 4 in from that's Wakatip. Phoebe and Olivia and Neve and Erskine there, and of course we've got Emily. I'm sure it's Emily Howick. Yeah, it's Emily Howick and John Morrison, who has had such a good regatta so far here, the Wakatip Rowing Club and Wakatip High School. That's the crew that looks like they have an advantage of about 3/4 of a length on their right shoulder. Glendowie on their right shoulder, and on their left shoulder they've got St Andrews. They're the 3 fast lanes in the middle. From Glendowie we go a length and a half back to Cambridge. Cambridge in turn's got a couple of lengths on St Peter's, and down the inside we have Otago Girls, which is ahead of Craighead and Columba College out of lane number 3. Here's St Andrews. St Andrews going to try and put a challenge into Wakatip. Gosh, the Wakatip colours are showing out exceptionally well so far in the morning session of rowing. The yellow boat do all their training on Lake Hayes in the Lakes District there. Take rowers from Arrowtown, Queenstown. So it's Wakatip. Let's just give the little coxswain. That's Emily, the top coxswain. Young Emily's in the coxswain seat for Wakatip with this gun crew of Wakatips. On the right shoulder, they've still got a length and a quarter advantage. I think getting a little closer to them is St Andrews. St Andrews would only be a length and a quarter down, and then they in turn have got a length over Glendowie. They're the first 3 as we head inside the last 500 metres. Glendowie getting under a little bit of pressure from Cambridge. St Peter's another 3 lengths back from there. St Peter's locked up with Columba College, but Otago Girls are ahead of Columba College. Oh, come on, Otago Girls off the harbour in Dunedin. Come on, Mike. We've got a chance of being on the dais here, Mike and Tom. They need to come home. They need to start cranking now. Don't wait till the yellow boys crank now. Wakatip's under pressure now from St Andrews. Wakatip, St Andrews on their left-hand shoulder. Glendowie on their right-hand shoulder. Otago Girls trying to get up into the medals as well. Also on the right shoulder, Glendowie, and Cambridge trying to go at Glendowie. It's Wakatip into the yellow boys. Wakatip goes now. They're going to take the title. They're going to take the gold medal. It's who's going to take the rest. St Andrews in second, and Otago Girls still coming on the inside. Otago Girls right down on the inside going for third over Glendowie. They're up alongside Glendowie now. Glendowie's under pressure from Cambridge. Then we go back to St Peter's. We go down to Craighead and Columba. Down inside the 100-metre buoy line they go. Oh, look at Wakatip go. They're looking so powerful as they head down. They're a length clear now. St Andrews can't hang on to them. They're going ahead with each one. They'll need a parachute to stop themselves from hitting the big concrete dam up the western end of the lake. It's down to 3/4 of a length now. Oh, Otago Girls are just going to miss out. It's Glendowie that's going to take the bronze. Oh, the golden title goes to another one to Wakatip. 3rd gold medal this morning. St Andrews took the silver and Glendowie took the bronze, and I think Otago Girls, who really looked like they were going to be in the hunt, have gone through in 7:12. Boy, the times are quick today. 7:12. That's great racing. Great racing from the girls under 17. Gosh, these crews are just going to the front and just hanging on, that's for sure. Yeah, he got the 3rd. I think pretty sure of it. By gosh, the times are being very swift this morning, everybody. Don't forget, if you pack it in, pack it out. I think you'll find that down there with the spectators also you've got Erin there with a coffee. You got Steve there with his Mr. Whippies, of course, and support them. And I think you've got a couple of other food outfits there as well. Okay, we can give you the official. Oh, I tell you what, Wakatip has won it. They've gone through in 7:24. Second was St Andrews, and third was Otago. Otago got it over Glendowie. And I tell you what, it was 7:28.37 for Otago, and it was 7:28.54 for Glendowie. So Glendowie just missed out, and I think it's the first medal for Otago girls in 21 years. So congratulations, Mike and Tom. What a brilliant job you've done with the girls. Yep. Mike Goldsmith and Matt Thomas. First medal for Otago girls in 21 years. And I tell you what, there was only split seconds in it. It almost looked like it was Glendowie from here, and a split second to Otago. The water conditions absolutely brilliant, like they've been all week now. The spectators across the other side on the terrace, not as many as what we had yesterday. They must be all the way back to work. Don't forget again that message down there, play by the rules. The ones down there at the spectators, support the food outfits that are there. And anyone else that's in their bubbles, just remember you're not allowed to jump over a fence. You must keep in your bubbles. You are only allowed the coaches or the people that are holding the boats and presenting the medals to go out of their bubble. And your regatta moves on to 361, the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. It's the B final. We've got Burnside in 1, St John's Hamilton in 2, Auckland Grammar in 3, Wellington College in 4, Otago boys in 5, St Kentigern's College in 6, Tauranga boys in 7, and Christ College in lane number 8. We will come on air the minute we can get a view of that race.
Let's welcome the winners of the medals in the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. In a time of 7:28.37, the winners of the bronze medal, the first Māori medal for this school for 21 years, Otago Girls High School. Sophie Orchiston, Maggie Hepburn, Isla Merriman, Harriet Thompson, Cox by Emily Esplin, and Mike Goldsmith, Matt Thompson, the coach, can hand those medals out with pride. What a fantastic effort. Well done, girls. In a time of 7:26.45, the winners of the silver medal, St Andrews College 1. Sophie McNee, Amy Hughes, Freddie Todd Hunter, stroke Georgia Thompson, Cox by Isabel Forsey, coaches Michaela Turfus and Rachel Williams. And our champions in the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls in a time of Wakatipu High School. Phoebe Kavanagh, Olivia Key, Neve Bates, stroked by Keely Erskine, Cox by Emily Howick, and coached by John Morrison. It is, and right now it's the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations, girls.
Well done, Mike. You beauty. Michaela, well done, buddy.
The medalists in the girls under 17 Cox quad.
Right, your program goes on to the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. The elite class again, race 361. It's the B final. Burnside, St John's from Hamilton, Auckland Grammar, Wellington College, Otago boys, St Kentigern's College, Tauranga boys, and Christ College. They've most likely travelled about 600 metres, and I think we'll see that not a great deal separating the full field. It looks like becoming 3 in from the inside. Looks like Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar look to be in front of the B final of the under 18s. These guys will go through in the A final fairly quickly, I would imagine. This is the top class at school level. Of course, all the guns are out there. Nothing separating those outside crews, which is Christ College, Tauranga, St Kentigern's and Otago boys all together. Wellington and Grammar in the middle. They're the two crews. It's 3 in from the inside and 4 in from the inside. So it looks like 4 in from the inside. It's Wellington. Wellington with Otago boys alongside them. So Wellington, of course, is Freddie and Taya for Wellington, and Otago boys is Alex and Thomas. They're the two crews in the middle of the course here in the B final. Just in case you've been asleep on the bankman, you don't know where you are here at Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie country, close to Twizel, and you're at the Aon Maadi Cup 2022 Rowing Nationals, which is well underway, down to the last 2 days of rowing after 1,400 competitors and 97 schools, and an awful lot of those competitors had a lot of racing that's been going on throughout the week on absolute brilliant water conditions. Still nothing separating those three outside crews. We're looking at most likely St Kennigan's just moved away from the two outside crews, Tauranga and Christ College. Otago boys are right alongside them, but it's definitely the Wellington College crew that's in front of the rest of the field. We know there hasn't been a lot of training done with the North Island crews. There's been a great season down here with South Island. They've been able to row every regatta on brilliant water conditions like this, every regatta. They haven't had any hold-ups, but I'll tell you what, the North Island crews have been very, very competitive here at this Maadi Cup program. So Wellington out in front in this the B final. Targa boys on their right hand shoulder, left hand shoulder. They have got Auckland Grammar. Targa boys back off the pace a little bit, and then we go from a Targa boys another length back to St Kennigan's. Couple of lengths back to Tauranga. Christ College is ahead of Tauranga on the far side, and all these crews, not a great deal of difference back from all these crews. Then we come back down to the inside. We go to St John's of Hamilton and Burnside, only a length away from them as well. So Wellington out in front, just sitting nice and tidy. I'm going to get a clock on them for you just to see what they're actually doing for the B final. Oh, nice rating. They're on 35. They're sitting on 35. They're just over a tick over 35. They're sitting along very nicely as they hit these good conditions. A nice level crew. Nobody's looking out of that boat as they head down towards the buzzer. By gosh, yes, you could put one of those spirit levels across the top of their heads, and the bubble would be right in between the two bar lines, just like this boat is right in between the two buoy lines. So the coxswain doing a pretty good job with this Wellington crew. That's Lockie Wall doing a great job for Wellington on their left hand shoulder, but about 2.5 lengths down is Auckland Grammar. They're up into second, and then there's that crew right out the far side, Christ College. I think Christ College have got just a very little advantage to the crew from Otago boys. Nothing between those two as they go into the yellow boys. So it's Wellington. And then we go from Otago boys. We go on the left shoulder, but about 2 lengths back. This is St Kentigans. Then Tauranga. And then down the inside to the two on the inside, St John's and Burnside. So Wellington, through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Auckland Grammar go through now as well. Then we go, it looked like it was going to be Christ College, but it's on the right-hand side of the leader, which is Otago boys. Clearly will go through now. And then across the far side, Christ College. They'll go down towards the buzzer. Wellington's taken out the B final in the top 10 of the country. Oh, the body language tells me they were working pretty hard too, as they should have been. Auckland Grammar takes the second buzzer. Targa boys the third. Christ College takes the fourth buzzer. And then we go to St Kent's down the inside to St John's, Burnside and Tauranga. The A final is due to go at 12:50, so they should be in the starting blocks, which they are. We have St Peter's in lane 1, Marlborough boys in 2, Timaru boys in 3, St Peter's, that's St Peter's College in 4, St Paul's Collegiate in 5, Hauraki Plains in 6, John McGlashan in 7, and Cashmere in 8. And there's your field. The boys under 18, I wouldn't hazard a guess to what time they'll go through in. They'll go under 7 minutes, that's for sure. They'll be around the 6. We can give you the time of the B final, 6:47. The A final will go through in 6:39. The starting team doing a brig. The only held up they've had here for Maadi Cup 2022 has been the fog, which was semi-final day yesterday. They were an hour and a half late. They got away, but the fog came in, and then they lost an hour and a half of racing. The water conditions were good. It's just they couldn't see past their nose. They've let them go out of the blocks, as we always say, at around 38, 39, 40. Some crews have got very quick hands, can go to 31. Nice upright, nice short on the slide. And nothing breaking the line at this stage. It looks like it's coming from Hauraki Plains. Gone and put a couple of feet. Hauraki Plains on St. Paul's Collegiate. And then, of course, on the right-hand side of them was John McGlashan. And then we come right down the inside to Kashmir on the outside. It's in that middle of the course. It's Hauraki Plains. Oh, now the Hauraki Plains, I think, have had their lead taken off them already from St. Paul's Collegiate, who have gone and put a couple of feet on Hauraki Plains. On the opposite left-hand side of them, St. Peter's are about a canvas away from the leading crew, St. Paul's. St. Paul's have come out of Hamilton, I think, do a lot of their training on Karapiro. In fact, if not all of their playing out there. Les Varney country it is up there. Then we go from there, we go to St. Peter's, we go Timaru boys. Don't leave out Timaru boys and Marlborough boys. Timaru boys just back a wee bit. Marlborough's ahead of them. Marlborough's moved up into third place. Marlborough on the inside. And, of course, Kashmir is just back off the pace, and hanging on to it is John McGlashan. They're only a half a length off the leader through the first 500. It's St. Paul's. Then it is Hauraki Plains. Then it is 2, which is Marlborough boys. They're the first 3. Then it is 4, which is St. Peter's that have gone through the 500. So it looks like nice tight racing inside that first 500. There's a long way to go. We're getting brilliant shots to live streaming. If you're looking on live streaming at the Aon Maadi Cup 2022, welcome along to the live streaming. We hope that you enjoy the racing, and I hope you're screaming out at your TV set or your computer set to watch the grand racing that's going on in these brilliant water conditions here on the lake. Oh, they've just opened up that gap by a good half a length now. Marlborough's the one that's only a half a length down off them. So it is Hauraki Plains. Oh, it could be 4 inside. It might be St. Paul's. Can't see it. St. Paul's. It's St. Paul's over Marlborough. Good clean shot of St. Paul's as they head down towards the 1,000-metre peg in St. Paul's. None of them big, strong lads. Again, you could put a spirit level across the top of their heads. They look to be just using the water as a leverage. They're picking the water up and pushing the boat past the leverage point. Marlborough boys again doing it nice and easy. Little bit more grunt for that last 1,000 metres. Marlborough's getting a little bit of pressure put on them from the crew from St. Peter's. St. Peter's are up within a canvas of Marlborough. Now they go through the 1,000-metre pegs, and it is St. Paul's Collegiate under the guidance of George McIntosh. George McIntosh in the coxswain seat. And I tell you what, he's got that boat right smack bang in the middle of that buoy line. Through the 1,000-metre peg they go. St. Paul's Collegiate. Marlborough boys have been picked up now just about from out here. Is lane number 6, which is Hauraki Plains. They went out nice and quickly, and I can just see a little bit of movement coming from that lane 4. St. Peter's. St. Peter's looks as if they want to get into it too now. They're up within a couple of feet of Marlborough. There's a line-up as they go through with 800 metres to go. In behind the leaders, it's Marlborough, St. Peter's. I can't see Timaru. They're just back off the pace a little bit. But we also have Hauraki Plains. We also have Johnny McGlashan there as well. All from Dunedin, Johnny McGlashan, Hauraki Plains in the middle of the course. St. Paul's Collegiate, that's the crew that said goodbye to the rest of the field. But I tell you what, who's going to take the silver and who's going to take the bronze? You can have a good guess. You can see it square down there at the 600-metre mark. Get them behind them as they come through that crowd down there at the 250, 300. You're always there. Make sure you stay in your bubbles, guys, until... Tell you what, they're only chasing one crew here. This is the under-18s. So Kirsty will be out there taking a look at these guys, that's for sure. St. Paul's, let's see who's doing the coaching of them from there. There's Martin and Bruce. Well done, guys. You've got a good crew going along there. They've still got that lead. It's on their left-hand shoulder. It's St. Peter's. They were one of the big movers. They've moved up within about a length now of the leading crew, and they've clearly gone into second place, but they're under siege. And that's for sure. They're under siege on the right-hand side of the leader, which is Hauraki Plains and John McGlashan. Right out there in lane number 7 as well as... That's Hauraki Plains is under pressure from Johnny McGlashan. And then we come down here to Marlborough. Marlborough was second. All the pressure was coming on them. I think Marlborough's got some real pressure on them now. From 4 out, which is St. Peter's. Nothing between St. Peter's and Marlborough. And in between the two now we see the colours of Timaru starting to go as well. Leave the leaders in front. St. Paul's Collegiate, they're in front. They're all coming at you, St. Paul's. Have they got a big enough lead? Left on St. Peter's, Marlborough. Oh, look at Timaru. Timaru are coming up on Marlborough. They're coming into the picture now, Timaru. They sat back for the first 1,000, but they're starting to bring it home now. And right across the far side, John McGlashan. You got to crank it up, Timaru. Timaru, you got to come up one more. Look at the Timaru crew go down there. They come up alongside Marlborough. It's St. Paul's, Marlborough, St. Peter's, St. Paul's. And across the far side, Johnny McGlashan. St. Paul's, can they hang on? 100 metres to go. St. Peter's coming at them. Timaru coming at McGlashan. McGlashan hanging on to the bronze. They're coming at them. Hauraki Plains trying to come back into it. And also down here, Marlborough boys. St. Peter's are coming at St. Paul's, St. Peter's coming at St. Paul's, St. Peter's. St. Paul's have taken the title, 2 feet. Johnny McGlashan's got the bronze and everything rushing in behind them. Hauraki Plains, Marlborough, Timaru. Wow, what a row from Timaru. They came from well back at the 1,000. Wowee, now let's see what they've gone through in 32, 6:32. Oh, Millsy, you're 7 seconds out. That is an exceptionally good time. Martin and Bruce, congratulations. What a fine looking crew. After they went through the first 500, they just moved away from them. All the racing was done in behind it. There was some big pushes coming. St. Peter's, Timaru, Hauraki Plains, John McGlashan slipped off to about 4th at one stage, came through as well. Congratulations to all crews. Great racing, guys. Right, we've got the official results for you now. It's St. Paul's. St. Paul's have taken the gold medal in the title in 6:32. 0.46 of a second back is the crew from St. Peter's. Then we went John McGlashan, Hauraki Plains, Timaru, Marlborough, St. Peter's and Cashmere. And if anyone was confused about the two lots of St. Peter's, one was St. Peter's and the other one was St. Peter's College. The program moves on to 3:63. The girls under 18 coxless pairs. That's why Kirsty's out there to look at them, even in the B final. Mount Albert Grammar 2, Nelson College for girls, St. Kevin's, Wanganui Collegiate and St. Peter's number 2 crew. We come on air the minute we can pick them up. Don't forget the facilities, people. Use the facilities down there. See Aaron if there's some coffee. Go and see Steve. Steve, I hope you're enjoying Maadi Cup down there. Steve's a big stalwart of South Island rowing, of course. Good to have you back on course, along with the pitted bread, and I think there's another coffee van down there as well. Please remember to stay in your bubble, though. Please do not jump over any ropes. You are not allowed down this end of the course. You have got to stay there. You can't move up to the 1,000 metre peg like normal. And if you're packing your lunch in, we'd appreciate it if you took your rubbish out, pack it in, pack it out. And don't forget the sponsors. Ian's been calling the sponsors all day today, and it's good to be able to have sponsors to keep up with it, of course. New Zealand Defence Force, Queenstown Resort College, the University of Otago, Lincoln University, Lazaro Boats, SL Racing, of course, Simply Heat in Christchurch, and of course there's the locals of Twizel Painting and Paper Proofing. Oh, I think I know the guy that runs that. Tricorp Enterprises, of course, Mackenzie Building Supplies, Toner Plumbing, and Foursquare Supermarket. You all go there, and Jack's, of course. We appreciate your support. Without your support, it's like the volunteers. You like the volunteers. Without your support, the regatta wouldn't be run. It's the same with the volunteers. So we hope that your rowers are appreciating everything that's being done, that you can run a healthy and safe 2022 Secondary School Rowing Championships.
Please welcome the medalists for the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. The bronze medalists in third place in a time of 6:35.37, John McGlashan College. Oliver Hamilton, Finn Allison, Matthew O'Meara, Mark Smith and the coxswain Aidan Zebb, coached by Dylan Davis and Lauren Gibb. In second place, and the winners of the silver medal in a time of 6:33.06, St Peter's College. Tom Leon Brown, Shay Reid, Owain Lee, stroked by Xavier Simpkins, Cox Benjamin Howard, coaches Sam Jackson and Harry Malloy. And in first place, our champions in a time of 6:32.60, St Paul's Collegiate School 1. Connor Irving, Levi Davidson, Logan Spencer and Riley Wills the stroke, coxed by George McIntosh. Coaches are Martin Simonsilli and Bruce Jones. So not only are they our gold medalists, St Paul's Collegiate take away the Leslie J. Saywood Challenge Cup as well for winning the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. So another round of applause please for our medalists in the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls.
Right, 3:63 is the girls under 18 Coxless pair. It's a B final due to go out at 8 minutes past 1. They have let them go from the 2,000 metre blocks. Mount Albert Grammar 2, Nelson College for girls, St Kevin's, Wanganui Collegiate and St Peter's School. Number 2 crew, of course. Looks like 5 crews have gone to the start. They are through the start. They're most likely through that first 500 metre peg. And again, not a great deal, only maybe the outside crew off by about 3/4 of a length at this stage. Right in the middle of the course in the white, that'll be the St Kevin's crew. That's the crew that looks like that they could just about have their, no, I'm not too sure. It'll be on their right-hand shoulder. It'll be Wanganui Collegiate. Nothing between St Kevin's and Wanganui Collegiate as they just finish that first 500 and head towards the 1,000 metre peg. These two crews now have opened up a gap of about 3/4, maybe a length on the crew from Nelson College for girls, Mount Albert Grammar 2, another couple of lengths back off them as well, and then we go a length and a half back to the crew from the outside lane, which is St Peter's 2. So the selectors will be out there looking at this. They love the coxless pairs just to see this is the powerhouse that are always put in the coxless pairs. And it's between St Kevin's out of this very good squad that came out of St Kevin's this season for Oamaru. do all their training on that little 500 metre beach up there in Oamaru, and up here on Lake Ruataniwha they do have sheds they can work in. St Kevin's, I think only up into second place. Wanganui Collegiate at this stage is the crew that's in front. Tessa and Olivia looks to be in front over Amelia and April. That's not Amelia in April, that's Amelia and April. So it looks like St Kevin's. St Kevin's just might have that lead over Wanganui. As they head through, they're just about ready to go through that 1,000 metre peg. It'll go St Kevin's over Wanganui. And then we come back on the left-hand side of St Kevin's. The crew from Nelson College, they're about 2.5 lengths down off them. Another 2 lengths back to Mount Alma Grammar 2. And feeling the pinch is St Peter's number 2 crew. Beautiful rowing conditions here on the lake, as you can see. Of course, everybody getting in behind them. St Kevin's. The girls looking straight down the eastern land of the Rockstones. It's nothing between the two of them. Could even be a slight advantage to their right-hand shoulder. That's the crew from Wanganui Collegiate. Olivia and Tessa from Wanganui Collegiate. St Kevin's, yeah, definitely back in second place by 3/4 of a length. Then we go another 1.5 lengths back to Nelson College. And then another couple of lengths back to Mount Alma Grammar, and St Peter's just feeling the pinch on the far side of the course as they come down through that 1,000 metre peg and into the third 500. Just with every stroke now that just this Wanganui Collegiate crew is just starting to creep away from the rest of the field. Tyler and Rick, the coaches of them, will be pretty happy with the performance here because they've slipped out to a good 1.5 lengths lead over St Kevin's. St Kevin's in turn have got 2 lengths lead over Nelson Girls, and Mount Albert Grammar another 3 lengths back from there, and then a wee way back to St Peter's. Wellington, St Kevin's. St Kevin's still sticking in there. They're only about a length down, maybe only 3/4 of a length down. The stroke girl from Wanganui Collegiate looks across and will go across with her. It's St Kevin's she's looking at. I don't think she's looking at Nelson College. I think they've got them well under control. Nelson College would only be a length away from St Kevin's. So the race is on, sitting in between them. St Kevin's. Oh, St Kevin's are really cranking it up. They're reasonably short. They're really trying to mean business. Nice tidy rowing coming from Nelson Girls. They're getting very, very close to St Kevin's as they come down in this last 500 of the course. You'll see out in front still is the Wanganui Collegiate. They have got this length and 1/4 advantage, but all the pressure's going on St Kevin's because I tell you what, Nelson College for Girls has moved up alongside St Kevin's. St Kevin's still quite short on their rating. They're quite high in their rating, whereas the Nelson Girls are just a little bit further out off the end of the handles. Picking up the water, definitely up into second is the Nelson Girls. St Kevin's trying to hang on to that third spot. Wanganui Collegiate been in front ever since we've picked them up. It looked at one stage there like St Kevin's looked like they were going to go to the front, but they're working exceptionally hard now just to hang on there, because Nelson Girls have gone up alongside and put their nose in front of them. Now they're starting to move away. Wanganui Collegiate just starting to move away now from St Kevin's. It's in the middle, and Nelson just ahead of St Kevin's. Through the 100 metre buoy line they go. Nelson's having a good shot at Wanganui. Wanganui's going down. They're still a length clear as they go through on just this B final. The A final due to go at 15:15. They go down towards the buzzer, down to 3/4 of a length. To Nelson goes the second buzzer, and then St Kevin's. And then we go back to Mount Albert Grammar and across to St Peter's. The A final will have in it, we'll have Craighead Dyerson, Marlborough Girls, Takapuna Grammar, St Margaret's, Westlake, St Peter's, St Albert's, Wellington East Girls College. I think it looks like they've let them go. They have let them go in that A final. Takapuna Grammar and St Margaret's in the fast lanes in the middle. Under 18s, Coxless Pier, elite class at school rowing, right up to the challenge, all these crews, the top crews, the 8 top crews in the country. And it looks very much like it. It's lanes 4 and 5, which is St Margaret's. We haven't seen a great deal of St Margaret's crews here at this Maadi Cup regatta. Most likely had a lot of under 15s that they could have brought, which they haven't been able to. So through the 500 they go. St Margaret's are half a length in front of Westlake. Westlake on St Margaret's right-hand shoulder. They've opened up a gap now. Up into third is Wellington East Girls College. Go through the 500 ahead of the rest of the field. And that's chased up by 2 inside from them. St Peter's, they are up into 4th place. Then we go 2 inside again, which is Takapuna Grammar. It is. Takapuna Grammar is then Craighead going through that 500. Marlborough stuck in between them. And then we come back out to Mount Albert Grammar. But the 2 crews have opened up a little bit of a gap. I think it's West End. It is St Margaret's and West End right alongside them. A half a length advantage to St Margaret's. Going along here in one of the slow lanes, course is lane number 8. That's Wellington East Girls going along. That's Kate and Ava going along exceptionally well, but they're working hard as well. Obviously, to keep in that group going through that first 1,000, it's with that second 1,000 that you really need the pressure goes on. They're going back to the leaders. Now they've opened up the gap a little bit more. St Margaret's, we haven't seen many Margie's crews out there in the finals so far today. In fact, it's my first call for St Margaret's crew today, and they've now lengthened it out to a length. In the second 500, they've gone, they're going away with every stroke, so they're just putting a pressure piece in. They went ahead. They were only 3/4 of a length ahead of the crew from Westlake, and they just moved away, and then all of a sudden they moved away about another half a length. So they've gone out in front, and they've done it just before they hit the 1,000 too. Great move. That might catch everything. A lot of them wait until the 1,000 before they move. Some crews go beforehand. Some coaches don't do any moves at all, and some go 200 metres past it. Through the 1,000 they go. St Margaret's now got a length and a half lead over Westlake. Then we go back to Wellington East. They go through that 1,000 metre peg in 3rd place. And they're followed up from lane number 6, which is St Peter's. Gosh, we've seen some great racing out there today. It's still Takapuna Grammar. I see Takapuna Grammar, the blades of Takapuna Grammar, but it's certainly that crew that's out in front. 4 out from the outside. It's St Margaret's. St Margaret's, it was West End. Takapuna Grammar's just back off the pace a little bit now. It's coming from West End and St Peter's. St Peter's starting to row their second 1,000 a little bit stronger than their first 1,000. And they look as if they might have moved up into bronze medal position at this stage. They're trying to bring with them Mount Albert Grammar. And then ahead of Mount Albert Grammar is Wellington East, still across the far side, doing a great job from one of the slow sleeper lanes on the far side. Come down to the inside, we go Marlborough Girls and Craighead Dyerson. Just behind Marlborough Girls and just ahead of them is Takapuna Grammar. But the leaders have got a commanding lead now of most likely 2 to 2.5 lengths. They just put the pressure on just before the 1,000 metre peg. And they are absolutely just starting to push it away from the rest of the field. Great rowing from St Margaret's off the Avon River. Oh, I think they train on the Waimak, but they're out of Christchurch anyway. And then on the right-hand shoulder of Westlake is St. Peter's. They've clearly moved up into third, but the challenges could come from them from Wellington East that were in the fight for that first 1,000. They're the first 4 crews. Then we have to go back to Mount Albert Grammar in between those 2 outside crews, and then we come down to Takapuna Grammar. All these crews 2 or 3 lengths away from the leading bunch. And Takapuna would have 3 lengths advantage over Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls 2 lengths over Craighead. That's the way we see it as they head through the 500 metre peg line. Margaret's, they took control of the race, 1,200 out. And they have said goodbye to the rest of the field, under 18, and I'm sure Kirsty will be getting a good look at these St. Margaret's girls because they done the moves in the right place and nobody's been able to stick in there with them. Wellington's got a chance of getting the bronze medal out on the far side. They need to crank though, Wellington. You'll have to go now. Guys, you can't wait for the gold boys. You've got to go now if you want the bronze medal. So far, and sitting in bronze medal position is St. Peter's. St. Peter's, Margaret, the silver medal looks like it's set for Westlake. Then we go St. Peter's. Oh, Wellington girls are really, they must have heard us. Wellington is starting to crank it up now. They're not inside the yellow boys. You've got to come up another couple more, Wellington. It's going to be a bronze medal for one of these crews, either Wellington out wide or down on the right-hand side of Westlake at St. Peter's. St. Margaret's coming up to the 100-metre buoy line. They will go through. I think it's Wellington on the far side up into the bronze medal position. St. Peter's, it's Wellington hanging on to that bronze. St. Peter's looked as if they were putting in a good challenge, but Wellington have come again. They started cranking their hands up, 400 out, and it's going to give them a bronze medal, that's for sure. St. Margaret's go down. They'll take the title and the gold medal back to Christchurch. I'll tell you what, Wellington have done a brilliant job. They looked as if they'd slipped off to about 4th at one stage. They've come back into it. They had a really good start and they're almost challenging for the silver medal. But you'll find that it'll be Westlake will hang on to the silver medal and Wellington East Girls College will take the bronze medal. And St. Peter's only a half a length away from them as well. They have gone through the course in 7:43. You might as well come on now. Ooh. Just having a change of commentary. Ian's coming on for an hour now. Just remember all the rules and regulations out there, guys. Get them behind the crews. You're doing a brilliant job. Nice and easy job for the commentators. Nice and plenty of gaps in between today.
Just confirming the places in the girls under 18 pair. Thanks, Millsy. First, St. Margaret's College in a time of 7:43.86. Second, Westlake Girls High School. Third, Wellington East Girls College. Fourth to St. Peter's School. 5th to Takapuna Grammar School, 6th Mount Albert Grammar School, 7th Marlborough Girls College, and completing the field Craighead Diocesan. So we'll wait for the ladies to make their way down to the dais after the barges come in, and we will look forward to a medal ceremony for them, and then fairly soon after that, if not before, we're looking to the boys under 16 Cox 4 B final, due to go at 1:33. They'll be making their way down there anyway. They won't be far away from going across the gates and getting themselves lined up. In fact, they might be there now. And then we'll look at the boys under 16 Cox 4 7 minutes later, A final. So you might see on your screen there the points for the executive trophy for the sweep or champion school. A running tally, early days yet, but first equal with 5 points each: St Margaret's College, Rangiru Girls School, St Bede's College and Mount Albert Grammar, all on 5 points. And then fifth equal, Wellington Girls College, Otago Boys High School, Westlake Girls High School and Hamilton Boys, all with 3 points each. There is, of course, a similar trophy here, the Star Trophy for the overall school champion. And unsurprisingly, given their 4 gold medals this morning, leading that tally is Wakatipu High School with 20 points. And then we go back second equal with 5 points each to St Margaret's College, Mount Albert Grammar, Takapuna Grammar, Onslow College, St Paul's Collegiate School, Rangiru Girls School and St Bede's. So as we wait for the St Margaret's, the champions, coming into the dock, no doubt very happy there. Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows, looks like it. Great shots when we see these crews getting back to base and sharing in the delight with each other and what they've achieved. Long campaign for some of these crews. They've been at it for a long time with so much uncertainty, so to get down here now and get the job done must be really cool. Wellington East girls there getting out of their boat. That's a great shot there of Kate Barnum and Ava Johnson, doing a great job from lane 8. Doesn't normally come from there. And just beyond them you can see Sophia and Scarlett from Westlake Girls just coming into the pontoon. be with that medal presentation very shortly. Just while we do that, the light is on down there at the starts for the boys under 16 Cox 4B final. So we'll just give you the field there. In lane 2, Christ College 2, George Grace, Sam Hales, Archie Davison, Max Howard, Ollie Akawa is the Cox. In lane 3, Westlake Boys High School 2, Adam Gropengasa, Cooper Howden War, Leo Durbin, Joseph Dennis and Joachim Umali is the Cox. In lane 4, Auckland Grammar 1, Luca Tonna, Hugo Mackenzie, Finn Houghton, Sebastian Line, Jack Brewer is the Cox. In lane 5, St Peter's College 1, Samuel Innes, Cohen Freeman, Joshua Drake, Max Parkinson, Theo Wagg the Cox. In lane 6, St Andrews College 4, Logan Gardner, Benjamin Bolton, Bryn Hall, William Camo with Emily Thomas the Cox. And in lane 7, Hamilton Girls High School 3, Seth Davis, Shea Asita, Winston Roberts, Reese Laker, Ryan Ullington is the Cox. And completing the field for that boys B final of the under 16 Cox 4 is Onslow College 1, Matthew Patel, Guy Curry Stanton, Oliver Cuthbert and Jack Jordan with Hugo Montgomery the Cox. Due to go very shortly. And just about good to go here for the medal presentation. Please welcome to the dais the medal winners in the girls under 18 coxless pair. In a time of 7:52.52, the winners of the bronze medal, Wellington East Girls College. Kate Barnum, Ava Johnson, Coach Nathan Wallace. Nathan, you get to hand those medals around the girls' necks. Well done to Wellington East Girls College. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 7:50.39, Westlake Girls High School. And their supporters, Sophia Greenhalgh, Scarlett Curse, coaches Ash Bright and Kim Dowden. The New Zealand champions in a time of 7:43.86. They couldn't wait. It's St Margaret's College. Grace Farrell, Gemma Burrows, coach is Chris Everett. Time of 7:43.86. They also take away not only the New Zealand title in the girls under 18 coxless pairs, but the Gary Robertson Cup. Congratulations, St Margaret's College. Once again, the medalists in the girls under 18 coxless pair. Out on the course we go for the boys under 16 Cox 4. Auckland Grammar 1 are out there in lane 4, have got an early advantage, or really they're through the first 1,000, so they've really put some pressure on for that time. Outside of them in lane 6 would be St Andrews College, would be second. Then we go outside of them to Hamilton Boys High School. Back across to Westlake Boys in lane 3, then Christ College in lane 2. Outside in lane 8 would be Onslow College. So these boys will be looking to take out first and second to give them a top 10 placing in New Zealand, but also a great job to get themselves through to this B final as they head into the second half of the course. Looking very comfortable there, Auckland Grammar. That's them you can see there in lane 4 right to the right of your screen. Then you come back to St Peter's College just to the left. The red boat out there is Hamilton Boys. They would be, St Peter's pulling up alongside Hamilton Boys, so really starting to get together there on this. So in third still now would be Auckland Grammar, but it looks like it's St Peter's and Hamilton Boys leading the rest of the field down. Starting to get some distance between them. It is St Peter's, then Hamilton Boys, Auckland Grammar. Actually, it's Auckland Grammar, then Hamilton Boys, then St Peter's. Let's try that order. Then we come back to Westlake Boys in lane 2. Christ College 2 down in lane 1, just trying to hang tough with Westlake boys. We'll bring you the A final very shortly. They don't have the light just yet. They're just they're in the docks, ready to go. Nice view there as you look at it. So there's Christ College number 2 on your left-hand side of your screen. Coming across the right is Westlake boys. And then we see Auckland Grammar. Actually, there's Christ College just going past that boat truck right on the left. So try that again. Westlake boys, then Auckland Grammar right in the middle of the screen there now. Just to the right of them is St Peter's College. Just in front of the umpire's boat is St Andrews College. Then you can see Hamilton boys, and tucked in behind them is Onslow College. As they make their way up towards the spectator grouping. Great to see some colour starting to come in there. A few flags. See a St Andrews one, see a Westlake one. See some high vis from the marshals. But Auckland Grammar doing a nice job here. They'll be 3 boat lengths clear at this stage from Westlake boys, then out to Hamilton boys in lane 7, and then we come back to St Peter's, then to St Andrews, Christ College in lane 2, outside to Hamilton boys number 3. They're underway in the A final, so we'll give you the field for that first though. Lane 1, St Andrews College 3, William Voice, Benjamin Ashman, Jake Burrows, Luke Skinner, William Tavendale as the cocks. In lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Sam Gamble, Williams Long, Jack Pitts, Charles Butterfield, Jonty Pye as the cocks. In lane 3, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Charlie Heath, Fraser McGilvray, Luke Sanders, Max Jarvie, Guy Pinfold as the cocks. In lane 4, St Bede's College 1, Matthew Glenn, Thomas Woodgate, Luke Hickling, Josh Hamer, Max Walsh. In lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Ollie Browning, Jacob Yule, Harry Galvin, Jimmy Dawson, Liam McPherson as the cocks. Auckland Grammar Tour in lane 6 with Jacob Hawkesby, Alex Merrilees, Charlie Wallace, Henry Barrow and Samuel Fisher as the cocks. St Kennigan's College 1 in lane 7, Freddie Hitchcock, Luca Cutfield, Eden Mead, Henry Chafer and Julia Huang as the cocks. And then Westlake Boys 1 complete the field in lane 8, Matthew Young, Ryan Haves, Quinn Wiltshire, Thomas Link and Liam Velman. They're through their starting patch now. We'll start to pick them up pretty shortly. We'll be on the live stream because the barge is back getting refueled. So we thought they're away, but they're not quite started yet. They're actually got the lights are going. They won't be far away. So we can come back here and see what's happening out here in the B final. So Auckland Grammar have really consolidated there. They're now 2 boat lengths, but Westlake boys have moved to be second. They're now a boat length ahead of St Peter's in lane 5. Then it's Christ College, I would think, in the line with Hamilton Boys High School out in lane 7. We come back to St Andrews College in lane 6, out to Onslow in lane number 8. But a good job here from Auckland Grammar. Luco, Hugo, Finn, Sebastian and Jack. Down to 100 metres to go now. They are in the B final here of the boys under 16 Cox 4. 100 metres to go now for Westlake. Adam Cooper, Leo, Joseph and Joaquim. And then we look at St Peter's coming in 100 metres to go now. Samuel Cohen, Joshua, Max and Theo. So down with 40 metres to go now is Auckland Grammar and the boys under 16 Cox 4 B final. Across the line they go now to take first position in that. Second will be Westlake down here in lane 3. Then we go to St Peter's taking third, out to Hamilton boys. Then we're going to come back and so it's going to be close between St Andrews and Christ College. St Andrews I think by a canvas. St Andrews over Christ College. Then we go in the outside lane to Onslow College in lane 8 to complete that B final. So just check a time there. They've gone through in 1:10. That's pretty good, isn't it? We might wait for the official time perhaps. And away we go in the A final. So you can see there lane 3 Mount Albert Grammar right next to the scorers hut away pretty cleanly next to them St Bede's. Then we look at Christchurch Boys High School. Those will be the 3 cleanest out. And then Auckland Grammar is away as well. So through the start sequences they go. High rating till they get themselves out long and strong. But through the first 250 they are now pretty even. Although that first one out there is from St Bede's out nice and clean in lane 4, and either side of the Mount Albert Grammar and Christchurch Boys High School as the umpire boat swings in behind them. So this is the boys under 16 Cox 4A final, race 366 for the week. And still just starting to come there out of lane 3, 4 and 5, Mount Albert Grammar, St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School. So St Bede's having already tasted some success this morning in the sweep events, having won the under 17 Cox Day. Congratulations Dale and his crew. As you look at your screen there, you can see on the very left-hand side, St Andrews College 3. Then we look at St Andrews College 1. Then we come across to Mount Albert Grammar. Right in the middle of your screen, just to the left, the umpire's boat is St Bede's College 1. Then we go across to Christchurch Boys High School, Auckland Grammar 2, then St Kennigan's 1, and right on the far right of your screen is Westlake Boys High School. Nice picture through there, the autumnal colours starting to show here in the Mackenzie country, as it is with St Bede's, Auckland Grammar and Christchurch Boys High as they make their way into the second 500 of the course. And already those three crews starting to put some distance between them and the rest of the field, will poke out St Bede's at least anyway. St Bede's, Mount Albert Grammar. Then we go outside to Christchurch Boys High School, showing strongly there in lane 5. Back inside to St Andrews College 2, not doing too badly down there in lane 2. Then we go across to St Kennigan's. Then on the outside is Westlake Boys, and then down to St Andrews College 3 in lane 1. So moving along into the second 500, they'll be rowing nice and long and strong now, setting into a rhythm. Getting themselves underway, then starting to think about what their race plan is. So just starting to move out a bit in lane 6 is Auckland Grammar number 2. They would have drawn even with 2 lanes across from there, St Bede's College. Then right next to them in lane 3 is Mount Albert Grammar, still thereabouts, and they're taking St Andrews College number 1 with them in lane number 2. Then we go outside probably to St Kennigan's in lane 7, in a line there with Auckland Grammar number 2, Auckland Grammar 1, and then back to St Andrews College number 3 as they make their way up the course, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark, and you'll see that camera starting to come into view now. So right on the very right hand side of your screen, you can just see Westlake going out of camera. There's St Kennigan's, but right there now is Auckland Grammar. So it's going to be between Auckland Grammar and St Bede's, I suggest, as we come up to that 1,000 metre camera. It's going to be very close though. This has got the makings of a cracker. As we come in, look at Mount Albert Grammar in lane 3 as well. It'll be very interesting to see the margins as they come up and we pan straight. Been great to have these initiatives all week. And it looks like Mount Albert Grammar there in lane 3 starting to do some work over St Bede's. That's St Andrews College, you can see right there, St Andrews number 1 and St Andrews number 3 just out to the left. So it is starting to come out of lane 5 as well. Christchurch Boys High School doing well. Out to them, Auckland Grammar 2. So I'd give it to Auckland Grammar 2 at the moment over Mount Albert Grammar 1. Just really close in between them is St Bede's College and Christchurch Boys High School. Then we're looking at St Andrews College 1. Then out to St Kennigan's in lane 7, back inside to St Andrews College 3 in lane 1, then outside to Westlake Boys in lane 8. That's what it looks like to me as we come up. We've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, so into the second half of the course we go. There's not a lot between these first 4 or 5 crews. This could be a doozy. Who's going to do a piece of work here to try and put some distance between themselves and the rest of the crews? It's looking like St Bede's have started to pull a move. They've gone alongside in Mount Albert Grammar and starting to come back at Christchurch Boys on the outside of them. On the outside of Christchurch Boys High School is Auckland Grammar number 2. Then we come back into St Andrews College 1, are still hanging tough in there with the rest of those crews. Then it's St Kennigan's out to Westlake and back inside to St Andrews, but it's looking like it's going to be out of lane 3 with Mount Albert Grammar, lane 4 with St Bede's, lane 5 with Christchurch Boys High School, lane 6 with Auckland Grammar number 2. Those are the ones that are looking most likely as we come through 750 metres to go. St Bede's still going along nicely. They're trying to get ahead of that Mount Albert Grammar number 1 crew, but they won't let them. So there's still those 2 crews in 3 and 4. Then we go out to Auckland Grammar 2, back inside to Christchurch Boys. A nice piece of work from Mount Albert Grammar now. They're putting some real pressure on St Bede's. They look like they've started to pull ahead of them. St Bede's going to respond. What's their Cox Max Walsh got to say about it? They've probably just gone past the St Bede's compound. They'll get an earful from the supporters. Down the left-hand side in lane 3 is still Mount Albert Grammar putting some real pressure on these crews. And Auckland Grammar number 2 out in lane 6 going with them. So Mount Albert Grammar and Auckland Grammar number 2 starting to pull ahead. Back inside of Auckland Grammar 2 is Christchurch Boys High School. Come on down there in the fan zone. Give them a holler. There we still have St Bede's in lane 4, but they're starting to struggle. They were in the front early on, but they're starting to fall back a wee bit now under the pressure from Mount Albert Grammar out there in lane 3. Then we come to Christchurch Boys High School in lane 5, still right in the middle of it, they'll be third. Auckland Grammar number 2 out in lane 6, pulling up alongside Mount Albert Grammar, putting them under pressure. St Andrews College down there in lane 2. The way St Andrews College are going, they might put pressure on St Bede's. They'll need to put a move in now if they're going to do that, but now it looks like it's Auckland Grammar 2 moving through on Mount Albert number 1. Mount Albert number 1 under pressure from Auckland Grammar, 3 lines out from them. We come back inside to Christchurch Boys High School and still St Bede's, but look at St Andrews starting to come down here in lane 2. They're getting a run on their boat. They're going to go past that St Bede's crew at this rate, but they won't go past Auckland Grammar out there in lane 6. It's going to be close between Auckland Grammar and Mount Albert. Here comes Christchurch Boys High. Christchurch Boys High starting to get a run on their boat and squeeze past further past St Bede's to put pressure there on Mount Albert. Auckland Grammar is still going. Christchurch Boys getting a run. They're starting to come through the middle of these two boats. Have they got enough left in the course? 100 metres to go now for Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar with 100 metres to go now. Christchurch Boys now. Mount Albert just ahead of them all. It's very close. St Bede's back into 4th. St Andrews still coming. But it's Auckland Grammar number 2 with 50 metres to go. Christchurch Boys High have squeezed past Mount Albert Grammar. Christchurch Boys High under 2nd. Mount Albert on the outside lane by 3/4 of a boat length. They start to go down the line. Mount Albert coming again, but it's Christchurch Boys High will take the silver by a bow ball over Mount Albert into the outside lane. Westlake Boys High School back to St Bede's. Down here to St Andrews. On the outside lane we go to St Kennigan's, and down here in lane 1 St Andrews College number 3. Congratulations to Auckland Grammar. Great finish for second by Christchurch Boys High School. Mount Albert hanging tough to take the bronze medal. 6:48, the A final of the boys under 16. Coxed 4. They've gone through in. We'll just confirm those placings for you. Early lead early on there to St Bede's, but it just got down to the last 1,000 metres where the Mount Albert and Auckland had done the work and started to pull ahead, and then Christchurch Boys High timed their run almost perfectly. We have got confirmed placings in first position Auckland Grammar, second Christchurch Boys High School, and third Mount Albert Grammar. The time distance between second place and third place 0.18 of a second. Fourth place Westlake Boys High School, fifth to St Bede's, sixth to St Kennigan's, so there's only 0.14 of a second between fourth and fifth. So St Andrews College in 6th, St Kennigan's 7th, and St Andrews College 3 completing the field. Tight finish, so we look forward to those crews coming back into the dais. We'll get through those medal ceremonies for them. And then we look forward to the girls under 16 Coxed 8 final at 2:05. Just an acknowledgement too of the fantastic support that we get year on year here at Maadi Cup from Aon. Have been fantastic supporters of secondary schools rowing for a long time now, and we value their support. Also a special acknowledgement too to early on the first race of the day was the boys under 17 single sculls, and of course that was won by Marley King Smith, as well as getting a gold medal for his school, Wakatipu High School. He also secured one of those lovely single scull Laszlo boats that you can see down there in front of the dais, and the second one that those very kind people give to a school that wins one is in the girls under 17 single scull, and that race will be coming later on this afternoon, so we look forward to seeing which school one of the ladies can get that for. So thank you to those two sponsors and supporters, and we'll just wait for the crews to come back in and we'll hand out some more bling.
Guys, high. Come through.
So just want to acknowledge again some of those regular supporters we have of this regatta. Because of circumstances we all aware of, they can't actually attend this regatta and offering the normal sort of support they would, but it's been fantastic for us to have the day sponsors such as New Zealand Defence Force, Queenstown Resort College, the University of Otago and Lincoln University, and as I mentioned, those race sponsors, Laszlo Boats, SL Racing and Simply Heat Christchurch. Thank you to those supporters.
From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. With expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Te Manahuna, the Mackenzie Basin, sits at the very heart of the South Island. It's home to the mighty Auraki, who along with his brothers brought his great waka down from the heavens to visit their stepmother, Papatuanuku. A World Heritage Area, a designated outstanding natural landscape, and the world's largest gold status dark sky reserve. A place where the earth meets the sky. It's no wonder that this place is incredibly special to those who live and work here, and to those who come to visit. For Mana Whenua, it's a place where tipuna provide an unbreakable connection to the past, where traditional trails converge and Mahinga Kai has sustained whānau for generations. The region has a unique and fragile ecosystem that's home to hundreds of threatened, at-risk, or endangered species of indigenous animals and plants. Visitor numbers to Te Manahuna have expanded exponentially in recent years. If left unchecked, this growth threatens to destroy the very things that make the region so special and unique. COVID-19 has given us all a chance to take a breath, to pause, slow down, an opportunity to make a change, to do things differently, to restore balance. This year, Mackenzie District Council, Mana Whenua, government and the community will work together to curate a 100-year vision for Te Manahuna Mackenzie Basin. We will map a more sustainable future for our shared taoka and create a regulatory framework that allows appropriate development while protecting the things most important to us all, so they endure for generations to come. We're crafting a long-term vision that speaks to both our community and our visitors, and your input is vital to ensure that vision encompasses every point of view. We hope you'll join us on this exciting journey towards a vibrant, dynamic, and sustainable future for Te Manahuna.
Chatterton, Katie Gardner, Isabella Williamson, Kira Wolf, Erin Kang, the Cox. Lane 5 will be Rangiru Girls School 1, Lucy Vance, Alice Hawkesby, Sophie Payne, Millie Gallagher, Sophie Schneiderman, Alice Ferguson, Jessica Hickling, Sophie Kusil, Bridget Pye, the Cox. In lane 6 it will be Waikato Dawson School 1, Maya Colcini, Mila Nordstrom, Tiana Lord, Isabel Melville, Emma Kipcott, Alexandra Peoples, Anthony Lovegrove, Edlington, Eloise Orr and Alice McIntosh will be coxing. Westlake Girls will be in lane 7. Anna Greenheld, Elin Vincent, Amelia Hoban, Olivia Kiernan, James, Phoebe Dobson, Hazel Strawbont and Carla Pethers-Boak with Stephanie Severin and Taylor Copleston the Cox. In lane 8, Waikato Dawson School 2, Grace Prescott, Maya Trower, Brooke Trebelko, Clementine Seville, Hannah Libin, Ruby Van Dursen, Anna West and Taylor Kilmister with Isla Ormsby the Cox. So just waiting here and here to see if we can get a medal presentation underway. So just see there's the field there on your screen for that girls under 16 Cox State. No, good. Please welcome the medalists for the boys under 16 Cox 4. The bronze medalists in a time of 6:50.66, Mount Albert Grammar. Charlie Heath, Fraser McGilvray, Luke Sanders, strokers Max Jarvie, coxers Guy Pinfold, coaches are Jermaine Helrigal White and Jesse Pilcher. And just that's for next year, Mount Albert, that's what silver looks like. But unfortunately, you will get bronze. But well deserved it is. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 6:50.48, Otago boys, whoopsie daisy, Christchurch Boys High School. Ollie Browning, Jacob Yule, Harry Galvin, Jimmy Dawson, Cox, Liam McPherson, coaches Marcel Scott and Bradley Layton. So Bradley, if you want to pick the medals up and award them to your crew, that'd be great. And our champions, the boys under 16 Cox 4, Auckland Grammar. In a time of 6:49.08, Jacob Hawkesby, Alex Merrilees, Charlie Wallace, strokers Henry Burrell, cox by Samuel Fisher, coaches are Tim Zooch and Gavin Powell. Not only do Auckland Grammar win the gold medal here in the boys under 16th Cox 4, they also win the Westlake Boys High School Cup. So Gavin or Tim, if you want to award your squad their gold medals. Congratulations to the gold medal winners, Auckland Grammar. Once again, a big hand to our medalists in the boys under 16 Cox 4. It's the Westlake Boys High School Cup. Congratulations. Well done to all those crews. Okay, we've got a light down there in the starters hut for the girls under 16 Cox State final. Just running through that field for you again. In lane 1, Villa Maria College. Lane 2, St Peter's School 1. Lane 3, St Margaret's College. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School. Lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School. Lane 6, Waikato Diocesan School. Lane 7, Westlake Girls High School. And in lane 8, Waikato Diocesan number 2. So the two Waikato Diocesan schools here. I think the barge is back down there, so we should have a good view of this one. Expecting a good battle here between Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls High School and Waikato. Can't leave out St Margaret's either. And could Westlake Girls be out there in a sleeper lane along with Villa Maria? So as you look at the starters hut there, you can see lane 3 immediately. That's St Margaret's coming across to the left from there. Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru Girls School, Waikato Diocesan, Westlake Girls. Orange lights flashing. We're waiting. And we're underway in the girls under 16 Cox State. St Margaret's out cleanly in lane 3. Nice start there from Christchurch Girls in lane 4. Rangiruru away cleanly in lane 5, and right alongside them Waikato Dawson number 1 in lane 6. Those four have shot out cleanly compared to the rest of them, but not by too much. Out there is Westlake in lane 7. Across to St Peter's in lane 2, and then in the flanks we've got Villa Maria College and Waikato Diocesan. Through their start sequences they go, heading off through that first 250 down towards that island on the right we call Alcatraz at the 500 metre mark. An early lead there for Christchurch Girls High School. And then lane 4 from on their flank sides Rangiruru and St Margaret's. There they go, you can see them right across your screen. Those of you that are at home or sitting in the office pretending to work with a Zoom screen up. In lane 1, Villa Maria. Across we come to St Peter's. Then we go to St Margaret's. Right in behind that, in front of the umpire's boat is Christchurch Girls High, our early leaders. Then to the right we have got Rangiruru Girls School, Waikato Dawson, and then on their outside Westlake Girls, and on the far right hand side of your screen you've got Waikato Dawson number 2. But a nice lead there early on in this first 500 metres to Christchurch Girls. Just inside of them in lane 3, St Margaret's going with them, and Rangiruru. They've been strong all week, those crews. and it's just an arrowhead starting to form, really. It's starting to go with the way that we thought timing might. So it's Christchurch Girls from St Margaret's, then Rangi. Outside of Rangi we go to Waikato Diocesan, back across to St Peter's School number 1, then out to Westlake Girls School number 1, and then inside again to lane 1 Villa Maria, and then further out just in lane 8 would be Waikato Diocesan at this early stage. So it is still with lane 4 Christchurch Girls High School from St Margaret's over Rangiruru out there in lane 5. You can see Rangiruru just gone past the umpire boat there, and here we see them coming up to this 1,000 metre mark. They're getting through this first 1,000 pretty quickly, are these girls under 16 Cox States. On your left there's Villa Maria coming across to St Peter's, St Margaret's. We can see Christchurch Girls, our leaders, and then right next to them is Rangiruru, but Rangi have started to move. Rangi have let Christchurch have a good start now. They're starting to go past them. So just on the outside of Christchurch Girls is Rangiruru would have an advantage now, probably just by a canvas. Then we come back to St Margaret's, outside to Waikato Diocesan in lane 6, then back to St Peter's in lane 2. It would be Rangiruru now. Rangi have just started to get moving and get a bit of a run on, and they're moving past that Christchurch Girls High School crew. So doing a piece of work in that second 500 as we start to come up towards the 1,000 now. It's Rangi from Christchurch Girls from St Margaret's, very close then between St Peter's and lane 2, going out to Waikato Diocesan in lane 6. They're not out of it, they just need to hang tough. Then we go back to Westlake Girls, actually Westgate Girls in lane 7, falling a little bit behind Waikato Diocesan in lane 8, and then back to Villa Maria in lane 1, who are just starting to find the pace a little bit too quick. Those leading boats starting to eke out now. Rangiruru, they're starting to pull away now a little bit in this piece. So what are the other crews going to do? It's Rangiruru from Christchurch Girls, from St Margaret's. Those 3 Christchurch crews leading the rest of the field down, and trying to hang on there with them is Waikato Diocesan number 1. Into the second half of the course they go, through the 1,000, starting to come up on the 750 and towards the spectator fleet. It is still Rangiruru, right close there to Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls aren't letting go, and inside them is St Margaret's. Then we go outside to Waikato Diocesan, but it's looking at St Peter's down there in lane 2. St Peter's pulling alongside St Margaret's, starting to put some pressure on them. But Christchurch Girls and Rangiruru starting to pull a wee bit away from the rest of the field. They'll have a boat length now on the crew from St Margaret's College. Those two right next to each other. St Margaret's have drawn even with Waikato with Diocesan and also with St Peter's in lane 2. Then we go out to lane 7. Westlake Girls just falling away now with Waikato Diocesan and also Villa Maria back there in lane 1. So we're starting to have a race between, it looks like St Peter's, St Margaret's, Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru and Waikato Diocesan. But it's with Rangiruru, but Christchurch Girls aren't letting them go. Just hanging right in the middle of your picture there, you can see Rangiruru just to the right, just inside of them, and probably half a boat length back now would be Christchurch Girls. They've got 2 boat lengths on the crew from St Margaret's. Right next to them still though is St Peter's. Then we go out to Waikato Diocesan in lane 6. Through 750 to go, heading towards the 500. Will Rangi start to do a move now and try and pull further away from that Christchurch Girls crew, or will Christchurch Girls pull a move and try and put some pressure on Rangi? We'll see very shortly. It's still there, or 2, maybe 3 boat lengths back now to St Margaret's, but out there Waikato Diocesan putting St Margaret's under pressure for that 3rd place, and don't count St Peter's out of it in lane 2. They're right alongside St Margaret's as well. But it's Rangiruru starting to get their engine going and pull away now from Christchurch Girls High School. Look at that crew out there in lane 6, Waikato Diocesan. They've got plenty to work for. They're right up there with St Margaret's. St Peter's, Waikato starting to play for that bronze medal. But it looks like Christchurch Girls just starting to fall away now too, so they'll have to watch these other 3 crews chasing them. But it is Rangiruru through the 500 metres. They're in control of this race. Will Christchurch Girls go again? Those 2 crews starting to pull away. It's Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls, then 2 boat lengths back to St Margaret's. We go across then to Waikato Diocesan, back down here to St Peter's in lane 2. And the Christchurch Girls are hanging tough. They're starting to put a move on Rangiruru. Rangi had the lead in the last 500 metres, but now Christchurch Girls are starting to come at them. It's a 2-horse race as they come down now with 350 metres to go. Rangi have been dominating through the season, but Christchurch Girls are starting to put them under pressure. Waikato Diocesan putting pressure on St Margaret's for that 3rd medal. And then it's St Margaret's still just starting to pull ahead a wee bit now of St Peter's. We come down now, 150 metres to go. Rangiruru still have the lead over Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls will need to start moving those hands a bit quicker if they want to move past them. Rangi can just see them. Ringy's starting to extend. Third, Waikato Dawson back to St Margaret's. Very little between those two crews. It'll be too far to go now for St Peters. So it is going to be Ringy Ruru. 100 metres to go now. Half a boat length ahead of Christchurch Girls High. 100 to go now. Out to Waikato Dawson coming into 100 to go now. They've got third. St Margaret's, you're going to have to work. I don't think there's enough track left. But Ringy Ruru coming down now with 50 metres to go. They've taken another seat. They're moving in this last 100 metres. They're going out to 3/4 of a boat length, and the girls under 16 Cox State. Down to the line now comes Ringy Ruru, takes the gold medal. 3/4 of a boat length over Christchurch Girls High. Another boat length back to Waikato Dawson out there in lane number 6. We come back inside to St Margaret's. St Peters down here in lane 2. Then we go across to Westlake Girls High in lane 7. Waikato Dawson out in lane 8. And completing the field will be Villa Maria. Oh, what a great race that was. Christchurch Girls High had that for the first 1,000 metres. And then Ringy Ruru just took the advantage and held on to it. Good work from Waikato Dawson out there in lane 6. Kept edging away and claiming that bronze medal. Those under 16 girls in the Cox State have gone through in 6:48.23. Some very happy Ringy Ruru girls in that boat and some very happy supporters around the complex. Well done too to Christchurch Girls High and Waikato Dawson shutting out the Christchurch School 1, 2, 3. So they'll be next up to the podium for the medal ceremonies. Just confirm placings for you. Looks like it's official. As soon as it comes up on the screen, we'll run you through those. So placings confirmed. First, Ringy Ruru Girls School. Second, Christchurch Girls High School. Third, Waikato Diocesan School. Fourth, St Margaret's College. Fifth, St Peter's School. Sixth, Westlake Girls High School. And seventh, Waikato Diocesan School, with Villa Maria finishing 8th. So next race up, ladies and gents, is the girls under 18 novice double sculls, the B final and the A final. About 4 minutes away from a start in the B final, so we'll get into the medal ceremony for the girls under 18 novice double sculls very shortly. They look like they are all ready. The medal ceremony for the girls under 16 Coxed 8. These Māori medals are very hard earned things, and it's marvellous to see the joy on the face of these athletes as they get across the line. Please welcome them. Great to hear the support for these crews. The girls under 16 Coxed 8. The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 6:55.29, Waikato Diocesan School 1. Maya Kalchina, Mila Nordstrom, Tiana Lord, Isabel Melville, Emma Clapcott, Alexandra Peebles, Xanthi Lovegrove Edlington, Eloise Ora's the stroke, the cox is Alice McIntosh, and the coach is Pat Peoples. So, Coach Pat, if you can award your crew their medals. So Waikato awarding yourself your medals, that'd be great, thank you. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 6:50.92, Christchurch Girls High School. Coco Chafee, Lucy Huller, Charlie Hellier, so Christchurch Girls High School, Coco Chafee, Lucy Heller, Charlie Hellier, Kate Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Katie Gardner, Isabel Williamson, strokers Kira Wolf. So Christchurch Girls High School. Just having some.
So silver medals there to Christchurch Girls High School. And the winners of the gold medal, Rangiruru Girls School. So Rangiruru Girls School, Lucy Vance, Alice Hawksby, Sophie Payne, Millie Gallagher, Sophie Schneiderman, Alice Ferguson, Jessica Hickling and Sophie Kusel is the stroke. Cox by Bridget Pye. Coaches Leon Barracliff and Sophie Strawn. So congratulations to Rangiruru Girls School and the girls under 16 Coxed 8. Also winning the McDonald's Shield. So congratulations to Rangiruru Girls School. The McDonald's Shield.
Look at the screen, ladies, please. One more.
I couldn't hear a word I was saying. So the girls under 18 novice double sculls is on the track. And just reminding you that we've got in lane 1 Takapuna Grammar 1, Sophie Dunlop, Brindley Smith. In lane 2, Craighead Dawson School 2, Georgina Butler and Kate Ritchie. In lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate 2, Genevieve Churton and Georgia Whiteman. In lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, is Elizabeth McKendry and Amelia Swarbrick. In lane 5, Whanganui High School 1, Aria Rice Edwards and Beatrice Douglas. In lane 8, it's Columba College 2, Hannah O'Neill and Olivia Davies. They're heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. You can see that field there on your screen for the B final of the under 18 novice double sculls. Craighead Dawson looking pretty handy out there in lane number 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3. Takapuna Grammar out there, Whanganui High School in lane 5, an early leader. Inside from them, Takapuna Grammar, then back to St Paul's Collegiate. Just ahead of them would be Craighead Diocesan. You can see on the screen there now, just going across from the left-hand side, there's Takapuna with the yellow blades. Then we come out to, on their right hand side, Craighead Dawson number 2, St Paul's Collegiate 3, then Takapuna, and then we go to the right hand side of that post and you can see Whanganui High School in the yellow, and then Columba College number 2. So we'll follow the B final down for as long as we can, then we'll go to the A final, due to go in around about 2 or 3 minutes time. So still leading out there in lane number 5 is Whanganui High School. Then we come back to Takapuna Grammar. Those two crews showing out early. Then to Craighead Dawson in lane 2, back to St Paul's in lane 3. Then on the flanks we'd have Columba College 2 and Takapuna Grammar number 2. So nice handy lead. Just a little bit of a breeze starting to kick up out here. A little bit lumpier than it has been earlier on today, but nothing for these scullers can't handle. So right in the distance there you can see that we've got the A final in the start. We'll just take you through the field for the A final. We can bring that up and we can see that in lane 1 of the A final will be St Margaret's College 1, Poppy McNeil and Amelia Tamani Dean. In lane 2, Villa Maria College 2, Georgia Kurnane and Ruby Armstrong. In lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Anika Massey and Annie Wells. In lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Isabella Etherington and Sophie Dunn. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Monique Austin and Mila Graham. In lane 6, Columba College 1 and Briar Duncan and Grace Heath. In lane 7 will be Craighead Diocesan School 1, Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon. And in lane 8 will be Otamotai College 1, Zoe Stubbing and Caitlin Wayne. That's the A final. You can see them there ready to go. We've got the barge back down there, so they won't be far away from the start. The lights there. As the way the B final makes its way through the 1,000 metre mark, still no change there really. Whanganui High School still in front from Takapuna Grammar 1. Then we go across to Craighead Dawson number 2. So waiting for a start here in the A final. And they're away. Off and racing this time they go. So Craighead Dawson just there in lane 7 in the front of your screen. They got away pretty cleanly. Right next to us on the right hand side of them is Otamotai College. Columba College out cleanly there too, would be one of the quicker ones. Then we go 2 lanes across to St Paul's Collegiate. They've got out cleanly, and also have Mount Aspiring College. So through the starting sequences they go, nice and short, getting those bursts in, and they'll start to lengthen once they get through those. Heading up through the first 250 metres they go, and there we can see already that we're seeing a lead there from Chanel Gordon and Zoe Gordon from Otamotai in lane 7. Out to a really brisk lead early on they are from Hamilton Girls High School and Columba College just on the inside of them. Then we go across to St Paul's, who started strongly. They'll be third, already a canvas ahead of Mount Aspiring College, and then just a boat length back would be the likes of Villa Maria and St Margaret's in lane 1. So it's still there with Craighead Diocesan out here in lane 7 in this girls novice under 18 double sculls. They're now heading out to half a boat length over Columba next to them, but that's Columba pulling up there on Hamilton Girls High School. They'd be second, equal those two at this stage. Then across to St Paul's. Then we go to Mount Aspiring. Just down here in lane 8, we've still got Otamotai College. They'll be just ahead of St Margaret's out there in lane 1 on the angle. And then back we are with the leaders, which is Craighead Dawson in lane 7. So 3/4 of a boat length to the Gordons in lane 7, Craighead. Nice and long and strong they go now. These novice double sculls have had plenty of rowing behind them this season. Columba College is second. Then we go out to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4. Then across to Villa Maria starting to sneak through in lane 2. Those are the, as we head between the 500 metres and the 1,000 metre mark, just heading out towards the bay. They might have just about gone past Alcatraz. We'll see that shortly. But it's still Craighead just starting to pull away now with Columba College. Then to St Paul's Collegiate. Coming up on the 500 metre mark they are now. There's Alcatraz, the island. 1,500 to go. 3/4 of a boat length from Craighead over Columba. Half a boat length back to St Paul's Collegiate they go. Then it's pretty even between Hamilton Girls, Mount Aspiring and Villa Maria. And then just on the outer we've got closest to us Otamotai College and St Margaret's in lane 1. Just starting to push up on now Craighead Columba, putting a move on them as they come into the second 500 of the course. That lead is now back to a canvas, and just starting to go with them across there in lane 3 is Mount Aspiring. Just inside of them St Paul's Collegiate. Villa Maria still pushing through out there in lane 2, and just starting to go behind them would be Mount Aspiring. So that's the A final heading through. We just check out here in the B final just to see what's happening out here. And it still is Whanganui High School out there in lane 5. Back to Takapuna Grammar in lane 4. Then it's going to be down to Craighead Dawson in lane 2. And across to Columba College out there in lane 8. So into the last 100 they go. Columba is Whanganui from Takapuna down to Craighead. That's the way they'll finish that B final. They'll be coming down to the line shortly. We'll go back to the A final and just see what's happening out there as they're coming through on your screen there now. And that move there from Columba College has moved up on Craighead Diocesan. Outside of them still is Hamilton Girls High School. Then we go to St Paul's Collegiate. Across to Mount Aspiring. Villa Maria still there in lane 2. Just evenly up there now with St Paul's Collegiate. Nice move in the last 250 metres there from Briar and Grace from Columba College. They're now 3/4 of a boat length out of Craighead, and now going through with them would be St Paul's Collegiate and Hamilton Girls, in lane 5. So Hamilton Girls starting to move in the mix with Columba College. Past the 1,000 they go. Hamilton Girls starting to make a real dent into that lead that is being extended there by Columba College. Then Craighead Dawson outside of them. So these three starting to put some distance between them and the rest of the field in this A final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. So nice piece of work continues from Columba College. Craighead just struggling to keep up with it now, and we go out to Hamilton Girls High School. They're second. Then we go across to, it looks like St Paul's Collegiate. So Columba and Hamilton Girls High School. Then we come and look at Villa Maria in lane 2. Right next to Villa Maria is Mount Aspiring. Then we go to St Paul's Collegiate. So it's still now with Columba. Briar Duncan and Grace Heath over the crew, or right next to the crew from Hamilton Girls High School. Then we go back to Craighead. The early leaders are starting to fall away a wee bit now. So it looks as if it is Hamilton Girls High School to Columba. Inside of Hamilton Girls High School is St Paul's Collegiate. Then we go to Mount Aspiring and Villa Maria. Then we come to Craighead Diocesan, still in the mix, but they'll need to work hard. And then out to Otamoitai in lane 8. Back inside to St Margaret's College in lane 1. So sitting out there still in lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School, right next to them Columba College. Very little between those two crews. You can see in lane 6 is Columba. Hamilton Girls just for the advantage. Probably half a boat length over them now. In lane 5 they are. As we come down now, and it looks like it's still Hamilton Girls from Columba College, then it's still Craighead Diocesan. We then go across to St Paul's in lane 4. They'll be wanting to put some pressure on for that bronze medal. Mount Aspiring in lane 3. Then we come back to Villa Maria in lane 2. Out of it now probably is St Margaret's down in lane 1, and struggling will be Otamoitai out there in lane 8. But it still is Hamilton Girls High School, Monique Austin and Mila Graham. They look like they've still got that lead there of half or 3/4 of a boat length over Columba College. Sculling very nicely, nice and long and strong as they come into the last 500 metres. It's them just over Columba College. Outside to Craighead Diocesan, then Otamoitai College just sitting out there in lane 8, just a wee bit out of it. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4, not far away though. They're up there with Craighead Diocesan. Those two schools fighting for third, and also having a go at that will be Villa Maria down in lane 2. Villa Maria have been there or thereabouts for the last 500 metres. Now as they come up in front of the spectators, they'll start to push up there on St Paul's Collegiate. They're in the mix for a bronze medal, but out there in front and continuing to extend their lead is Hamilton Girls High School. They've now got a boat length over Columba College, looking for some clear water. It still goes back to Craighead Diocesan, but down there in lane 4 it's St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate putting pressure on the crew from Craighead. Coming along still in lane 2 is Villa Maria. They'll want to put a bit more of a move the next couple of hundred metres if they want to get past St Paul's. but they've still got a good run on their boat. But out here it is, Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5. From Columba College in lane 6, they've got Clearwater. We go out to Craighead Diocesan. They were leading early, they're still hanging tough for that third medal. And there's St Paul's Collegiate drawing alongside them. Still looking at Villa Maria down in lane 2. Will they get there on St Paul's? St Paul's and Craighead and Villa. That's where the bronze is going to come from. But it's looking like the gold's going to be heading up to the Waikato. Hamilton Girls High School, Monique and Mila in lane 5. They've got 150 metres to go. A boat length and a half they have over Columba, Briar and Grace. Out to Craighead Diocesan. Look at Villa still coming away here in lane 2. Villa putting pressure on St Paul's Collegiate. Are they going to have enough run to get past them? St Paul's look to lift again. They have. They've gone up. They're looking to get up over the top of Craighead. Craighead still hold the advantage, but down less than 100 metres to go now. It's Hamilton Girls High School. Hamilton are on their way to take the gold medal in the under-18 novice double sculls here at Maadi Cup. Second's going to look like Columba College. They're nearly 2 boat lengths back now as Hamilton extend on them as they come down to the line. Great road from this Hamilton double. They're going to take the gold medal. It looks like Craighead are going to hold on to bronze despite the challenge from Villa, and St Paul's over the line now, and the champions are Hamilton Girls High School. 3 boat lengths back and coming down to take the silver medal as they come across the line now are Columba College. Third on the outside, a tough row there from the Gordons. They get the bronze medal down here, and St Paul's will take 4th. Down to Villa Maria in lane 2. Then we see Mount Aspiring in lane 3. Over the top 2, Otamoitai College who finished strongly. And down here in lane 1, St Margaret's College. They've gone through in 8:36. 8:36 for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. By comparison, the B final went through in 8:57. Well done to those crews there, to Hamilton Girls High School. Great row through, and they started to move it around about the 1,000, went past Craighead Dawson, the early leader, and away they went with it from there. Columba then went between them and picked up that silver medal, and then we'll come back to you with some medal ceremonies in the very near future. Next race up is the boys under 17 double sculls. The B final first, and then the A final, which promises to be an absolute beauty. So the B final due to go in about 3 to 4 minutes time. They're in the blocks. Just looking at some great images of the crews as they return to the docks from the pontoon from the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Hamilton Girls High School there, Monique and Mila. Absolutely delighted with their result. In fact, all crews here are pretty happy to get a medal. Fairly treasured thing, one of those Maadi medals. You work very hard for them. This opportunity to thank the officials and organisers down there at the dais, making these medal ceremonies able to happen under these circumstances. As always with things down here this weekend and the regatta since Christmas, it's been a case of how can we. So fantastic to see these athletes able to receive the rewards they so richly deserve. So racing due to go through to 4:05 today. The last race of the day will be the under 18 girls Coxed 4. One of the premier events here at Maadi Cup. We look forward to that. Just getting ready for the medal ceremony here. Might just be waiting on a coach, I think. While that's happening, we'll give you the field for the boys under 17 double sculls B final, due to go shortly. So that field for the boys under 17 B final: in lane 1, St Peter's College 2, Tom Leon Brown and Shay Reid. In lane 2, Whakatane High School 2, Sean Snow and Ryan Calder. In lane 3, St John's Hamilton 1, Matheson McCartney and Antonio Van Dersen. In lane 4, Shirley Boys High School, Tim Chapman, Sam Clark. In lane 5, Hauraki Plains College 1, Ethan Claridge and Lucas Doughty. In lane 6, Maclean's College 1, Andre Van Gruning and Daniel Taylor. In lane 7, Whakatipu High School 2, T.Y. Saxton and Will Donovan. And in lane 8, St Patrick's College 1, Alex Humphrey and Oliver Sterling. As we see the Hamilton Girls High School coaches sprinting towards the dais. Can't wait to congratulate their charges. Please welcome the medalists for the girls under 18 novice double sculls. The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 8:46.65, Craighead Diocesan School. Congratulations to Chanel Gordon, Zoe Gordon and Coach Dean Milne. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 8:44.76, Columba College 1. Some very vigorous support there. Congratulations to Briar Duncan and Grace Heath and their coaches Matthew Adam, Kaylin and Saskia. And the New Zealand champions and our gold medal winners in a time of 8:37.23, Hamilton Girls High School. Congratulations to Monique Austin, Mila Graham, their coaches Carl Manson and Axel Dickinson. So congratulations to the winners of the Girls Under 18 Novice Double Sculls, Hamilton Girls High School. Congratulations to all our medalists in that Girls Under 18 Novice Double Sculls. Great race, good to see. Congratulations, ladies. Through the 1,000 metres they go, the Boys Under 17 Double Sculls B final. Just quickly give you some lineups there and see how they're tracking before we go back and give you the field for the A final. Looks like we might not have St Peter's College there just quietly. We come from the outside and there's St Patrick's, Whakatipu, then we get Maclean's College coming in, then it's Hauraki Plains, Shirley Boys High School look like they're leading this field down, then St John's and Whakatane High School. Yes, St Peter's are scratched. So out there in lane 4, an early lead there for Shirley Boys High School through that first 1,000. You can see them just on the left of your screen now. To the right hand side, Hauraki Plains. Then we go out to Maclean's College. They would be third. And then back inside to St John's Hamilton. Inside to Whakatane High School. And then we go to Whakatipu out there in lane 7. And St Patrick's College out there in lane 8. As they head down now with about 1,000 metres to go, and these boys looking for 1 and 2 to get themselves a top 10 finish in New Zealand and just make the most of being able to row here on finals day at Maadi Cup. And it still is with Shirley Boys High School, although starting to move down there in lane 3 is St John's of Hamilton, and between the Whakatane High School actually down there in lane 2, and in between them and Shirley is St John's. So Shirley's still looking all right down there in lane 4, but I'd go out there and take a look at Maclean's College in lane 6. They're starting to move as well. Then we come back inside to Hauraki Plains, out to Whakatipu High School, and then St Patrick's College. That's what they look like as they're coming down. We just check now, we've got a couple of minutes before the A final starts. They probably should be in the gates there now, they are. So let's give you the field for the A final. Just before they kick off, the Boys Under 17 Double Sculls A final. In lane 1 will be Whanganui Collegiate 1, Chase Harnicum and Jaden Allen. In lane 2 will be Glendowie College 1, Alex Baven and Micah Fitton Higgins. In lane 3 will be Whakatipu High School, Marley King-Smith and Sam McAtamany. In lane 4, Auckland Grammar 1, Fletcher Hawkesby and Max Liggins. In lane 5, Sacred Heart Auckland, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach. In lane 6, Whakatane High School, Zachary Boonen and Luke Berquist. In lane 7, King's College 1, Kaylin Ogilvie and Baxter McGilvray. In lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Will Donovan and Luca O'Malley. That's a heck of a field. That'll be a heck of a race. We look forward to see what happens in that. They won't be far away from going now. So we'll let them get in and wait for the lights to go. They're flashing, so we'll get a start shortly. But in the meantime, just check what's happening back here in the B final as they start to go past the supporters. And it is out there in lane number 6. Maclean's College 1 have drawn up alongside Shirley Boys. In between those two cruisers, Hauraki Plains. In there they would be leading though. Very close between them and Hauraki Plains and Maclean's College. Those three crews. You can see the orange blades of Hauraki Plains. Just inside of Shirley Boys is St John's Hamilton. As they come down soon, we're underway in the A final, so we'll track back down to that shortly. But a nice clean start from all of them in the A final. In fact, it looks as if Christchurch Boys High have gone out really sharply in that A final, out there in lane 8. And then across to, it's fairly even across from them. So we'll just bring back through as much as we can the B final. Shirley Boys out there with Maclean's. And just inside of them is St John's. So it's looking like Shirley Boys and McLean's coming down to the last 100 metres to go. Shirley Boys, McLean's, back inside to St John's, then Hauraki Plains, out to Whakatipu, back inside to Whakatane, and then we go to St Patrick's College. 100 metres to go for those crews. That looks pretty much how they'll finish. Shirley Boys just have to watch from McLean's and then St John's. But we'll leave them to finish in that order. We'll go back and check on the A final, if I can bring that to you. Oh, no real obvious leader out there now. Really, Whakatane out in the middle, but it is coming out of Sacred Heart, Auckland Grammar and Wakatipu High School. So Wakatipu High School, Marley King-Smith striking that down. He's already got 2 gold medals today. Will he get a third? We'll have to wait and see. Plenty of action coming out of Whanganui Collegiate as well, and Glendowie, and then across into Whakatipu, just starting to fall back a wee bit now. So they'll have to have a strong second half of the race, because outside of them, Auckland Grammar and Sacred Heart making the early running. So there's the field for you. Whanganui Collegiate in lane 1, across to Glendowie, Whakatipu, Auckland Grammar School, Sacred Heart, Wakatane High School, King's College and Christchurch Boys High School out there in lane 8, putting in a good showing already. So it's still in the middle and in the outside. But there's a lead there coming in lane 4. That is Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar starting to put some pressure on Wakatipu. Then we come out to Wakatane High School in the yellow with the black stripe. Then on lane 8, it's Christchurch Boys High School. They're just trying to sneak through out there in lane 8 and do a job on everybody without them noticing. So is lane 1, Whanganui Collegiate. So some of these boys have had a lot of racing already, and they might start to show in this race. So lane 1 and lane 8 normally at this stage wouldn't be as far out as they are, but we've got an inverted V. So lane 1 and lane 8, then we go across to Auckland Grammar and Wakatane. Those will be the 4. It's going to be tough here for Wakatipu. If they're going to get through here, it's going to be a big final 1,000 as they come up through that second 500. It is in the middle, Auckland Grammar, then down to Wanganui Collegiate in lane 1, then still out to Whakatane in lane 6. I'm still thinking Christchurch Boys higher in the mix, just inside of them King's College. They'll have a strong fillage, you would think. Cannon and Baxter, they've been rowing strongly all week. We look across the screen there as you see it now. Right on that far right hand side is Christchurch Boys High. Let's come across there from right to left. Inside them is King's College, then Whakatane, then Sacred Heart, then Auckland Grammar. Then we come to Wakatipu. Then we've got Glendowie, and then just panning across the left we'll find Whanganui as they head into the last half of the race. This is going to be close. There's not a lot of it with all these crews. There's some big strong scullers in here. They've had a lot of rowing though, so we'll see what happens at the end of the week. But it's still Auckland Grammar in lane 4. They're making the running out there. Christchurch Boys High just starting to fade off a bit, as is King's College. They'll need to go again if they want to stick with it. There though is Wakatane, Sacred Heart, Auckland Grammar, Wakatipu starting to push in. They've had a slow first 1,000, but now they're starting to eat into the field. Just on the left hand side of them is Glendowie and Whanganui Collegiate. So as they come in now towards 750 to go, the Marley King-Smith, Sam McAtamini, Wakatipu crew are starting to move in lane 3. They're pulling up alongside Auckland Grammar in lane 4. They'll need to watch Sacred Heart there in lane 5. They've not been saying much out there, just keeping pretty quiet, and they're sneaking through the middle of them. Whakatane High School out there in lane 6, and it still is lane 7. King's College just starting to drift off, and Christchurch Boys High School in lane 8. So lane 3 still moving, as is Whanganui Collegiate down in lane 1. Whanganui Collegiate putting in a great run down there in lane 1. They probably can't see them out there in the wider lanes. They might be moving through in front lane 1. We'll have a look when they come up to the screen closer. But Whanganui Collegiate, they're still pushing Wakatipu, but Auckland Grammar are just outside of them and probably ahead. Sacred Heart as well, Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach, they're a strong crew. They're rowing strongly out there, and Whakatane just outside of them. So we're now looking as if it's going to come between Whanganui, Wakatipu, Auckland Grammar, Sacred Heart and Whakatane as they come into the last 750 to go. These boys aren't given an inch. The under 17 double sculls down here in the final line is going to be a bit of a close one, I think. So Whanganui, Chase and Jaden out there in lane 1. We come across then to Wakatipu in lane 3, Marley and Sam. Then we look at Auckland Grammar. It's Fletcher and Max. Lane 5, Sacred Heart is Sam and Oliver. And then we've still got Whakatane in there, Zachary and Luke. My word, this is close. Look at these crews. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can throw a blanket over them. It'll be a big wet one, but it'll be a big blanket. Lane 1, it's Whanganui down here in lane 1. Out to Wakatipu, still pushing up on Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar can't shake Wakatipu, but they're in the place to have a good challenge at them. Outside Auckland Grammar, it's Sacred Heart. Still Whakatane there. It's Sacred Heart starting to push through. There's an advantage coming from them. The last 250 metres have stuck between Auckland Grammar and Whakatane. Look at Sacred Heart there, Sam and Oliver. They're starting starting to make the running. Whanganui down in lane 1 might be starting to drift off. Auckland Grammar starting to drift as well. The pressure's coming on there from Wakatipu. Have they timed their run right, Wakatipu? They're getting down to 250 metres to go. On the outside of Auckland Grammar, it's Sacred Heart. Inside from Auckland Grammar a second, we go to third place, Wakatipu. Right coming up inside of them is Whanganui Collegiate down in lane 1. Out to Whakatane in lane 6. As the leads now starting to come though with Sacred Heart. Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach putting the pressure on. They might be out to a bone flick now by Auckland Grammar. And Wakatipu starting to push on Auckland Grammar, but it's Sacred Heart starting to make the running. Outside of them is Whakatane. It's Sacred Heart over Auckland Grammar, then Wakatipu. Then we go out to Whakatane. It looks like Whanganui Collegiate's run might have come to an end, but Sacred Heart are pushing out here now. They're 3/4 of a bone leg. Auckland Grammar go again. In the 100 metres to go, there's 3 of them. It's Sacred Heart, it's Auckland Grammar. Wakatipu are flying down here in lane 3. Well, they've got enough left of the course. It's Sacred Heart by half a boat length. It's Auckland Grammar. Wakatipu are chasing them, and then on the outside is Whakatane coming into the mix for the gold medal, the bronze medal. It's Sacred Heart by half a boat length over Auckland Grammar. I think Whakatane might have rolled over the top of Wakatipu. We'll have to wait and see. My word, that was close. Oh my word, it'll be a camera shot for the third for bronze. Sacred Heart from Auckland Grammar. Hold your tickets please, punters. We'll wait and see what's happened to third and fourth. Sacred Heart from the last 750 metres just started to push their way through on Auckland Grammar and Whakatane. They've taken this one out. Second looks like Auckland Grammar, and then it's going to be very close for bronze. We'll just wait and see. All placings confirmed in race 371, the boys under 17 double scull. First, Sacred Heart. Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach in a time of 7:05.85. Second to Auckland Grammar, Fletcher Hawkesby and Max Liggins. And then on the line by 0.39 of a second, Wakatipu High School take the bronze over Whakatane High School. Great valiant effort there from Whakatane, just really put the pressure on in that last 100. They started to fly, just ran out of track. So first to Sacred Heart, second to Auckland Grammar, third to Wakatipu, then Whakatane, Whanganui Collegiate, Glendowie, King's College and Christchurch Boys High School. They have gone through, as you see, in 7:05.85. Once they've caught their breath, they'll make their way back here to grab their medals. So the medal ceremony will come up shortly for the boys under 17 double sculls, and then we'll be moving into the girls under 17 single sculls to decide what happens with that second marvellous looking Laszlo boat.
third. Yours?
Heading shortly to the medal ceremony for that boys under 17 double sculls. While we just wait for the coaches to get into position, we'll give you the field for the girls under 17 single sculls. That's due to go shortly. I think they're down there. Girls under 17 single sculls B final lining up there. And we can tell you that in lane 1 will be Cromwell College 3, Greer Ferguson. Lane 2 will be Hillcrest 1, Ratara David. In lane 3, St Kevin's College 1, April Linares Fontana. In lane 4, Columba College 1, Laura Summit. In lane 5, New Plymouth Girls High School 1, Jill Swart. In lane 6, Otamotai College 1, Jenna Barangwine. And in lane 7, Cromwell College 1, Olivia Paibenga. And in lane 8, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Christy Foster. So they're due to go in a couple of minutes. That is the B final of the girls under 17 single sculls. Sam McAtamney just taking the opportunity to have a wee lie down before he gets his medal. Marley King-Smith waiting on him. So underway they are in the girls under 17 single sculls B final. So just waiting till we've got everybody there so we can do the medal presentation for the boys under 17 double sculls. So April Linares Fontana from St Kevin's in lane 3 in the B final out pretty smartly. 2 across from her is Jill Swart from New Plymouth Girls High School in lane 5. Then we go across to Jenna Barangwine from Otamotai College in lane 6, showing out early. Then it would be back to Ratara David from Hillcrest in lane 2. Through their first 500 they are, just getting ready here to make some presentations. Still April from St Kevin's. St Kevin's in lane 3. Then we go across to New Plymouth Girls High School, Otamotai College. Out there in lane 8, St Hilda's is Christy Foster. We'll come back to that shortly. We'll just get underway with the most important piece right now. Please welcome the medalist in the boys under 17 double sculls. The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 7:07.74, Wakatipu High School. Marley King-Smith and Sam McAtamany, coached by John Morrison. And then one for John. The winners of the silver medal, it was a double, in a time of 7:07.35, Auckland Grammar. Fletcher Hawksby and Max Liggins. My apologies, I'm not quite sure which one that is, so you can have both of them. Coach Matt Jensen and Natalie Welch. And our champions and gold medal winners in a time of 7:05.85, Sacred Heart College, Auckland. Sam Sturgis and Oliver Leach. Coached by Brent Leach. Not only are they the gold medal winners and our champions for today in the boys under 17 double sculls, but they also now win the St Andrews College Cup.
Grab the cup, boys. Grab the cup.
So Brent, there you go. Congratulations to Sacred Heart College of Auckland.
Look in the square, please. And again. No, one more. Well done, guys.
Back out to the B final of the girls under 17 single sculls as we await the A final, which is just getting ready to go. We'll give you an update on this, and it is still out there in lane 3. Nice row come from April Linares Fontana of St Kevin's. Then we go across to New Plymouth Girls High School in lane 5, then to Otamotai College in lane 6. That's the 3 that are looking likely to get across the line first. Then we go back inside to Columba College, which is near Columba College. Then we go to St Hilda's out there in lane 8. Back inside to Hillcrest in lane 2, Ratara David, then Cromwell College 1 in lane 3, then it would be back to Cromwell College 1 in lane 7. So they may well be in the gates now for the girls under 17 single sculls A final. The barge is down there. I think the light might be flashing, so we'll give you the field there. In lane 1, it is Iona College, Libby Christie. Lane 2, Onslow College 1, Tessa Thompson. Lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Harriet Thompson. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Briley Deacon. In lane 5, Dunstan High School 1, Pippi Horan. In lane 6, Takapuna Grammar 1, Sky Lang. She's already got a gold medal today. In lane 7, Craighead Dawson School 2, Paige Butler Beard. And in lane 8, Craighead Dawson School 1, Elsie Torbett. So the two Craighead girls out there in lanes 7 and 8. So you can see Paige Butler Beard there right at the bottom of your screen. Then as you move across, Takapuna Grammar, Dunstan, Cambridge, Otago Girls, Onslow College, and out there to Iona College in lane 1. They're at attention, the lights flashing. It'd be great to get the barge coverage of this for those of you at home on the live stream. It's been fantastic coverage for them today. Back here in the B final, not much has changed, although it looks like New Plymouth Girls High School leading along with Cromwell, and they're away in the A final. So away pretty quickly out of there was Elsie Talbot from Craighead down here in lane 8. Also out there in lane 1, well, was Libby Christie. She's got away pretty cleanly too. Out there we go again to Skylang and Takapuna High School, and just up from her and away just in front of her is Dunstan. Then Briley Deacon from Cambridge just a bit further about. So early on we're seeing Elsie Talbot through her start sequence pretty quickly now, starting to lengthen. Up from her is Skylang from Takapuna. Then we see Pippi Horn from Dunstan. Right across the far side in the blue skiff is Iona College's Libby Christie. Then we come back inside to Briley Deacon in that light blue skiff from Cambridge High School. Then we'll go back up there to Tessa Thompson from Onslow College in lane 2, then back inside to Harriet Thompson in lane 3, and just out of the picture we can't quite see her there is Paige Butler-Beard from Craighead Dawson in lane 7, but very early days and very even there between Craighead, Dunstan and Takapuna. Expect Skylang to do well in this. Pippi Horan's had a lot of racing. South Island champion, Skylang the North Island champion. And then we just see right next to us there, Elsie Talbot's had a great season down here for Craighead as well. Then we go across to, looking very strong there at the moment, is Libby Christie in lane 1 from Iona. She would be 4th as Pippi and Sky go Bowball for Bowball, and also out here with Craighead Dawson. Those are the 3 early leaders. 4th is definitely Libby Christie over there in lane 1. Then back to Briley Deacon in lane 4. She'd be 5th. Then we go to Tessa Thompson, Onslow College in lane 2. Harriet Thompson in lane 3 from Otago Girls. Then we can't quite see Elsie Talbot from Craighead Dawson on that angle, but she's not too far away, just further back there from her compatriot Elsie Talbot. As we go past Alcatraz, past the first 500 metres, and not for the first time today, we see a Craighead boat closest to the camera out there leading in this lane. Then it is in the middle of the course. It's with Skylang from Takapuna Grammar, Pippi Horan from Dunstan. Those are the 3 we see. Iona College is in lane 1. She's still well in the mix there, looking pretty comfortable. But it's those 3 boats that we see. Takapuna, Dunstan, and then it's Iona. Then we go inside from Dunstan to Cambridge. Those are the 4 or 5 making their way through the second 500 of the course. Online is the title of the girls under 17 single sculls, and this nice shiny red and white boat down here for their school. Be the furthest thing from their minds right now as they're in the middle of their second 500 in this final of the girls under 17 single sculls here at Maadi Cup 2022. It's Skylang from Takapuna out there in lane 6. Doing a job there with Dunstan's Pippi Horan. Down here in lane 1, Libby Christie got a reasonable start. She's not still out of it. And working hard too is Elsie Talbot from Craighead. Those are your 4. Then we go back to Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School. Back to Onslow College, Tessa Thompson, and then Paige Butler-Beard from Craighead. So out the lead now goes Pippi Horan. Pippi Horan by half a boat length from Skylang from Takapuna. Just edging up there now, Briley Deacon. She was a little bit further back in that first 500, but just in the second 500 she started to make a move. So she's moving into possibly 3rd in the line there with Craighead Dawson, Elsie Talbot. Elsie got away pretty quickly, but it's Pippi Horan making the running up through the first 1,000. She's now half a boat length over Skylang. Drawing right alongside Skylang is Elsie Talbot from Craighead Dawson. And then not too far back is Briley Deacon. Briley Deacon would be half a boat length or less than that behind those 2 scullers. Then we go to Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls High School. She's 3/4 of a boat length back from Briley Deacon. Briley Deacon moving up alongside Craighead. So Craighead, Cambridge, not much between those 2. They're going up alongside Takapuna now. It's still Pippi Horan with half a boat length over those 3 scullers who are 1, 2, 3 right in front of each other, right next to each other rather. Then we still go back to Harriet Thompson in lane 3, out to Onslow College in lane 2, back to Iona College in lane 1, and then we'll be back to Craighead Dawson here in lane 7. So Pippi Horan takes them through the 1,000 with a half a boat length advantage. Nothing then between Craighead Dawson 1, Onslow College and Cambridge High School. They're all very even as they come through. Now we're in the third 500. Who's going to make the move now? Who's going to try and put the wood on Pippi Horan from Dunstan? She's done the work in the last 500. Who's coming next? Just outside of here still is Takapuna. Briley Deacon's moving still. She's moved past Takapuna. Just seeing there, Sky takes a look to her left and she can see it. In lane 3, Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson. She's moving as well. Takes a look to her right and sees everybody there as well. Pippi Horan's controlling things at the moment from lane 5. She's had a lot of racing. What she got left, she'll be starting to hurt soon. She's coming up with 750 to go, but she's still got a half boat length lead over now from Cambridge. It's Dunstan, Cambridge, then we go back to Takapuna. Harriet Thompson coming through in lane 3. Still out there in lane 8 is Elsie Talbot from Craighead Dawson as they start to get ready to go past the spectators. Then it's down to Iona College in lane 1. Then we go further back to Craighead Dawson, Paige Butler-Beard. It might be a bridge too far today, but Dunstan still holding the advantage. Dunstan and then Cambridge. Dunstan, Cambridge back to Takapuna, maybe, or Otago Girls might be third. Otago Girls might be looking at another medal today. Wouldn't that be one for the apple cart? And then it's Dunstan still though in lane 5. She'll be seeing Briley coming alongside, and you can see that there. There's Dunstan. It's 3/4 of a boat length back to Briley Deacon from Cambridge, who's got half a canvas over Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls. Then we come out to Elsie Talbot from Craighead Diocesan. Back inside to Skylang from Takapuna, who might just be starting to fade in this race. Then we go back to Tessa Thompson from Onslow College. Back inside to Iona College. And then it's Paige Butler-Baird from Craighead Diocesan, and back there in lane 7. Still with Dunstan. She's reacted strongly to the challenge coming from Briley Deacon. But look at that, Harriet Thompson out there in lane 3. She started to move past Briley Deacon of Cambridge. She's coming up on the spectators as the girl from Otago Girls High School, and she's starting to move ahead of Briley. She's in second. So Pippi Horan still hanging tough and holding on to this half boat length lead, but she's under pressure. She's under pressure from Harriet Thompson. She's under pressure from Cambridge High School, and Craighead Dawson still hanging tough out there looking for a bronze medal if they can, but they're going to have to fight this here. Pippi Horan's moved again. Briley Deacon's just starting to be overtaken by Otago Girls High School, by Harriet Thompson. Out here is Harriet Thompson got to run on her boat to chase down a gold medal. Has she got more in her legs than Dunstan? This will be interesting to see. And look, I reckon she has. Dunstan's been rowing hard, but they're starting to read her up. Dunstan is still leading, but just here comes Harriet Thompson down in lane 3 from Otago Girls High School. In between them still is Briley Deacon, who challenged in the last 500, maybe starting to fade. Not out of it yet though is Skylang and Takapuna Grammar. She's still there or thereabouts, as is Craighead Dawson in lane 8 for that bronze medal. We're watching Harriet Thompson start to move and go past Dunstan now. She's reeled her in nearly there, barrel for barrel as they come across those boys. What's Pippi got to go again? She takes a look over her left-hand shoulder and sees Harriet. She's pushed again. Oh, it's close between these two. She's just put another move in. Here's Dunstan. Dunstan's gone again and taken it back out another half boat length as they go past that 250 to go. It's Dunstan. It's Otago Girls. Then we go to Cambridge. On the outside to Craighead Dodson, back inside to Takapuna Grammar. Oh, what a fight between these two. Dunstan's fighting tough again. She's made of some real stuff as that Pippi Horan. Outside there still is Harriet Thompson. Harriet is going to have to work hard to get over the top of Pippi Horan. Pippi Horan's giving everything she's got. She's gone out to half a boat length again, but she's taking Harriet with her. It'll be between these two. They come down 120 metres to go. Pippi Horan still has the advantage over Harriet Thompson. What have you got, Harriet? You're in side of a gold medal if you can go again a bit quicker. Into 100 metres to go goes Pippi Horan from Dunstan High School. She's rowing past that Aon boat. It might be her school soon. Pippi Horan, she's just clicked up. Her head's down. She's not moving. She's moving out to a boat length. She's gone well in the last 100. 50 metres to go. What a convincing and a strong, tough win this is going to be for Pippi Horan. She comes down with 20 metres to go. A boat length and a half from Harriet Thompson from Otago Girls. They've got 2 medals in a day over 21 years. And out in third to take the bronze. A brave effort from Takapuna Grammar and Sky Lang. Out there in fourth will be Craighead Dawson. Down here to Onslow College in lane 2. Across to Paige Butler-Baird from Craighead Dawson. Back down here into lane 1, Iona College to complete the field. And Briley Deacon might have just run out of a bit of puff there in lane 4, but she will be well attended to. My word, what a very brave and magnificent win for Pippi Horan there from Dunstan High School in lane 5. Challenged the whole way out by some tremendous sculling from Harriet Thompson and Briley Deacon, and of course and then there's Sky Lang. What a great result. Well rowed, girls. And to Dunstan High School goes the boat. To Pippi Horan goes the gold medal, and when she gets her breath back and rows inside, she'll get that soon. We'll just confirm the placings in the girls under 17 single scull. Briley's in safe hands there, should be all looked after. And then Russell Mills will take you through to the end of what has been a very exciting first finals day. Looking forward to a big full day tomorrow, and we'll complete, of course, with the big Aon Maadi Cup. But plenty of racing between now and then. Just waiting for confirmation on the girls under 17A final, probably just being held up while we clear the course. So we can tell you now that has first Dunstan High School, Pippi Horan. Second, Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson. Of course, Otago Girls before today hadn't had a Māori medal for 21 years, and today they've got 2. So our secretary on the course here, Carl Morgan, is very happy. Third, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang, a brave third there. She fought back to get there. Then just missing out there, fourth, Craighead Dawson, Elsie Talbot. Onslow College fifth, Craighead Dawson, Paige Butler Baird sixth, and then seventh, Iona College, Libby Christie.
Well, thanks, Ian. As the commentators continue to tell you, such brilliant racing going on here on Lake Ruataniwha for the first day of the finals of the Aon Maadi Cup Rowing Championships here. The water conditions has actually got better and better every day. Now, if you're a new spectator that's just come down, just please be aware that you have to stay in your bubble. That's one thing that we've been asked to call. Also, don't forget the sponsors, guys. The sponsors, if it's not for the sponsors, then we certainly wouldn't be able to run this regatta. So we'll go through them for you again. New Zealand Defence Force, Queenstown Resort College, University of Otago, Lincoln University, Lasro Boats, SL Racing, Simply Heat Christchurch, and of course the locals, we've got Twizel Painting, Tricorp Enterprises, we've got Mackenzie Building Supplies, we've got Toner Plumbing and Foursquare Supermarket and Jake's. We appreciate your support. Don't forget, if you're having lunch or having anything around, please take your rubbish away with you. It's pack it in and pack it out. Brilliant racing. Congratulations to all the ones that have actually rowed in the finals today and yesterday too, of course. It's a big effort to try and get to a final of a Maadi Cup, and we've seen some absolutely brilliant racing. No more than the last, I think the club that is certainly showing up is the Wakatapu Club, and they are the club that seems to be picking up the medals from a very small country club on Lake Hayes. We welcome any spectators that have come down from the North Island, and of course all the people out there in the live streaming. We take it that you have sit back and enjoyed what's been going on. The next event up is 374, race 374 of the regatta. It is the boys under 18 Cox 4, which is one of the elite classes. It is next to the Maadi Cup. It is the next elite class here at Maadi Cup. We've got a B final with Wanganui Collegiate, Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar 2, Westlake Boys 2, Mount Albert Grammar 2, and Waitaki Boys from the way down south where the pineapples grow in Oamaru. I know a lot of you rowers that are in your bubble, and you're not allowed out of your bubble unless you have got battery run computers. You won't see the live streaming, but the live streaming, the Sky live streaming that's on is absolutely brilliant. It's giving you racing all the way from the 2,000 metre starting blocks all the way through to the finish. And it's certainly helping the commentators out get away that first 200 or 300 metres, which is quite difficult to pick up when you're just looking straight through binoculars from the tower. Okay, on the dais now, of course, is the medal ceremony of event number 22, which was the girls under 17 single sculls. Great racing going on there. In third place in 8:32.05, Takapuna Grammar, Sky Lang, and coaches Katie Holliday and Jessica Hamlin. We then move over to second place getters, which is Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson, coaches Mike Goldsmith and Matt Thompson. They went through in a time of 8:32.29. And over to the first place getter, which was Dunstan High School, Pippi Horan and coach Simon Smith in 8:30.18. Congratulations to all crews. Okay, don't forget the Laszlo boat. It's been presented to the winner of this event, the girls under 17 single sculls, which goes to Pippi. Congratulations, all scullers, what a great race. Congratulations, Simon, Mike, Matt, and of course, Katie and Jessica. Right, that B final is on its way, race 374, the B final, and we'll take it through as far as we can for you. We went through the field for you, Wanganui Collegiate, Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar 2, Westlake Boys 2, Mount Albert Grammar 2, and Waitaki Boys. We're getting better conditions now than we've seen. Oh, there's something gone wrong at the start by the look of it. Boys under 18, Cox 4, don't tell me it's another false start. It almost looks like it's a false start, so they're all rowing back. It looks like they've gone 200 or 300 metres. And they are rowing back now to the start out of the 2,000 metre blocks. We'll come on air when they go away.
just down in front of us now. Great to see the photos being taken of the two under-17 singles winners, Pippi Horan and Marley King-Smith. I'm sure their respective schools are delighted to be the owners of those brand new, lovely-looking Laszlo single skiffs. So one there, of course, for Dunstan High School and one for Wakatipu High School. And thank you to Laszlo Boats for donating those single sculls. Fantastic looking single sculls there. So congratulations to Pippi Horan and Marley King-Smith.
Looking this way, please. One more.
They might want you to lie down inside.
Are you guys gonna?
I'm gonna go.
The sponsor.
Come across this way, otherwise Simon's got a rigger up his nose. Okay.
Looking this way, please. One more. Okay.
And whoa, Hira. One more, then I spend you, Simon.
Right, we've just had word that the A final will be rowed before the B final in the boys under 18 Cox 4, the Springbok 4. There's been a gear breakage in that B final that went away from the start. So the line-up there is Christ College's number 2 crew in lane 1, Auckland Grammar 1 and 2, Christchurch Boys 1 and 3, Hamilton Boys 1 and 4, Mount Albert Grammar number 1 and 5, Cashmere 1 and 6, St Andrews 1 and 7, Christ College's number 1 and 8, with Christ College getting lanes 1 and 8, having 2 crews. Also, that's it. Good line up there. So I'd imagine they will let that A final go away on the time that's been listed on your day sheet, which is 3:40.
It's yours.
Don't forget Mr. Whippy down there. Get in and see Steve and get yourself a Mr. Whippy with chocolate on it, of course. And if you see the coffee shop, Erin is down there with the coffee shop along with the other food vans, a couple of other food vans down there. Support them very well, but keep yourself in your bubble. They're down in your bubble, I think. Stay there. We shouldn't see any of the rowers popping up over the ropes to go to them. Just a little bit of useless information. Of course, there's 1,400 competitors here at Aon Maadi Cup 2022. And we've got 97 schools competing.
Thank you. Congratulations, guys.
Okay, they've let them go out of the box. Now, this should be pretty interesting sort of a shot. The Hamilton boys will be the ones to watch, smack bang in the middle of the course in the fast lane. Mount Albert Grammar, number 1, will be right there as well. They've gone out from the start, and we're getting a really good shot of them here. The crew on the outside was Christ College. That's Christ College, number 1 on the outside. They've gone out just slightly ahead of them is St Andrews. They're out in lane number 7. These crews gone away to a very good start. And then 5, that's Mount Albert Grammar. That's the crew that's going to put their nose out in front by about 2 feet through this first 250 metres. It's Mount Albert Grammar that's gone out to a 2 foot, maybe 3 foot lead. Pressure going on them from the crew out of lane 7, St Andrews. All these crews have just got about a half a length advantage on everything. Hamilton boys, Christchurch boys, Auckland Grammar 1 and Christ College 2. Nothing absolutely separating them inside the fast lanes, that's for sure. Out to a half length goes St Andrews. Out to a half length over the rest of the field goes the crew from Mount Albert Grammar. It is Mount Albert Grammar gone out, or they've opened it up to about a half a length over then the St Andrews crew. St Andrews trying to hang on to them inside the first 300 metres. Then we come back down, slammed up between them is Cashmere. Don't leave Cashmere out. They're just about through 500 metre already. Whoa, whoop-dee-doo, 500 gone already. This is going to be a sizzling time. You can just see the power that's being used from this crew that's in front out of Mount Albert Grammar. That's their number one crew. Let's see who's in there. We've got James, Nicholas, Cam, Theo, and of course we have got Kill in the coxswain seat. Alice Denya is the coach of this crew, and they have opened up their lead now to a good 3/4 of a length already through the course, and we're only in the second 500. It is St Andrews with the crew that was chasing them. They were trying to bring with them Christ College on the outside, and still nothing separating that. Hamilton, Christchurch boys, Auckland Grammar and Christ College 2 in behind them, but about a length down off the leaders already. Where's Cashmere? Mount Albert Grammar. By gosh, there's some power going on. The beautifully balanced crew. Again, the old spirit level would come out from them out of lane 5. Now we're just starting to see a little bit creeping from also Christchurch boys now. Christchurch boys moving away from lanes 2 and lanes 3, which is Auckland Grammar and Hamilton boys. And it's still down here on the very outside is that crew from St Andrews in one of the slower lanes on the Yarrow effect. St Andrews, nice and calm, nice and connect. I've got them around about 36 to 36 and a half strokes per minute as they head through down towards the 1,000 metre peg. You'll go, they're all chasing one crew only, Mount Albert Grammar. All the way down from Auckland, Mount Albert Grammar looks like the crew that wants to go to the front and not give everybody a chance. This is Springbok 4. This is the trophy for the Springbok 4, and they are sitting out in front quite comfortably now. They have got themselves a good length and a quarter over the crew on their right-hand shoulder. That's Cashmere. Cashmere starting to come into it. Also St Andrews. St Andrews just ahead of Cashmere. Mount Albert Grammar with a length clear water from St Andrews. Cashmere in the middle starting to come in, and we're still seeing that move come from Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys bringing Grammar 2, Auckland Grammar number 2 with them. And then we go back just about a length and a half back to Christchurch, Christ College it is, Christ College's number 2 crew. St Andrews not putting themselves under any pressure at this stage, trying to chase a very powerful looking Grammar crew, Mount Albert Grammar. And they have got clear water between them and St Andrews. Still St Andrews. Now we see Christchurch boys. They've moved, just pulled away ever so slightly, 2 feet over Hamilton boys. Hamilton boys will come into it in the second half of it, you can guarantee it. The leaders are set sail for home. We're inside that last 1,000 metres. They're trying to bring with them. Grammar's trying to bring St Andrews. St Andrews still clearly in second, but I think Cashmere in the middle between the two of them. That's one of the danger crews. They are in the chance of a bronze medal as well. And then down the inside, we've still got that pressure coming from Christchurch, who's got about a half a length over a Hamilton boys. Couple of lengths back to Auckland Grammar. Another length and a half back to Christ College 2. And there's Christ College 1 right out on the far side. They are in behind Christ College 2. Back to the leaders. Inside the last 500. It is Mount Albert Grammar. They've been there from the start. St Andrews went out quickest in the start, and Mount Albert Grammar grabbed the lead not long after the first 100 metres, and St Andrews are going to put a little bit of pressure on them inside the last 400 metres. St Andrews will be a length down off them. They've got a length to pick up. The race is on for the bronze medal. It's coming from that Christchurch boys crew. They've been increasing closing the gap on the leaders all the way from the 1,000-metre peg. They're bringing Hamilton with them. Hamilton, Cashmere back out off it now. Also, Auckland Grammar won't be in the finish, and the two Christ College crews won't be. Brilliant rowing conditions here on the lake. Take a look at this if you're watching the live streaming. They're going through, and it's going to be Mount Albert Grammar who's been in the lead all the way. St Andrews starting to close the gap on them as they come down with 100 metres to go, and it looks like Christchurch Boys moving up into second place, third place that is. Hamilton having a go at Christchurch Boys. Look at Hamilton fly on Christchurch Boys. You've got to go, the tandem boat of Christchurch Boys. Can they hold off the fast finishing Hamilton? We've got the gold medal and the silver medal sorted out. Mount Albert Grammar, they will take the gold medal title up north. St Andrews from Avon, they'll go down, and it looks like Christchurch Boys only by a foot over the fast finishing Hamilton Boys. And then Cashmere from Avon cross the far side and the inside to the two Christ College crews and Auckland Grammar. They have shot through the course and haven't given us the time. 6:38. 6:38 for Mount Albert Grammar. And the body language and the noise tells you that they worked as hard as they could to hold off the challengers. St Andrews the first. The big improver was Christchurch Boys from the 1,000-metre peg, and then inside the last 500 it was Hamilton Boys. So just keeping in tune with what's been happening all day, some really exciting races. We're still yet to come with race 374, the boys under 18 Cox 4B final. We'll just wait and see what they go into, or whether they go into the girls under 18 Cox 4B final. So we're down to the last three races of the day, guys. We appreciate your support. Don't forget the tremendous job that the volunteers have done. I know you won't see them, you won't have the opportunity to tap them on the shoulder and say thanks for the job that you've done, but you will be able to catch up with them next year. You'll know that it'll be the same group. It's the same ones that come back every year. I certainly have appreciated the help in the kitchen by, I think it's the Rangiruru Supporters Club. They've done a brilliant job, both the men and the ladies, helping out, and I know the kitchen staff have appreciated that help. So we'll come on air the minute we can find out what we're on. It looks like we've got the B final. Yep, looks like we've got the B final underway. The boys under 18 for B final. Wanganui Collegiate in lane 2, Westlake Boys in 3, Auckland Grammar 2 and 4, Westlake Boys 2 and 5, Mount Albert Grammar 2 and 6, and Waitaki Boys in lane number 7. Right, the crew that's gone to the front by the look of it is Westlake. We'll just see if we can identify that for you. We've got nothing up on our screen, but it's 1, 2, 3 in, 4. Westlake. So it looks like Westlake, and then the crew on the inside of them, which is the crew from Auckland Grammar. That's Auckland Grammar number 2 crew. And then we should see one other crew in there, which we haven't. We can only see the 4 crews. We'll just check for scratchings. Auckland Grammar. So it looks like Auckland Grammar might be out. So we've got Wanganui, Westlake, Mount Albert Grammar and Waitaki. If you've got a day sheet, take out Auckland Grammar. They're not showing scratched on our... Oh, yes, they are. They're just not there. So it's Westlake and Westlake. The B final of the Springbok 4 race, and it's Westlake. The 2 Westlake crews would make a good 8 in the end. Coming down through the course, they've most likely gone about 600-700 metres, and it's Westlake on the right hand shoulder. Then we go out to the outside, which is the crew from Waitaki. Mount Albert Grammar number 2, we've just identified them not there by the look of it. Looks like that. So it looks like Waitaki on the outside. Waitaki is almost in front. We go Waitaki in front over Westlake, and Wanganui Collegiate down on the inside. So Wanganui Collegiate, Westlake, there's only about a length separating those two in the inside. The crew dropping off is the Westlake number 2 crew, just ever so slightly as they head through these brilliant water conditions here on Ruataniwha. And as we've seen, and as we've been saying, both Kirsty and Ian and Milsey have been calling the races for you on the first final day here at Aon Maadi Cup Rowing Championships for 2022, and we've been saying it all day how close the racing's been and on the brilliant water that there's been here in the Mackenzie country. The two monsters, locks to the bottom of the lake. So we're still looking at Westlake. It's Westlake number 1 over Waitaki. Those two crews, there's very little between the two of them. We'll get an idea of what it's like very shortly. We'll see it looks like Westlake. Westlake is ahead of Waitaki, and then we go back to Westlake 2 and Wanganui Collegiate, but Wanganui Collegiate's in front of Westlake 2. Swinging off a big, large set of oars, that Westlake crew in the middle of the course. Westlake, I'll just let you know who's in that crew. We've got Oliver, Clark, Austin, Nicholas, and it's Nicholas in the coxswain seat, and it's Tangyung that's out there as well. And they are down on rating in about 33, 33 and a half, 34 we would have them on. So they're doing this quite easily. The coxswain knows that he's in front. The rowers, the stroke man can just gaze from side to side. He can give the calls as well. Well, most likely that's what will happen. So it's Westlake over Waitaki. Westlake from Auckland, Waitaki from North Otago, Oamaru. And then we go back to Westlake 2, and Wanganui's ahead of them. Wanganui Collegiate out of Wanganui, just ahead of them. Brilliant rowing conditions, as you can see, and as we've been telling you, as they head down through this, the B final of the under-18 4. With 2 more races to go after this, and then the day's finished. Don't forget, pack it in, pack it out. So Westlake always bring down a strong squad from Westlake, bring it down to Maadi Cup. It's great to have you down here again. It's great to have all the North Islanders down here. I'm sure you've had a lot of the crews here for the New Zealand Rowing Championships. You had a lot of crews down for the Canterbury Junior Championships or the South Island Junior Championships. And you had crews, I'm sure, down here for the South Island schools as well. So you've got your rowing in there, and now you've got them back again for Maadi Cup. And here we go with Westlake. Commanding lead over Waitaki. Waitaki with a length and maybe 2.5 lengths over the crew from Wanganui Collegiate. And then we go back to that Westlake number 2 crew. Great rowing from the crew out in front. Again, a well-balanced crew. Gosh, these crews, we don't get like the old club days where you had the tall guy and the wee shorty in the bow, just like my older brother, if you're listening. You know, you were the wee shorty in the bow seat, weren't you? You can put a spirit level across the top of all these crews. They're well balanced. It's a tandem rig boat that Westlake is rowing. You can hear the calling from the coxswains as they come down inside the yellow buoys, and they're quite clear from Waitaki. Waitaki that do an awful lot of their kilometres here on Lake Ruataniwha. They've got sheds over the back here. They come up each weekend from training camps, or they come up for their training. Unfortunately lost their one of their top men there a wee while back, and it's good that we see a couple of young fellas taking over the coaching of the crews out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. And here they go with one of the Waitaki crews out competing in the B final. Down towards the buzzer they go. Strong looking crew, almost look good enough to be in the Springbok Field final. They'll get the buzzer. Good 3.5 lengths clear of Waitaki, and another 3.5 lengths clear of Wanganui, and we distance back to the Westlake number 2 crew.
different, I think. No, I don't think it is.
Please welcome the medalists for the boys under 18 Coxed 4.
Oh, it's a longer reach.
The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 6:42.74, Christchurch Boys High School. Ted Main, Tom Penberthy, Hugo Westphal, Sean Templeton, Cox is Sebastian Kuhn, coaches Josh Dolan, Tim Osmers and Scott Shackleton. Well done to Christchurch Boys High School. The winners of the silver medal in a time of 6:41.06, St Andrews College. Tom Rutherford, Sam Long, Angus Hill, James McLaren, coxed by Emily Davis, coaches Tim Hopkins and Greg Brand. Congratulations to St Andrews College. And the winners of the boys under 18 Cox 4 and the Springbok Shield, Mount Albert Grammar. James Brown, Nicholas Bryan, Cam McGilvray, stroked by Theo Brown, Cox Kaylin Rensfield Bree, coached by Alice Denyer. Congratulations again to the national champions in a fantastic row, the winners of that Springbok Shield, Mount Albert Grammar.
Yeah, get your hands on that, boys. Take a step forward, guys. And girl.
Down through the course for the girls under 18 Cox 4B final. This is race 376, due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake at 3:58. They are right on time. Down on the inside we have Villa Maria College. Then we go into lane 4, which is Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew, Mount Albert Grammar in 5, and Epsom Girls Grammar. First call for you this morning. Their number 2 crew's in lane number 6. And as they go down through that second 500, the next is the 1,000 metre peg. They get it. Looks like the crew from Epsom. Epsom Girls on the far side look like the crew that's in front in the B final of the under 18 4. They have a lead of about 2, maybe 3/4 of a length over the crew on their left shoulder, which is Mount Albert Grammar, and they are locked up with Rangi. There's absolutely nothing separating those two, with Villa Maria back off the pace by a couple and a half lengths at this stage of the race. They would be very surprised if they can get themselves into it from there. They're out there anyway, but still Epsom Girls strong in the North Island, over Rangi in the middle of the course and jammed up between the two of them. Still nothing is Mount Albert Grammar. Rangi Ruru, of course, is Gemma, Primrose, Arabelle, Lucy, and the coxswain is Gabriella. And of course, Mount Albert Grammar has got Carrie, Zani, Ava, Kate, and it's got Megan, the coxswain seat, and the crew out in front's got Georgia, Madeline, Molly, and Brooke, with Jasmine sitting in the coxswain seat for the Epsom Girls Grammar number 2 crew. Tell you what, I don't think they're going to have it their own way though, because Rangi Ruru looks as if they want to go to the front. They just sat back for that first 1,000 metres. They've now just gone through that 1,000 metre peg, and they've almost gone and put their nose in front now. They've actually brought Mount Albert with them as well. Epsom Girls now just starting to slift off. They were very fast in that first 1,000 metres. Rangi Ruru looks as if they've got the lead only by about 3/4 of a length. So it's Rangi Ruru's. It's their number 2 crew as well. So they must have one in that number A race, that's for sure. Rangi, yes, got the 5 lane in the final. So it's Rangi's 2 crew. Mate, good for an under 18-8, that's for sure. So it's Rangi, we'll see that tomorrow, I would imagine. This is Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew. Mount Albert Grammar trying to hang on to them, 3/4 of a length down. Now they've opened up about 1.25 lengths to Epsom Girls, who went out very hard in that first 1,000 metres. And in turn, Epsom Girls has got 3.5 to 4 lengths over Villa Maria College down on the inside of the course. So Rangi Ruru, the multicoloured boat, the gold caps, Rangi Ruru they call them. I think they do all their training on the Avon. I think one of those, I think it's St Margaret's that go out to the Waimak River. So Rangi might be on the Avon in Christchurch. Under the guidance, of course, of head coach Gary Hay and, of course, Sophie Strawn, that helps out with them as well from the Rangi Ruru squad. And they've opened up that gap to about 1.25 lengths now as they head towards the yellow boys out in front. And clearly now they've opened up quite a big gap. Both these 2 crews now, anything up to 2.5 to almost 3 lengths now over the fast beginners. Epsom Girls Grammar, they went out pretty quickly, and then we go back to Villa Maria. This is the top class at school rowing. This is the B final, puts you in the top 10. I think they used to give badges out for the top 10 in the under 18s. I'm not too sure if that still happens. Yep, I've just had the word that it still does happen. So they'll go through and get the badge. They won't get the gold medal and they won't get the title, but they will be in that top 10, that's for sure. So Rangi Ruru, just too strong for Mount Albert Grammar, and Mount Albert Grammar too strong for Epsom Girls, and Epsom Girls too strong for the crew from Villa Maria. Down towards the line they go. They're inside the last 100 metres. Rangi Ruru can always pick them up from the commentary tower with the gold caps and the multicoloured boat. Great support they get from the parents there in Christchurch, and they go down and get the buzzer. Mount Albert Grammar hung on to them pretty well, Mount Albert. And then we go back to Epsom Girls, about 3 to 3.5 lengths back, the same back again to Villa Maria. The last of the day, guys, coming up, which is the A final of the same grade, the girls under 18 Coxed 4. This is the next best thing to the Maadi Cup 8 rowing. We don't. They're on their way, they've let them go. Again, out of the blocks they go, and I think Ian's told you before, Millsy's always told you, nice and upright with the body, nice and short on the line. Oh, they are ripping out there in lane number 7, Westlake Girls. I tell you what, I think they're on about 41, 42 by the look of it, Westlake. They have gone out and taken about 3 feet lead already over the rest of the field in this very fast breaking that they've gone out from the blocks. But they're going to be pulled in straight away because out of lane number 6 is Wellington Girls High. Jess, Nico, Mackenzie, Kayla and Tamari in the coxswain seat. They have now gone and put a bow ball on that crew from Westlake. Westlake went out exceptionally quickly, and now they've pulled it in. They've gone to a foot. Wellington's gone to a foot lead over the field, certainly over Westlake. Now they're starting, the bunch come out of lane number 4 is just starting to move up slowly. St Margaret's, don't count St Margaret's out. And then just on the top side of St Margaret's is Rangi Ruru, and don't count Rangi Ruru out. And also one, Wanganui Collegiate and Christchurch Girls are all hanging in there. Epsom Grammar, number 1, there's only about a canvas separating all these 3 crews down on the inside like we saw in one of the races earlier on. But that starts to break open once we get past that first 500 metre mark and they settle down from their race start. The idea is to go out hard, I would imagine, from a lot of these coaches and sit there. It looks like the golden lane number 6. It is Wellington Girls. Coach Catherine Duffin, I think it was her birthday today. I'm pretty sure of it. Catherine Duffin's birthday today, and she's got the Wellington Girls. Oh, there's just a movement coming from lane number 5. That's the crew from Rangi Ruru. Now so they've got a foot on the crew on their left-hand shoulder, which is St Margaret's, and they eyeball each other when they do their training on the Avon River. Oh, great racing so far. We're in the second 500. And it just looks like the move was going to come from St Margaret's. That's the crew that was going on. Ashley in the coxswain seat and Chris Everett doing the coxswain for the St Margaret's squad. Now just moving off ever so slightly now is lane number 2. That's Christchurch Girls feeling the pinch a little bit. Dave will be trying to keep them in there as well. But it's going back to that centre lanes a wee bit again. They've got the arrow effect really to an advantage here. And we'll see that it is lane number 4, still with a foot advantage over 3. It's 6, 5 and 4 it is. 3's just back off the pace a little bit. It's 6, 5 and 4, but it is 5. It is Rangi Ruru. They can't get away from their St Margaret's crew. And also the girls from Wellington Girls, they looked as if they might have been, they went out very fast and they might have been going to drift off, but they're still hanging in there. So she's going to come down to 3 now. We're looking at 3 crews that will go to the 1,000 metre peg, and it's going to be the crew out of lane 5. It's Rangi Ruru, that's the crew that's in front. They've got about 2 feet. There would only be 2 feet in it as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg. The big crowd that's getting in behind them from the tents and all down there from the side of the beach through the 1,000 they go now. I didn't even have time to call it. I was going to try and call it for you, but there's only about a 3 feet difference. Rangi Ruru holding it out by 3 feet over St Margaret's. St Margaret's now got themselves a half a length over the crew from Wellington. Then from there, they're starting to flare out both sides from those centre lanes, that's for sure. Rangi Ruru really ripping into it at the 1,000. I'm going to get a clock on them for you to see what they're doing. 36. They're on 36. They're trying to bring on their right-hand shoulder with them. They're trying to bring Wellington Girls, but they are now a length away from Rangi. It's on their left-hand shoulder where the action's going to come from, and it's going to come from St Margaret's. And I'll tell you what, they're doing a pretty good job, St Margaret's. Can St Margaret's bring it on their left-hand shoulder? Have got Epsom Girls. They're a little bit too far back. But boy, I'll tell you what, if we're talking about the flared effect here, the arrowhead here, you're getting an absolute brilliant example of it as the slower crews are towards the outside and the inside, and the centre lanes are the quickest. And you'll still see that Rangi Ruru, oh, it's 4 out from there. St Margaret's. St Margaret's, I think, is right there with Rangi Ruru. There's absolutely nothing in it. It could even, it's still Rangi Ruru. Only 2 feet over St Margaret's. They battle when they train against each other on the Avon River in Christchurch. They battle when they have to row here on Ruataniwha. And they've got better water here than what they'll ever have on the Avon River. Some might doubt that statement. But it's still Rangi Ruru. Rangi Ruru and St Margaret's. Now they're opening up that gap from Wellington Girls, who are about a length and a quarter back, and on the left-hand side of St Margaret's is Epsom Girls. Then we go a couple of lengths back to Christchurch Girls. Another 2.5 lengths back to Wanganui Collegiate, and they are locked up with the crew from Westlake. And Melbourne Girls, number 2 crew on the very far side, just feeling this cruise out in front a little bit tough to go for. Rangi have now opened up a little bit of a gap over St Margaret's. St Margaret's, the Rangi have opened up a canvas over St Margaret's. Can St Margaret's come back at them? They've opened up a length and a half over. Wellington girls are hanging in there as well. Catherine will be happy with them girls if they can pull off the bronze medal. They'll know that their competition is the two Christchurch crews in front. It's Rangi Ruru. Can St Margaret's, they've got to go now, St Margaret's. You can't hang around and wait for the yellow boys. You've got to go early, and you've got to bring it up to about 38 strokes per minute to get anywhere near them. So it's Rangi. Look out, Rangi, because I think St Margaret's are going to have a crack at you. Who's going to quicken the hands? Come on, it's too late. You've got to quicken them up now. Rangi Ruru. St Margaret's too slow. You've got to crank them right up. So Rangi's still got this canvas on St Margaret's as they go down. I think you'll find Wellington Girls College, I think, is still up in the... Oh no, Wellington Girls College may have got third taken off them from the inside, which is the crew from Epsom Girls Grammar. Epsom Girls Grammar might have moved up in the third place. We'll get a better look at it from here. But it's Rangi, St Margaret's. They can't get away from them. Rangi can't get away from St Margaret's. They're trying to do it with sheer power of St Margaret's. It's down to that canvas still, and there's a big tussle going on for the bronze medal. And it is Wellington Girls and Epsom on the other side. Let's take a... Oh, they are locked together. Absolutely locked together. Now there's a bow ball to Wellington on the far side. Wellington have gone through and taken the bronze medal. Oh, look at the body language from those two crews out in front. Yeah, the coxswains would have been hearing each other's call when they're that close together. They will know each other very well from the racing they've done and the training they do, and they are out on their feet. And that's what you want to see at a Maadi Cup final. All crews the same. They're all out on their feet. Congratulations. I'll just see if we can get a time for you. They've come through in 7:22. I've come through in 7:22. They've been sizzling through the course all day. Well, Ian, what did you think of that? That's the way to go through it. That's the way to row a race.
It's impressive for Rangi Ruru. They're under pressure from St Margaret's the whole way through. They keep hanging tough. Looked like St Margaret's going to come back in that last 500, but Rangi just went again, winning by probably a canvas or half a canvas as they went over the line at the end there to St Margaret's. But no, great close racing and very valiant. And third too were Epsom Girls Grammar. No, they weren't. Yes, they were. Epsom Girls Grammar just over the top of Wellington Girls at the end there. So great way to finish the day. And of course we'll wait for the ceremony of the medals, and that is the Dawn Cup. The Dawn Cup heading to Rangi Ruru and some very happy supporters down there in the main complex. Those of you that are just leaving the complex now, particularly from the visitors areas, thank you for your support and your support and just staying where you were put today. Please make sure that you've got your seatbelts on when you leave the complex, as the boys in blue have been fundraising for their Christmas raffle and they've managed to win a wee bit out of you parents today, so please make sure you don't give any more. And if you've got some rubbish down there, take it with you. But just hang around with us too, please, for the girls under 18 Cox 4 medal ceremony.
Thanks, Ian, and just to let you know out there that the difference between third and fourth, which was Epsom Girls and Wellington, was 0.66 of a difference. So it was right on the line that Epsom Girls got up 0.66 of a difference.
Well done.
Thanks, Adam.
Well done.
Awesome. Oh, thanks, Adam. That's so good. Thank you. We were going to you, Jill. We were going to you. I can't cry. Baby, bro. We were so confident the whole time. I actually think I was wrong. I would have hated to. That last bit, I was like, oh my god.
Hey girls, if you want something to drink.
I was thinking about love, actually. I was like,
No, she's a friend. Come here, why don't you go here? Again. Oh, you sorted it out.
I don't want to watch that.
Oh, you can watch the entire thing. Fully followed.
I would hate it for brothers. I can see the story. I was going to my course.
Yeah, no.
I have my spandex on.
No, I'm just dropping it forward. You right there?
like we've just about got all the coaches in place, so we can proceed with the medal presentation. We'll just allow a couple of minutes for a couple more sweaty hugs. Please welcome the medalists for the presentation of medals for the girls under 18 Cox 4. Great support for Rangiruru. The winners of the bronze medal in a time of 7:28.65, Epsom Girls Grammar. Cassidy Bradley, Jessica Maybe, Stevie Maybe, and the strokers Brianna Jolly, coxed by Hannah Stockman. Coaches are Nadia Bleakin and Brian Hawthorne, who's doing the honours.
Well done, Bree. 15 years old.
You got to exploit it somewhere. She's with the black.
And the winners of the silver medal in a time of 7:23.01, St Margaret's College. Grace Farrell, Hannah Wiley, Olivia Studham, Gemma Burrows, coxed by Ashley Tarkon. Coaches Chris Everett. And the national champions, the winner of the gold medal in the girls under 18 Cox 4, Rangiruru Girls School 1. Holly Lill, Alice Wallace, Nicole Vance, Georgie Bethel, Cox Sienna O'Shaughnessy, coached by Logan Keys and Adam Ling. Not only do they win the gold medal, they also are now the holders of the Dawn Cup. Congratulations to Rangiruru, the winners of the girls under 18 Cox 4. And the Dawn Cup.
Come forward, guys. Take a step forward. Take a step forward.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes festivities on day one of finals day here at Maadi Cup 2022. We look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow morning at 8:23.
Okay, hold it up, girls. Woohoo! Girls, but
He's won.
yeah, come on. Nice. Hold it up so many times. Yeah, okay, well done. Thank you.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.